Chapter 48-64. The extremely rich black energy was still in a whirlpool shape, frantically pouring into the shattered figure that collapsed to the ground. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan looked at each other, then lifted their sword and stepped forward slowly. The shattered figure that had been cut in two was squirming and seemed to be slowly healing and repairing. "Brother Jian, we must never let him recover again," Xiaodigen said in a cold voice, then drew out the soft sword from his waist, and after a sword nailed half of his body to the ground, he prevented his recovery. Chun Qing also stepped forward and said in shock, "What kind of thing is this guy? Couldn't it be an immortal who fell on the battlefield for a long time?" Jian Wushuang shook his head and whispered softly, "It will never be a fairy generation. Even if the source of the fairy is broken, the generation of the immortal that persists will have a generation of power fluctuations. But this one does not even have a trace of power fluctuations." "That's really weird." Chun Qing scratched his head. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stared at the broken figure again. Because he was wearing a completely black and heavy visor, and he couldn't see his face, only two black rays of light projected from his eye sockets with a certain shocking power. Inexplicably, Jian Wushuang subconsciously stretched out his palm, wanting to take off his visor. "Brother Jian." Xiaodigen suddenly took his arm. "Be careful." He nodded, then slowly squatted down, reaching out his palm to touch the faceplate of the dead creature. The start was icy cold, and with the sound of a staggered bearing, the complicated and precise visor opened from the nose and then revealed a face. To be precise, it is a well-preserved and determined face. No one thought that this body was about to turn into a dead soul with withered bones, and it still had such a face. With the unfolding of the complex and precise faceplate, the face of that determined and heroic fighter turned slightly and finally looked at Jian Wushuang in front of him. At this glance, it seemed to cross the Huanggu Xinghe River, looking back in the long river of time. This glance shocked Jian Wushuang. For a long time, Jian Wushuang said softly, "Everything has passed, and now is no longer in the past." There was some movement on his resolute and heroic face. He opened his mouth and seemed to try very hard to say, "Why, in you, there is a familiar feeling." As this sound fell, his figure that had been cut in two quickly dissipated, turning into a fluffy ash and disappeared. The face that wrapped that firm and valiant made Jian Wushuang's figure tremble slightly when it was about to dissipate. Because, when the body of the necromancer finally disappeared, he murmured a word silently. "You are not from Dian." Then his figure turned into fly ash with the turbulent black energy. The surging black air dissipated, and the entire unknown abyssal world began to collapse rapidly, and the stone dome above his head began to give birth to fine cracks. "Hurry up, this place is about to collapse," Xiaodigen reminded in a deep voice. The abyss where there was no exit had also cracked a gap not far away. It was an exit. Now that the dark source that destroyed the first heaven in the next 3 days has been eliminated, naturally there is no need to stay here. Xiaodigen and others are all ready to leave. Jian Wushuang also recovered from his thoughts. Finally, he looked at the place where the dead creatures disappeared, and suddenly saw a dark bead lying quietly under the visor. There was a movement in his heart, and he directly stretched out his hand and held it far away, and the black bead fell into his hand even with the visor. "Brother Sword, go. It won't last long here." Chun Qing's voice came from afar. "Here." After Jian Wushuang stuffed the black beads and visor into the Boyang bottle, he flew forward. Since the black energy has completely disappeared, it can naturally run its energy again. With the help of the descendants, the 4 descendants easily rose out of the abyss. When standing on the abyss again, Xiaodigen breathed a sigh of relief without a trace. The source of the black energy that has soaked an entire universe is removed, and all crises are lifted. In the next time, the Black Mountain of the First Day domain will definitely continue to mine. Looking at the Black Mountain community under the hazy misty sky, Jian Wushuang faintly felt that there were still many mysteries that had not been discovered or resolved. The originally tricky thing was solved easily. After leaving for the next 3 days and returning, Xiao Dijuan immediately decided and ordered more than 10 Yangxians to drive into Xiaogu Tian with 20 carts of treasures, all of which were given to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not refuse, and directly let Qin Qing and Cui Jing take over, leaving the good things in the hall, and all the remaining treasures were taken to the Wangu Wushuang auction house. After returning to Ziyagushan from the next 3 days, Jian Wushuang jumped directly onto the top of the eaves and began to think about the meaning of the dark source words. And not long after, the figure of the 3 emperors who had been silent for the first time appeared on their own initiative, all looking at Jian Wushuang with a rather solemn expression. "Little friend, this is no joke?" Yang Jun, a tall and thin old man, spoke first, his face full of dignity and alertness. Dao Gong and Su He also nodded solemnly in agreement. 3 seniors, what is it because of?" Jian Wushuang scratched his head and asked a little embarrassingly. Yang Jun didn't say much and immediately stretched out his hand, and a dark object wrapped in rich and powerful force flew out of the Bo Yang bottle. "It's this thing. Where did you get it, little friend?" Yang Jun said seriously. Looking at the black bead that still exudes a weird aura, Jian Wushuang did not hide it, and immediately said what had happened in the next 3 days. In the end, he said, "This black bead and that visor were all found from under the abyss. Could this thing have some influence on you?" Yang Jun nodded. "Not only is it influential, but more importantly, we have discovered that this kind of thing can erode God's consciousness and power, even us." A short sentence contained too much information, which shocked Jian Wushuang. Under the abyss, the seemingly vulnerable source of darkness, the black beads produced, can even eat away the Emperor's divine consciousness and power. The Emperor, the highest known master of Jian Wushuang at present, although he did not take the step of dying immortal, even for the 9th rank dying immortal, he was easily crushed, and he was the creator of a heavenly court. Even Uncle Yu under the seat of Emperor Zhen Wuyang can kill the 9 ranks dying immortal with 1 finger, let alone the unimaginable existence of the Emperor. Even though the 3 emperors of Yang Jun, Dao Gong, and Su He were destroyed, they were still the real emperors. At the moment, the black beads can cause real damage to the Emperor, which is really incredible. "This thing has a great impact on us," Dao Gong, who has been silent, also added at this moment. Chapter 48-65. Su He pushed him over, dissatisfied. "I always like to pretend to be a god. It's me. This thing, from the current point of view, actually has little impact on us, but it will be hard to say in the future. It is like an unstable factor, and no one knows what changes will happen to it in a certain day. We have just inspected this bead carefully. It's very weird, so we can't guess what it is. Therefore, if we can throw it away, we should throw it away as soon as possible to avoid severe damage in the future." Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard this. This black bead was extremely jealous of the Emperor, and it was able to kill the prisoners in the entire universe with his own power. It seemed to be an ominous thing. "Little friend," Yang Jun also took a step forward at this moment. "We must take precautions as soon as possible. I have an intuition that this kind of thing can never be as simple as it seems." With the reminder of the 3 emperors, Jian Wushuang also realized the seriousness of this. In this case, it can only be destroyed. As he said, he directly reached out to grasp the floating black beads. "No!" 3 emperors shouted in shock at the same time, as if something terrible would happen in the next moment. But the imaginary scene did not appear. Jian Wu held the black beads in both hands, without any discomfort, looking at him 3 with a look of confusion. "The little friend, listen to me. You must not release the power. This thing is extremely restrained, and if you don't pay attention, it will burn your body," Yang Jun said nervously. But Jian Wushuang still looked puzzled. After the black bead with weird light fell into his hands, it was like a pot of boiling hot water was frozen in ice. Nothing unusual. It seems nothing happened. How could it be okay? The 3 emperors looked at each other. Some of them couldn't believe the scene. Could this bead be eaten by someone? Su He was a little uncertain. Dao Gong also said, "Anyway, you should dispose of this thing as soon as possible, but you must remember not to throw it away at will, so as not to let the soul suffer." After reminding and mentioning something, Sandy Jun returned to the Boyang bottle. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then carefully examined this strange black bead, trying to find something from it. But apart from the full strength of the surrounding air being completely swallowed by the black beads, there was no other abnormality. The black beads in his opponent were still foggy, but they still found shining points. According to the characteristics of this black bead, if in future battles, when facing a stronger opponent, can the black be released to devour the opponent's power? Will it achieve unexpected results? Jian Wushuang pinched his chin and thought. At this moment, Xiaotajin set foot on Xiaogushan again. After sensing his breath, he stuffed the black beads into his arms, then stood up to meet him. The little emperor, who put on a plain uniform, came to him and said, "Brother Jian, what happened in the next 3 days? If you don't help me, I'm afraid there will be a big trouble." Gongzi Yin thanked him again, and the little gift he prepared earlier. "I hope Brother Jian will not dislike it." "It's okay. It's just a matter of effort." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said again, "What is the little emperor looking for? Can't you come to Brother Jian to have a heart-to-heart talk?" Xiaotajin smiled bitterly. He shrugged. "Of course you can. Go sit in the temple together?" Little Emperor hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "In fact, Brother Jian, I am here, and I do have important matters to discuss. In less than 3 years, it is my Emperor's birthday. Then I would like to invite Brother Jian to go to the heaven with me again. Feast." "Of course." Jian Wushuang nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Jian." "Young Master Yin, thanks again." After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wushuang asked, "Going to Heavenly Court this time, can I enter Daoshu Pavilion that day?" "Of course there is no problem," Xiaotajin said. "Brother Jian wants to go there to find bone armor?" Jian Wushuang didn't hide it. "Yes, instead of looking aimlessly, it's better to go there and try your luck." "Okay. After those 3 years, I am looking forward to Brother Jian's arrival." Xiaotajin arched his hands again. Back in the hall, Di Qing had awakened from his deep sleep, stretched out to the front of Jian Wushuang, and said, "Looking at your complexion, it seems that you are always on the go, and it's time to rest." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "It's okay, I'm going to leave soon, so you will pay more attention to it." Di Qing raised his brows. "Then Reishizi Xiaotajin really arranged your itinerary fully. Would you like me to teach him something for you?" He couldn't laugh or cry. "Teach him what to do, and you can rest here with peace of mind, and other things will not trouble you." Wei Liujia also stepped forward and said, "Master Jian, they'll go with you, and we can take care of each other. No, there won't be any twists and turns in the itinerary this time. If there are too many people, things will go wrong." Jian Wushuang shook his head, and then he looked at the empty hall. Chen Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing have been busy at the Wangu Wushuang auction house, but there is one less one in this palace. "Liujia, have you seen Zhao Ting?" he asked. "You mean Zhao Tingguan? I saw her a few days ago, and she disappeared in a blink of an eye." Wei Liujia was also a little uncertain, but if you want to come, Zhao Tingguan shouldn't go far. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. If Wei Liujia said it would be okay, I was afraid that Zhao Ting would return to Datushan and inform the son of the situation here. Zhao Ting, the mysterious woman, was the former Datian official next to Gongzi Jiao, and her actions gave people a feeling of incomprehensibility. Even Jian Wushuang could not figure out any thoughts of her now. Therefore, she is still extremely worried. Just when he was about to take advantage of this time to explore the traces of Zhao Ting, she came back quietly. The scars all over her body have not been fully recovered. It seems that she had experienced a battle not long ago. After returning to the hall, she went straight back to her bedroom without talking to anyone. Jian Wushuang didn't have much to say, but he winked towards Di Qing. Di Qing Xin understood it, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't worry, no one can turn the waves with me." With a flick of his fingers in 3 years, compared to the first visit to the heavenly court, this second time seemed much more low-key. Except for some close confidants, the entire 6-day realm was in a calm state, and it seemed that the news this time had not been publicized. Without riding the imperial court, without Yin Xian opening the way, everything was quiet to the extreme. There are only 2 wearing plain uniforms, like the world's sun who travels through 10,000 domains, stepping on the void and flowing clouds, sweeping towards the boundless front. Chapter 48, 66. Six-Day Realm is definitely not a good place in the entire Big Division, and even some superworlds are much better than it. Not to mention, the North Tianxianzhu of the late Emperor Sun Imo and the Second Emperor Sun's Rebellion. These are the mainland of Xianzhou Fuse. Moreover, the Six-Day Realm is located in a corner, and its location is also extremely bad. It is the farthest one from the heavens in the heavens of the Seven Emperors. Jin Wushuang guessed that the reason Xiaotajin chose the Six-Day Realm was probably because of the uncountable resources in the next 3 days. And Jin Wushuang did not guess wrong. There was a big reason Xiaotajin chose the Six-Day Realm. It was indeed because of the countless resources. It was precisely these resources that allowed him to breathe amidst the secret struggle between the emperor and his son. As the most remote area, even at the speed of Yanxian, it would take nearly a year to reach it. This time, there were no longer any interceptions, and it passed smoothly. With the increasing number of super-universes, the derivation between the universes became more and more condensed, and the heaven where the Emperor Jin Wuyang was located had arrived. Looking at the heavenly realm that was still extremely magnificent, Jin Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan stepped into it. Compared with the first heavenly banquet, this time the heaven was much more deserted, including the heavenly guards were extremely cold. And all this must be because of the death of the son of Imo. At the same time, Jin Wushuang was also thinking in his heart, not long after the fifth emperor's son Imo Kai died. Jin Wuyang definitely would not call the other 6 sons to the heaven to celebrate his birthday at this point in time. Definitely, following the reason of birthday, summoning the 6 sons to discuss some things. Passing through the 9-party heaven realm, stepping on the sky, Jin Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan soon arrived in front of the heaven. The heavenly gate of the heavenly court was opened, and the boy was brought into the heavenly court by the lead boy. The other 5 emperors also arrived one after another and entered the heavenly court one after another. The curling celestial cloud rose up in the heaven, a bit more solemn and a bit less peaceful. Emperor Jin Wuyang still sits on the throne, and Uncle Yu stands behind him without any change. But the 99 seats on both sides of the heavenly court were empty at this moment, and the elders who had accompanied Jin Wuyang to this day did not appear. The huge heaven is silent. The little emperor came to the heaven first, and after bowing to Jin Wuyang, he stepped forward and sat on the side of the emperor's throne. Then, Gongzi Jiao, Gongzi Yu, Gongzi Hua, and the emperor also entered the heavenly court one after another, and after all bowed honestly, they took their respective Yanxian cronies to sit in their own seats. Seeing this scene, none of the 6 emperors dared to say a word. All of them bowed their heads, sitting with their eyes and noses and hearts. Where is the birthday celebration? It is almost the same to mourn the 5 emperors' son Imo. For a long time, Jin Wuyang, who was sitting on the throne, said, "Yenner, how long has it been since the last meeting?" Xiaotajin immediately replied, "Back to the emperor, less than 30 years. It's less than 30 years, just a moment." Jin Wuyang looked tired. In less than 30 years, so many things have happened. I have never had a birthday. Today, I used this pretext to let you over, but it was just to get together for a while. In less than 30 years, such drastic changes have taken place, so I am in a daze to realize that between father and son, we have almost never been alone. Imoer's departure made me want to make up for it, but I regret it. Jin Wuyang slowly got up, his eyes slowly swept across the emperors. Moer is dead. I don't want to see any of you again. He will repeat his mistakes. Remember, you are brothers, not blood feuds. All the emperors' complexions changed slightly at this moment, but they quickly returned to normal. But the changes on their faces did not escape Jin Wushuang's observation. Among these emperors, the most fluctuating complexion was not the son Jiao, but the son Yu of the 3 emperors. He appeared very flustered, and soon returned to calm again. For a moment, the son of the 4 emperors, Sun Qian, flashed a gloating look in his eyes. The son of the 6th emperor, Sun Hua, and the son of the 7th emperor, Sun Lin, were a little sad. As for the mastermind assassin, Gongzi Jiao, there was no expression at all, and even the sadness in his eyes from time to time, which made Jin Wushuang have some opinions on him. After the drastic changes that have taken place before, combined with the current emotional changes of Gongzi Jiao, this is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying opponent. In the future, he will inevitably have a fierce battle with Xiao Dijuan. And if that day comes, I'm afraid it's time for this big division to reshuffle the cards. He sat back on the emperor's seat and patted the warm jade handrail lightly. This emperor position can be done by anyone, but the emperor's luck is not something everyone can have. There is only one emperor in this big division. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhen Wuyang seemed to be a lot older at this moment. If you say it all, you all need to do it yourself? All the emperors gave their hands. I follow the emperor's teachings. However, Emperor Zhen Wuyang immediately said, I call you here this time, and there is one more thing to tell you. I need to leave the Dayside domain for a while, so you can do it for yourself. All the emperors were startled, obviously a little disbelief. Since the establishment of the Great Siyu and the moment when the Heavenly Court is settled, Emperor Zhen Wuyang has never left the Big Siyu since then, and it has not been known how many years. Right now, he left to Siyu at this point in time, leaving all the emperors unpredictable. Father, where are you going? Little Emperor asked. An unknown place. Zhen Wuyang's deep gaze looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. This training in the name of birthdays lasted for a very short period of time, and even ended without even half a day. This is something Jian Wushuang didn't expect. Zhen Wuyang, and uncle, you left first. For a time, in the entire heavenly court, only 6 emperors and their cronies looked at each other. Jian Wushuang sat motionless in the same place, but at least 2 eyes were locked on him. One gaze is Gongzi Jiao, and the other is Gong Ziyu. He remained calm, and returned with a calm look. Whether in the great heaven or in the former heavenly court of the 6 crow emperors, Jian Wushuang had his face transformed, and even his body shape had been adjusted, almost completely different from his original self. Hugh said it was them, and even Chuanxiu, who had been around for the longest time, couldn't tell. Regarding this point, Jian Wushuang is extremely certain. Sure enough, the young man corrected the sharp gaze that was as sharp as a knife, and soon disappeared, and then revealed a touch of doubt that was uncertain. Chapter 48, 67. But he still cast his gaze at Jian Wushuang from time to time, as if trying to find any clues. He always felt that Jian Wushuang had seen him somewhere else, and it had something to do with certain things. And there is Gong Ziyu who has this feeling. After being beaten up in the heavenly court that he had found accidentally and almost killed him, young Master Yu returned to his own heaven and lay down until today, only to barely recover. And after looking at Jian Wushuang, he also had a faint illusion of déjà vu. But Jian Wushuang's concealment was so perfect that he didn't even use the iconic immortal style. Even if the 2 of them were sitting in his arms, they absolutely could not detect any clues. However, he was still a little worried that he would show clues if he stayed, so he looked at Xiaodaijin. Xiaodaijin understood, got up, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Gongzi Jiao suddenly got up and smiled with a signature gentle smile. Big brother, just come in such a hurry and leave in a hurry. Don't you want to reminisce about the old with a few younger brothers? Xiaodaijin's figure was slightly startled, and then stopped in place and said in a cold voice, Don't call me big brother. Hearing this, the son shrugged indifferently. It seems that His Royal Highness, Little Emperor, really doesn't care about the feelings of the same line. Shameless, he said coldly, and then prepared to leave with Jian Wushuang. Hey, I said, if you want to go, you can leave the gift for the emperor. The son said in a loud voice, obviously not planning to let him leave. Little Emperor stopped his figure, turned around and sneered, What are you? Dare to ask me for a gift, even if I am preparing? Will you dare to take over? After that, he turned around and left. The son's expression turned gloomy, almost dripping from his eyes. Trash things, sooner or later you will kneel down and confess. Leaving the heavenly court, Xiao Dijuan took Jian Wushuang straight to the Tiandao Book Pavilion and continued to search for the existence of the bone armor with the Tianzi pattern. This search is more than dozens of days. To Ling Jian Wushuang's disappointment, this time the Tianzi patterned bone armor did not appear again. He and Xiao Dijuan searched almost every corner of the Tiandao Book Pavilion, but there was no trace. It seems that this kind of thing can only be obtained by chance in the future. He sighed and looked at the sky-shaped bone armor in his hand. Little Emperor said, even if you can't find other dominoes for now, You might as well try to break the ciphertext of the dominoes on hand now. Jian Wushuang's brow jumped, and the method Xiao Dijuan said was indeed a good idea. This big division is so big that even if you can't find the bone armor of the sky, it must be easier to find one that can understand this kind of ciphertext. Immediately, he asked, "Do you know anyone who is proficient in this way?" After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Dijuan said, "I don't know, but there are not a few immortal masters in Desiyu who are proficient in strange ways. In my cognition, there should be a master craftsman who is proficient in this way. Maybe it can be solved." The ciphertext on this domino. Then what is the name of this divine craftsman and where does he live? Jian Wushuang was a little anxious. After all, the ciphertext on the bones and armors of the day is too important to him. Regarding Xian Yi, Laozun the news is likely to be on this. The little emperor did not sell too much. There are more than 1,000 famous craftsmen in the big division, but there are only a few who can be called master craftsmen. Among these more than 10 master craftsmen, one of them likes to delve into the art of gold and ancient prophecies and act style. They are all weird master craftsmen. I had some intersections with him in the early years of China, and they should give me a little bit of face. This master craftsman is named Su Tua. He lives in Sansuan Mountain and has the ability to reach the sky and the earth. Su Tua. Jian Wushuang murmured and repeated again, feeling that the name was a bit familiar. Immediately, he suddenly thought that he had heard the name of the master craftsman Su Tua as early as the master's correction. At that time, the first master of the blessed land under the seat of the Sun Jiao, he once presented a handle of avoiding the clear wish cast by the craftsman Su Tua, which is very ingenious. Jian Wushuang looked at Xiaodigen and said, "It seems that after this time, I will go to Sansuan Mountain to find Su Tua." He nodded. "I will go with you then." It was a pity that he couldn't find the bone armor with the heavenly character pattern in the Tiandao Book Pavilion anymore, but I got another news, which also pointed out a new way for Jian Wushuang. Stepping out of the Tiandao Book Pavilion, Xiaodigen stood under a green tree and drew a cloud of celestial clouds in his hand, turning into a crane. "This is my emperor's first birthday. No matter what, I have to send a gift." He seemed to be talking to Jian Wushuang, or to a crane, and then placed a delicate small box on the back of the crane. "Go. I must hurry to send the gift before my emperor leaves to see you." With the departure of the crane, Xiaodigen put on a gesture of inviting, "Brother Jian, let me walk around here." Jian Wushuang nodded and traveled in the heaven together. Since my emperor has demarcated the boundary of the Great Division and established the heavenly court, he has not left the Great Division again, but he has left at this time now, and brought us together to warn him. "Can Brother Jian see my emperor's intentions?" Little Emperor looked at him and asked. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, and then said, "The purpose and the possibility of doing this, I think there are two. The first possibility is that he uses the excuse of leaving to test whether you brothers will really let go, fight each other with hands and feet. As for the second possibility, he really left to see you for a period of time because of important things, not a short period of time, and will take away all the elders, so he has no time to worry about what will happen to Dasiyu in the future. Come to warn you about the matter." After listening to Xiaodigen, he took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly became extremely solemn. "Brother Jian, once it is the second possibility, then the fight between us will probably begin at this moment." Jian Wushuang raised his brow slightly. "If it is the first possibility, wouldn't it be in the arms of your emperor?" "I'm afraid this time, it will only be the second possibility," Xiaodigen said in a condensed voice. "The battle between us seems to be much faster than imagined." He said, looking at Jian Wushuang, "My strength was originally relatively weak among the other 6 emperors. Whether or not to fight in the future, improving strength will be an urgent matter. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, the fate of young Master Mo will definitely be my fate." Little Dijuan took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Brother Jian, if there is a way, do you want to be in the position of dying immortal? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 48-68. A short sentence, like the 9 heavens' thunder, exploded in Jian Wushuang's mind. The position of dying immortal, once entered this realm, is the real beginning. Feel the luck of the emperor. Compete for the throne. Everything is in the realm of Dayan Fairy. Similarly, if you want to be promoted to Dayan Immortal, the difficulty of cultivating is far beyond imagination. This is no longer something that can be made in years, but it needs illusory luck and opportunity to add to it. It is possible to break through to that state. Countless immortals have spent their endless lives, but they can only be trapped in despair in the realm of immortals. The most typical example is Chanqing. Even though he has understood the immortal style, he still hasn't touched that barrier, so that breaking through Dayan Immortal is an unimaginable luxury. Seeing him being silent, Xiao Dijuan repeated it again. Brother Jian, do you want to enter the realm of Dayan Immortal? The reason why Jian Wushuang didn't answer was because if he agreed, there would be too much involvement. In layman's terms, it is to eat people's mouth softly and take people's hands softly. This is an unbreakable truth. Dayan Immortal realm cannot be promoted so easily. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. As long as you nod your head, Brother Jian, I'm 99% sure that you will be able to ascend the place of Dayan Immortal. Little Dijuan said seriously. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Xiao Dijuan's eyes flashed with sadness, and then said, the reason why I am so sure is because a veteran under the emperor's seat turned his lifelong perception into inheritance. In the heaven realm, waiting for you Yin Xian to accept its inheritance. Because my immortal body is defective and unable to practice, I can only spend my life in the realm of evolving immortals, and naturally I cannot obtain that inheritance. But now, I can't wait any longer. There must be a Dayan Immortal in the 6-day realm to be able to keep it in the next fight, he said, reaching out and tightly holding Jian Wushuang's arm. I try my best. Jian Wushuang finally responded. Xiaodian smiled as if relieved. Okay, then I will do my best to wish Brother Jian to be promoted to the position of Dayan Immortal. Leaving from the heavenly court, the two of them went straight back to the 6-day realm. The former veteran under the seat of Zhen Wuyang was the peak of the 9th rank, the realm of Dayan Immortal, and spent his life with true Wuyang in all the heavens. Even the same state Dayan Immortal was worried about falling away when facing him. I learned from the little emperor that such a Dayan Immortal had died voluntarily. He voluntarily dispersed to the fairy source, shattered the fairy body, leaving only the inheritance left in the 6-day realm. But just before the death, he said quietly, and after it was really boring, he fell. Listening to his constant introduction, a gradually plump and fleshy image of Dayan Immortal appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. He even wanted to meet this very character Dayan Immortal. The 9th rank Dayan Immortal whose name is unknown, his inheritance was left in the 3rd heaven in the next 3 days, and was never known to outsiders, only Xiaodian knew about it. After another year of returning home, Jian Wushuang finally returned to the 6-day realm. Under Xiaodian's guidance, the two of them went straight to the 3rd heaven domain of the next 3 days without stopping. As the enchantment ripples around his body, the sight of the 3rd heaven came into his eyes. The sea, the Black Sea, the endless Black Sea. As the night is condensed on the earth, the completely black color seems to be able to absorb any light, making the entire 3rd heaven a little chaotic. Along with the endless Black Sea, there are towering black mountains leaning in this Black Sea. Strange, dead, and deserted are the main colors here. Here is the heritage of the veteran. Xiaodian pointed to the front and said, since the 3rd heaven is almost entirely covered by the Black Sea, it has become difficult to mine the Black Mountain spar. So after this heaven was taken over by me, no one else has set foot. Stay the same until today. Jian Wushuang nodded. Where will his inheritance be? It looks like it's in the Mingyuan continent. I have forgotten it after too long. Let's check it out first. Xiaodian said with a slightly embarrassed expression. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw out a clear light, which turned into a wooden boat and stood still in the Black Sea. This miasma easily affects our minds. Let's go by boat and be safer. After the two stepped into the wooden boat spontaneously broke through the sea and drove forward. Before that veteran decided to pass on all his insights to me before he decided to die, I was born with flaws, unable to practice cultivation, and unable to possess immortal roots, so naturally I couldn't get his inheritance. Sitting in the wooden boat, Xiao Dijuan calmly told Jian Wushuang, even with a slight smile. You are the only one who knows that I am flawed, apart from my big companion and those so-called brothers. Jian Wushuang looked at him. Why do you want to tell me this? You can keep outsiders from knowing. Of course I am trying my best to hide this secret. After all, the fact that the great emperor of Zhenwuyang is a trash that cannot be practiced will spread, and the impact will be very bad. But I want to confide these words that are about to rot in my heart to others, Xiaodajan said with a smile. Brother Jian, you are also the only friend I want to confide in. Thank you. I will always keep this secret. Jian Wushuang nodded and said solemnly. He said again, this secret is my biggest weakness. Anyone who knows it can easily hit me hard. I can't practice. Even if I am immortal, even if I master the immortal style, I can't conceal the fact that there is no immortal root and no immortal source. Everything I have now is only given to me by my emperor with a secret method, so the immortality is my limit. Even in this lifetime, there is absolutely no possibility of breakthrough. I thought I would fall in this time of assassination, but your arrival, Brother Jian, gave me hope. Xiaodajan solemnly said, so, in any case, I will also welcome you to the position of dying immortal within this period of time. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. He was thinking about a problem just now. From Xiaodajan's performance and mouth, it was known that his fairy body did have a lot of defects, and he was born unable to condense the roots of the fairy, the source of the fairy. This is a fatal place. In layman's terms, it is simply a waste body that is inherently unable to practice. But at the same time, what makes Jian Wushuang somewhat uncomprehending is that such a waste body has achieved the position of evolving the immortal and mastered the immortal style, which is simply incredible. Based on this, he was thinking about whether he could open up another road, a road of practice that is very different from ordinary practice. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4869. It's just that the creation of another cultivation system, for Jian Wushuang now, is tantamount to a fantasy. It is something that can't be imagined at all, and even the starting source can't be realized. However, there was a path of reverse cultivation ahead that allowed Jian Wushuang to think about this boldly. What is Dayanhuan's cultivation system complete? And can he realize a different path from before? The wooden boat traveled extremely fast, breaking through the water in this Black Sea. The black water in the Black Sea is more viscous, just like some kind of mucus, and can feel a lot of resistance. The so-called Mingyuan continent is the only continent in the third celestial domain, and it is also very likely to be the inheritance of the elder who volunteered to fall. With the continuous advance, the Black Mountains in the Black Sea gradually decreased, and the sea area began to become as smooth as a mirror. The waters of Rumo are connected to the sky of chaos, with a flat boat in the middle breaking through the water. When land appeared in the eyes, it indicated that the only piece of Mingyuan continent would arrive. One step from the wooden boat to the land, the continent made of jagged rocks came into view. This endless continent seems to have also been infiltrated by black water, becoming black and rough, and there are hideous and convex rocks everywhere. Even the tall weeds are black. The inheritance should be here. Although he disperses to Xianyuan, he must still have obsessions here. By then I will personally guide it, and it will definitely succeed. Xiaodajan said in a concrete, while taking the lead in moving forward. The entire Mingyuan continent was extremely vast, but compared with the inheritance perception of a 9th-rank Great Yin Immortal, it was fundamentally inferior. So the first time he set foot on the mainland, Jian Wushuang felt a majestic and exuberant aura of strength. He didn't even need to look for Xiaodajan. He locked a place. It was a place of heaven and danger, and there were 8 black mountains that looked like swords and swords. In the very center of the mountain, there is a halo of quintessence to the extreme. It seems to be there. Let's go, Xiaodajan said, soaring forward. Under the mountain and river, Jian Wushuang came to the Yanli halo in an instant. The light beams of various colors are intertwined in it, and the countless rainbow shadows are in the beginning of the cycle, and the brilliance that is only revealed seems to be engulfing the atmosphere of ruining the world. Xiaodajan took a deep breath and said, it seems that this is the inheritance and perception of the elder, Brother Jian. Can you feel the difference? It's a feeling beyond the realm of evolving immortals, Jin Wushuang affirmed. With Di Qing, the rank 9 Dian immortal by his side, Jin Wushuang had some familiarity and understanding of the realm of Dian immortal. At the moment, this group of Yanli Halo, he can be sure that it is not weaker than Di Qing. In this case, I am waiting for the good news from Brother Jin. Xiaotajin smiled. However, Jin Wushuang didn't have much excitement, because he felt that this seemed a bit too hasty. He is just the pinnacle of immortal yin, but he wants to comprehend the inheritance of sentiment that controls the Nineth rank Great Yin Immortal, which spans nearly a big realm, and I am afraid that some accidents will happen. But now the arrow is on the line and I have to send it. Seeing that group of Yanli light group exuding brilliance, Jin Wushuang slowly stretched out his palm to fit it, and at this moment, a strange aura in that group of Yanli light made him suddenly vigilant. That kind of strange breath showed a black color. Although it was only a flash, it still made Jin Wushuang want to take back his palm subconsciously. The sudden change occurred, almost at the same time when he retracted his palm. The Yanli light ball deformed. Suddenly more than 10 black and gorgeous lights were swept out, and it was attached to his arm, and then dragged it into the light ball. The whole process didn't even have a breath time, and Jin Wushuang disappeared without a trace. The little emperor on the side also reacted, reaching out to grab him, but was dragged in by the huge force. The gang wind raged and raged, and the Black Sea in the entire third heaven was restlessly restless, and set off a huge wave that was 10,000 feet high. Jin Wushuang only felt a burst of uncontrollable great power, dragging him into a certain area, and then the scene in front of him also changed drastically. The rocks at the foot are no longer, replaced by a vast square like a chessboard. And right in front of this vast square is a magnificent and depressing giant hall. Jin Wu's double-faced color is extremely solemn, and all the breath radiating here is dark and cold, full of a sense of killing. This is not like the place where the inheritance is located, but rather like the Shura field where a party is fighting. Xiaotajin was also involved here, full of doubts. Brother Jin, where's this place? He walked quickly to Jin Wushuang and asked. Jin Wushuang whispered, we are all involved in the Yanli light group, and it is very likely that we are in a certain area now. Little Emperor said uncertainly, could it be in the cave sky left by the veteran? If this is really the veteran's cave sky realm, I am afraid he is definitely not a good person. Jin Wushuang's eyes gradually became solemn. This is not a place of inheritance, but a trap. Trap? He was startled. No, when the elder was still alive, he treated me extremely well, and even asked the emperor to be my big companion. He would never harm me. You don't know if it hurts or not, how the immediate priority is to leave here unharmed. Jin Wushuang said, already operating secretly. Right here, the magnificent and depressing hall suddenly opened the door, and a hurricane rose from it. The pitch-black hurricane rolled over in an instant, bringing a sensational trend. Jin Wushuang also used ancestral skills in an instant. The heavenly gate of the power world rises magnificently, like hundreds of rounds of big sun descending from the heavenly gate. A huge finger across the sky also directly blocked the dark hurricane, but just blocked it for a moment, and it fell apart. Go! Jin Wushuang shouted, but it was too late, and the unstoppable hurricane swept directly. However, the imaginary pain did not strike, and the hurricane quietly stopped in front of Jin Wushuang. No further progress. Jin Wushuang quickly retreated more than 10 feet before staring. The hurricane that stopped was several meters high, and after the layers of ashes peeled off, a black-robed figure gradually condensed. It was an old man in a black robe with extremely black beard and hair. His face was pale and withered, and his eyes had no whites in them, just like two black pills, very strange. Who are you who dare to come here and disturb my slumber? It was as if the voices converging from all directions were low to the extreme, and seemed to be bloodthirsty. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4870. Jin Wushuang slowly backed away, and the invisible sword had quietly gathered. At the moment, the height of this man is more than several meters tall, like an old man walking out of the black fog, There is no power surging in his body, but the general trend that is emitted does not dare to be underestimated. He also had some understanding. Although this old man did not show up, he might not lose sight of the confrontation with Di Qing, and he might even reach a tie. At this time, Xiao Dijuan stepped forward and stood in front of Jian Wushuang, and said two words in a nervous voice, Yuan Jun? Huh. The black-robed old man stared at Xiaodigen, a color of doubt flashing in his eyes. I am young Master Yin, Xiaodigen added. The black-robed old man's eyes suddenly condensed. You are Yinzi? Xiaodigen breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled bitterly. It's me. I thought Yuan Jun forgot about the kid. Good boy. It has become like this since the beginning. The black-robed old man suddenly disappeared before condensing in front of him. His eyes could not stop showing joy. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and put away the invisible sword. Avoiding a battle that will pay a great price. This kind of result is naturally good. Xiaodigen scratched his head. The years are too long. If I didn't remember what Yuan Jun you looked like when I was young, I am afraid I will be in trouble today. The old man called Yuan Jun looked up and smiled, and then said, You don't need to worry about me. You guys, even if you don't remember what I look like, I will always remember your appearance. The kid understands. Xiaodigen also smiled. Well, since you come to see my old bone, then go sit in my hall first. Yuan Jun said with a wave of his sleeves. Xiaodigen nodded, and immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head without a trace. A vigilance flashed in his eyes. He smelled a bit of danger from the open hall, and if he rushed in, he might encounter an uncontrollable crisis. This is... Yuan Jun cast his gaze towards Jian Wushuang. Xiaodigen hurriedly added, This is my best friend, Brother Jian. Yuan Jun nodded. Since I am a close friend of Boy Yin, I will not expel air for the time being. Let's come in together. After the words, he was in the shape of a fog, drifting towards the hall. Seeing him leave first, Jian Wushuang looked at Xiaodigen, frowning slightly. Do you know how much do you know about him and how many things he is hiding from you? Xiaodigen was a little dumb, and said after a moment, Yuan Jun was one of the only elders who followed me closely when I was young. Although he soon explained himself to Xian Yuan, I always knew his care for me. If not, he will not leave the inheritance to me either. As he said, he stretched out his palm and placed it on Jian Wushuang's shoulder. Brother Jian, believe me once, Yuan Jun will never be malicious to us. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. The two figures immediately entered into the giant hall of the formidable. What he didn't say was actually quite important. If it was Xiaodigen's words, then Yuan Jun had died of self-understanding of the immortal source, leaving only a trace of obsession. Then the situation now is completely different from what he said. Yuan Jun has no body at all. In other words, his fairy source is very abundant so far, and the figure that appears is not his last obsession, but a truly unbroken fairy body. This is why Jian Wushuang would hesitate. After all, facing a concealed and extremely powerful existence, being vigilant is the correct performance. As soon as he stepped into the giant hall, the dark aura disappeared a lot. The first thing that catches your eyes is the elegant pavilions, not the solemn and cold halls. Boy Yin, come here and go fishing with the old man. On a vacant pitch-black fairy pavilion, Jun Yuan was sitting on the top of the eaves, holding a fishing rod as a gesture. Come here. Xiaodigen answered, and stepped onto the fairy pavilion with Jian Wushuang. After handing him a fishing rod, Yuan Jun looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Boy, do you like fishing? Jian Wushuang nodded and said, It's okay. I was addicted for a while when I was killing time. That's good. It's a good seedling that can calm your mind. After throwing a fishing rod to him, Yuan Jun caught the fish enthusiastically. Xiao Dijuan was sitting in the center and wanted to ask some questions, but he didn't know how to speak, hesitated. It was Yuan Jun who spoke first. Boy Yin, can Emperor Zhenwuyang change now? Xiaodigen replied, My father is still the same. After he claimed to have established the Desiyu, he settled down and lived in heavenly court. That's good. His mission is completed. It's time to take a break. Yuan Jun nodded when he heard the words, Go ahead. Why do you think of seeing me? That? Xiaodigen scratched his head awkwardly. I originally wanted to come here to accept the inheritance. When Yuan Jun heard this, he hurriedly looked at him carefully. Boy Yin, is your immortal body better? No, the defect is still there, and I still can't practice. After my father used the secret method to promote me to Yin Xian, I can't make any further progress. Little Emperor said, Damn, you belong to the Emperor's bloodline. How could this happen? Yuan Jun frowned. Could it be that there is no chance to change? Yuan Jun, I have accepted it. My father has nothing to do. It looks good now. Xiaotajin said with a light smile. And the reason why I came is not for myself, but for Brother Jian accept the inheritance of Yuan Jun. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jun looked at Jian Wushuang again. For him? Yes, I'm just an immortal who can't practice. Without the protection of Brother Jian, I would have fallen through assassinations. As he said, he listened to Yuan Jun about the intricate relationship between the emperors. In the end, he said quietly, in our generation, we'll only stop fighting by killing. Yuan Jun was silent, stretched out his hand and patted Xiaotajin's shoulder lightly. I have suffered you, but my heritage is gone. Xiaotajin didn't understand his meaning. His eyes were puzzled. If you came to accept my inheritance after I destroyed Xian Yuan in the first place, then you can see it naturally, but everything has changed right now, Yuan Jun sighed. Despite everything that happened, even me unexplainable, but it actually happened. Jian Wushuang also pricked his ears at this moment. He knew that Lord Yuan was about to reveal the real secrets. The so-called Xian and even Dianxian are nothing more than the word Xian Yuan in the end. Xian Yuan is the true root, and it is complementary to the roots of the immortal. It is the most important thing for the development of immortals. The fragmentation of the source of immortality means complete fall. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4871. Yuan Jun paused when he said that, and slowly stretched out his left palm. An array of pure strength was condensed. After Emperor Zhen Wuyang established the Desai territory, the conquests and killings stopped, which made me feel bored. I destroyed the source of immortality and only wanted long sleep. Whether it is the external force destroying the Xian Yuan or self-destroying the Xian Yuan, it is an irreversible wound. I successfully broke the Xian Yuan, and naturally I will fall irreversibly. My self-destruction was very thorough. Apart from leaving a legacy for you, I didn't even leave a point for obsession. So my spiritual consciousness also withered and fell into emptiness. But my fall seems to be a little different. Although my divine consciousness is withered, it seems to be tirelessly awakened by some power. It's just that I don't know how many Chinese years have passed. The original shattered divine consciousness recovered. I woke up, and at the same time, I was surprised to find that even Xian Yuan had condensed again. After that, I fully recovered, but because I was tired of the great world, I simply stayed here until I see you again today. The voice stopped abruptly at this point. The amount of information contained in such a remark is not much, but the mystery is at the extreme. Even Jian Wushuang is a little confused. Self-destroying the source of immortality, immortal body, this is an irreversible trauma. Xiu said that it is an ordinary die and immortal. Even with the truth of the 9 true lives, I dare not play like this. Except for Jian Wushuang, who had no source of immortality and possessed an immortal body, he dared to give it a try. Moreover, it is obvious that the 2 special cases do not exist for Yuan Jun, and the resurrection of the resurrection naturally seems a little confusing. A sense of loss flashed in the depths of Xiaotajin's eyes, but he smiled. It seems that you are the Yuan Jun who is inexhaustible fortune. To live this time again, you should stop doing stupid things and pursue a higher realm. Yuan Jun smiled and nodded. Listen to you. Since my luck is inexhaustible, the old man will go after the great road. After chatting for a long time, the little emperor was about to leave. Boy Yin, I can't leave this place yet, but if you have a big crisis, I will definitely come to help, Yuan Jun said solemnly. Little emperor nodded. Okay, if there is such a day then, the kid will definitely come to invite Yuan Jun. The security of a 9th rank Dian immortal is extremely heavy. Jin Wushuang also understood at this moment that Emperor Jin Wuyang had arranged several Dayan immortals beside each emperor. There is a black-robed Dayan immortal under the fallen young master Imo seat, and at the same time there is a true meaning. There is also a Nineth ranked Dayan immortal Changfu next to Gongzijio, and there is a Yuan Jun besides Iotagen. Then, the other emperors must also be accompanied by Dayan immortals, and once a war starts with each other, it would be extremely tragic. After speaking, the two of them were ready to leave. But at this moment, Yuan Jun suddenly called Jian Wushuang. That kid, did you leave in such a hurry? Jian Wushuang stopped, with some doubts in his eyes. Although my inheritance has disappeared, this does not hinder my hand-to-hand inheritance. Yuan Jun said proudly after throwing away the fishing rod in his hand. I also have a good eye for you, so just stay and let me teach it. Xiaotagen heard the words, and a touch of surprise appeared in his eyes. Brother Jian. Thank Yuan Jun soon. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Forget it, senior. Although inheritance can be greatly changed in a very short time, it will also have some drawbacks. I still feel it myself. You look down on the old man? Yuan Jun's voice condensed, and he danced without wind in a black robe. Since you are a good friend of Boy Yin, then I will do my best to cultivate you. You must agree or disagree, and if you disagree, you must agree. That's it. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Jian Wushuang without any defense directly to a dojo. Xiaotagen was excited with his boxing palm, as if he was more happy than he got the inheritance. On the vast dojo, like a chessboard, Jian Wushuang's figure stood still, and he had obviously accepted the reality. On the opposite side of him, Yuan Jun stood with his hand holding his hand, full of a sense of stubbornness. Boy, let me ask you, how long have you been in the realm of immortality? Jian Wushuang raised his brows. From Divine Power Universe to Dayanhuan, he reached the top of the ancestor level and became the eternal god, and now he has become an immortal. It took less than tens of thousands of years. Thousands of years, when replaced by the Taoist Supremes in the Divine Power Universe, they are just a few sessions of retreat and enlightenment, let alone the evangelists who have transcended the heavens and are measured in Huanyan. Time and years are no longer meaningful to them, but it does take time to prove it if you want to measure the qualifications of a top cultivation or an immortal. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Jian Wushuang directly swallowed thousands of years into his stomach and casually ridiculed a Chinese year that was about the same age as Xiao Dijuan. Yuan Jun heard the words and nodded. It's not bad. At such an age, he is indeed a plastic talent. If you want to be in the same era as me, you will definitely become a great Yinxian now. I can give you very few things, and I can't even teach you anything, he said simply. But because I promised Yinzi, I decided to grit my teeth and teach you. But you have to promise the old man one thing before this. I will not be by his side in the future. You must protect him in any case. Jian Wushuang heard this, and after a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. I'm sorry that the younger generation can't agree. Xiao Dijuan, who was smiling and watching this scene outside the dojo, was stunned, and even the eyes of Yuan Jun became cold for a moment. Why? Because juniors cannot stay in the big division for a long time. I have a lot of important things to solve, so I can't agree to it. What an arrogant kid. Do you know who you are bargaining with? Yuan Jun danced wildly behind him, and the general trend of the Nineth ranked Dayan Immortal was instantly overwhelmed. Yuan Jun, keep your hands. The little emperor who was outside the dojo hurriedly rushed to block Yuan Jun's general trend. Don't stop me. Let me frustrate this junior's spirit first, he said angrily. Yuan Jun, there is nothing wrong with what he said. We actually said something before. Xiaotagen smiled reluctantly. It is unfair to him to let him protect me from now on. Yuan Jun calmed down and frowned. But if he leaves at any time and I am not by your side, you will be in a passive and dangerous situation at any time. Xiao Dijuan smiled, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang. He won't leave at any time. You must know that we have talked first, and protect me for 70 years. It seems that it's not halfway through now. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4872. Yuan Jun was dissatisfied. It's only 70 years? My breathing effort is longer than this. 70 years for me now is enough to do a lot of things, Xiaotajin said. This will be a node, and many things will happen in this period of time. This 70 years will be the time to lay the foundation, and the value is immeasurable. That's not okay, Yuan Jun said in a grumpy voice. For the sake of only 70 years, I have to work hard to cultivate a great Yanxian. It is really not worthwhile. At this time, Jin Wushuangdo said, predecessors, training, and inheritance are actually unnecessary. No, you have to accept the old man's inheritance. In the end, Yuan Jundao said, on the basis of the original 70 years, I want you to protect Xiaotajin 5 times in the future, no matter where you are. After pondering for a moment, Jin Wushuang nodded, yes. After some bargaining, it led to the final result. Xiaotajin smiled and left with the excuse of something in the 6th heaven realm, but when he turned around, there was loneliness in his eyes. There were only 2 figures left in the huge dojo. From the beginning of the development to the development of the immortality, it is actually a harsh screening. As far as my perception is concerned, that is the real threshold. It is the real test of starting from nothing and getting the Tao from the world. And the higher realm of Dian Immortal, in my perception and cognition, is actually like a clear spring, letting it go. What I want to say is that those who are trapped in the realm of evolving immortals and unable to break through to the Emperor are all stupid idiots, and stupid idiots with heads on their ass. Yuan Jun scolded him a lot, and added another sentence at the end. Of course, Xiao Dijuan is an exception. He is unable to practice because of the lack of luck in the first place. In short, it's just one sentence. Anyone who has enlightenment will never be trapped in the realm of the fairy and unable to break through. Now, you come to tell me, how do you want to break through to Dian Immortal and rely on my inheritance? Jin Wushuang raised his head and said calmly, let's go with the flow. It's good to go with the flow, Yuan Jun sneered. Do you know how I broke through Dian Immortal? He said, end the struggle with war, endless killing. Yuan Jun was startled slightly, and then admired, the eyesight is good. It took me a very short time to go from Yinxian to Dianxian. There was almost no Chinese year interval in between, but during this time, the number of Yinxian who fell in my hands was no less than 100,000. Even the Dianxian was close. Hundreds. One of the inheritance I give you now is Yinxian in a short period of time, and transfer a part of the fairy source to your own use. Jin Wushuang heard the words, and his heart was slightly stunned. This is to teach the way of killing. I am afraid that his own big killing will increase a lot. But before that, I'm ready to hammer you, Junior. Yuan Jun shouted in a cold voice, and at the same time he was in the shape of electricity, crushing it with the world. A touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of Jin Wushuang's mouth, and this fight seemed inevitable. But it is not easy for him to compromise, even if it is an existence that is a level higher than himself, he dares to collide. Probing forward with the invisible sword in his hand. While the sword and tint of the Xinghe Lake burst out, the fairy-like mountains and rivers were also covered. The true shadow of the selflessness was blessed for an instant, and the most gorgeous blow broke out. The worst battle began on the chessboard dojo. In the entire 3rd heaven, the Black Sea was tumbling violently. Coming out of the next 3 days, the thin purple robe first met the pale-faced little emperor and draped the cloak on him. His Royal Highness, there have been some changes in the 6th-day realm, said the thin purple robe, his expression a little solemn. Xiao Dijuan raised his eyelids and looked at the deep void ahead. Are they here? Yes, a lot of evangelists have been assembled. Okay, very good. He said 3 good words on his face, and his pale face became more and more ruddy. The emperor's front feet just left, my good brothers, they want to hang me. In the temple, His Royal Highness, our strength was already damaged when the immortal territory was destroyed. I'm afraid we will be a little bit powerless in the future. The thin purple robe said in a low voice, should you please come to Sword Heaven official. Xiao Dijuan interrupted him directly. His eyes darkened. Could it be that we can't move without him? How did we get here before without him? This time, even if the background is polished, I will peel them off alive. Yes. With the raging wind raging, the void that had been torn apart in the battle with Xinyu now gathered streams of light from all directions. Roughly counting, there will never be hundreds of Yangtzeans. They all stopped in the void beyond the six-day realm, and various streamers practiced the entire void into a rainbow shadow. Within the six-day realm, he slowly walked out of the top repair camp like a dark cloud. At the forefront of this top repair camp, there are dozens of immortals listed, all of them with solemn eyes. The top repair camp of hundreds of thousands is full of unimaginable pressure. But in the eyes of those hundreds of Yangtzeans, it was so ridiculous. They only need to charge back and forth once. I am afraid that the camp formed by the top repairers will be shattered. The next moment, a pale and gloomy figure dressed in luxurious clothes walked out of the six-day realm and soared to the front of the camp. Nearly 200 Yinxian. After seeing this scene, all their complexions changed slightly. They absolutely did not expect that the little emperor would actually go outside the territory in person. With the soft sword in his hand pointing forward, Xiao Dijuan looked forward coldly. From the initial commotion back to calm, the first Yinxian shrouded in black light who couldn't see his figure, took a step forward and said, "His Royal Highness, please step back. We are not here this time. You came, but came towards your six-day realm. As long as we destroy one of the heavens, it is considered to be a job. Don't embarrass us." Xiaotajin heard the words, sneered coldly. The son has a broken spine, dog. Since he has been hit by such a heavy injury and he refuses to be honest, I will let him hurt him again today. More than 200 Yangtzeans stepped forward together. All faces were extremely cold, and their goals were directed at the six-day realm. This was Emperor Zhanwiyang's first trial after he left the Great Siyu, and a battle of laying the curtain quietly began. Have you seen it? Young Master Yin seems to be surrounded outside the six-day realm. Cui Jing hurried in the hall where the lights were bright and the fairy clouds curled in, conveying the message. Chun Xiu, who was categorizing some imperial pills, raised his head and glanced at him and got busy again. What? Xiaotajin is besieged. Chun Qing, who was asleep on the case, flashed out of the hall in an instant. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4873. Wei Liujia, who was sitting by the side, slowly opened his eyes, looked around and said, "Then shall we go to be the leader?" Zhao Ting did not speak, but looked at Cui Jing, Chun Xiu, and Di Qing, who was in a big sleep, and found that they didn't mean to go to help at all. In the end, she couldn't help but said, "Aren't you going to help?" "Help? What can I do for you?" After Cui Jing delivered the news, the monkey eagerly took a fairy fruit from the case, then leaned on the pillar and ate it leisurely and muttered again. "It's not that Brother Jian has something wrong, and what other people have to do with us." Zhao Ting wanted to speak, but after looking around, he finally swallowed the words. She only understood now that all of these men were only looking at Jian Wushuang. Even as the master of the six-day realm, the little emperor was not in their eyes. Don't they fear that the sun will get angry and attack them? Zhao Ting thought about it, but he quickly negated the idea. Except that Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan had an inexplicable relationship, just a mysterious truth, they all captured people to the extreme. Zhao Ting had an intuition that the Gongzi Jiao's diffusion had been destroyed more than half, which definitely had a direct relationship with Diqing. At the moment, if you want to bring all of these onto the battlefield, I am afraid that only Jian Wushuang can come. She simply stopped worrying about these nostalgias and continued to sit up with her eyes closed. After all, even if the entire 6 days had fallen, there were Jian Wushuang and the others in front of them. I want your lives. With a sword squeezed out, repelling the digital fairy, Xiaotajin's whole body was surging with strands of black and white intertwined aura, with an irresistible force. That was his unique, immortal style, and he could fight against the sun. Once Yinxian understands the immortal style, it is equivalent to touching the realm of Dianxian with one hand, and it is like a crushing existence for ordinary Yinxian. The dozens of immortals led by the thin purple robe, at this moment, under the protection of more than 100,000 top repairers, suffered the smallest losses. but countless repairs are decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Facing the encirclement and suppression of more than 200 Yinxian, even 100,000 top repairers have collapsed. Immediately afterwards, with Chen Qing joining the battle, he abruptly resisted a wave of unstoppable shocks. His Royal Highness, leave it to me here. Chen Qing shouted in a deep voice, his strong Yanli blocking more than 10 Yinxian behind him. Behind is the six-day realm. Where can I retreat? Tell me? Xiao said angrily. Today is all killed in battle. Don't even think of taking a step back. Chen Qing was the first to follow Xiao. How could he not know his disposition? He said that fighting hard, it is absolutely impossible to take a step back. But the current situation is obviously coming from the six-day destruction realm. How can it be blocked? Except for that existence. Thinking of this, Chen Qing hurriedly said, Little Emperor, I'm going to see Brother Jian. We will definitely be able to survive this crisis. Xiao heard the words, stretched out his hand and pulled out his collar. Don't find him. Wouldn't it be impossible to win without him? Chen Qing wanted to refute, but seeing his cold face, he had to gritted his teeth and said, Then you can only fight to the death. After letting go of him, Xiao Dijuan rushed forward, facing the army of Yin Xian, and raised his sword. Little Emperor, don't force me to wait. A black big palm over the sky forced it back, and Yin Xian, who was obscured by the dark clouds and couldn't see his true content, said in a cold voice, and two red eyes shot out. We only destroy the six-day realm, you can leave. With a fierce spit, he wiped off the blood on his face. Xiao Dijuan said in a cold voice, The young man sent you here? So what? What is not? Your six-day realm will definitely not be able to keep today. The leader Yinxian said coldly, What are you using to stop it? The army behind you is just for making up the number. Xiao Dijuan smiled coldly. I can guarantee that as long as you step into these six-day realms, no one will want to go out alive. Ignoring his threat, he directly led nearly 100 of Yinxian as the head Yinxian to meet him. In an instant, it was capable of destroying hundreds of thousands of celestial realms, and it rose to the top, emitting extremely brilliant brilliance, bursting open before the six-day realm. Just this shock, the entire top repair army was directly wiped out by 1/10. Every Xianxian who came to this realm was extremely cold and tyrannical at the same time. Every time they make a shot, they can directly wipe out dozens of top repairers, and countless top repairs quickly die. All kinds of powerful moves are irresistible divine punishments for the top repairers, and they can easily destroy the source just by contamination. Damn, a bunch of craps. Chen Qing fought bloody, and wiped out an immortal Yinxian with a palm. Thousands of dazzling lights suddenly condensed behind him, and a dim treasure appeared, all for Lao Tzu go to hell. He manipulated the huge treasure, like a peak, dragging the offensive of more than a dozen immortals. The thin purple robe also led less than 50 Yangxians in a resistance. But even so, it still cannot conceal the trend of decline. More than 200 Yangxians are like an incomparable arrow, piercing into the heart fiercely, unable to pull out. And, as these eternal immortals continued to deepen, streams of light swept from the void in all directions. Every streamer is a fairy. Xiao Daijan's heart also sinks. This time there are more than 100 immortals who have come to the six-day realm. They stood in the void, and then resolutely joined the battle. Nearly 400 immortals. This is a scene of destruction. The little emperor was stunned in the same place. His face was red and bloody. Mobilizing 400 immortals, who in the entire big division can have such power? The fall of the six-day realm is a foregone conclusion. This is no longer just a force that young Master Shan can use, and it is bound to contain forces sent by other emperors. With the participation of nearly 100 immortals in the battle, directly overwhelmed the top repair camp in the six-day realm like a ruin. Countless top repairs died. The portal hole opened in 6 days. Chen Qing's treasure image was smashed in an instant, and various rushing powers shining into the void. Such a battle involving more than 500 Yangxians was almost the most massive battle since Emperor Zhen Wuyang established the Daisai domain. Their goal is to completely destroy the entire 6 days. The void collapsed, The six-day realm door opened wide, and no force could stop them. And this first one is Tianyu. His Royal Highness retreat. The six-day realm is not guaranteed. The thin purple robe said in a hoarse voice when he arrived behind Xiao Dijuan. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4874. After withstanding the fierce attacks of nearly 20 Yangtzeans, Chen Qing's immortal body was almost broken. He was already shaky. 100,000 repairs are already less than 10,000. Only a dozen of dozens of Yangtzean have fallen. After opening the portal of the Six Heavens realm, the Degutian realm that bears the brunt is on the verge of breaking. The various forces that caused the shock of the heavens burst out completely. The power of more than 400 immortals directly shredded the entire Degutian universe. The heavenly air transport, the land plane. At this moment, all turned into powder and scattered. At this moment, several figures stood outside the hall, all looking up at this scene with solemn expressions. Looking through the hazy cloud layer, looking at the continent plains, floating in the void after being shattered. It is indescribable miserable. Cui Jing's expression was a little nervous. It seems that this time it is really moving. The Gudian has been shattered. How many immortals have come here? Looking at this situation, I am afraid at least 200. Zhao Ting said in a rare voice. Much? How much? 200. Cui Jing opened his mouth, as if he had heard the most absurd words. The immortal yin who came here may be far more than 200. Chun Xiu said at this time, and then he stretched out his palm to point to the void above his head. Sure enough, following the pointing of Chunky's hand, streamers of various colors converged in the void, and there were no less than 300 or 400 points under the count. Each streamer represents an immortal. But in this instant, they completely annihilated the Daegu Tiantian domain and attacked the next heavenly domain. Good guys, aren't they rushing to us here? Cui Jing looked a little ugly. Hundreds of immortals. I'm afraid we... With the dignified and deadly atmosphere, Di Qing stretched out from the temple. What is noisy and rants? A good night's sleep is disturbed. Chun Xiu and others saw Di Qing awakening from sleep and felt calm in their hearts inexplicably. Although they didn't know the depth of Di Qing's realm, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Cui Jing immediately said, a total of 300 to 400 Yangtzeans, all of whom have entered the six-day realm. I am afraid that it will not be long before they hit us. Di Qing came to the outside of the hall and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, dozens of streamers had already broken through the barrier and poured into Xiaogushan. Good fellow, it seems that those who want to kill young Master Yin are no less than those who want to kill young Master Imo. Di Qing slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Cui Jing asked, are we going to escape now? Escape? Where to escape? Di Qing glanced at him, then looked at the immortals who were about to descend from the sky. Wu Shuang has not yet returned. If we leave now, we will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Just stay here, kill as many immortals as you come. Di Qing's golden eyes suddenly sharpened, and layers of red-gold ripples surged around him with a trembling breath. Then he directly ascended to the sky. I'm afraid it's not crazy. Cui Jing was dumbfounded. He is not crazy, he is ready to fight. Chun Xiu said, drew a dagger condensed by power from his waist. Cui Jing gritted his teeth. Then I will be crazy. Above the dim sky, nearly 100 Yangtzean stepped into Xiaogushan at the same time. Looking at this extremely abundant universe, they didn't hesitate to directly urge the force to destroy it. At this moment, a lazy and cold voice suddenly resounded from all directions. A bunch of unopened shops. Get out. All the Yangtzean gathered here, their eyes condensed, and then looked straight ahead. Di Qing stepped into the air, but the power released by the whole body was all restrained, like the most humble top repair. Hearing this insulting sound, the leader of the old My Yangtzean's eyes suddenly condensed, and he screamed, I want to die. After the words were over, a black pagoda that shook the sky and the earth smashed down from his hands. Di Qing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Facing the black tower that was rising by 1,000,000 feet against the storm, he made a shocking move. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and directly spit out. Just such a spit, facing the wind, like shooting a divine arrow from the sun. Suddenly spit on the black tower. Rumble. That mouthful of saliva exuding golden light easily smashed the black tower, and then shot at the old Ma Yincian unabated. Chirp. With the millions of feet of black pagoda shattered, old Ma Yincian slowly lowered his head to look at his immortal body. I saw that from the neck down, the entire belly of the fairy body disappeared, and even the fairy source was directly annihilated into nothingness. Why, what's the matter? Until the final fall, he couldn't believe that he was spitting to death. The sky fell into a dead silence, and all the Yincian gathered took a step back, watching Di Qing vigilantly. I said that you can destroy the entire six-day realm wherever you want, but here is the only way. Di Qing looked at them and said lazily, Smuggles, did I say clearly enough? Do you need to repeat it? Again? After a short period of death, a middle-aged Yincian with a clean face and no need took a step forward and said in a condensed voice, Who are you? We will not embarrass you. It's not difficult for me? Di Qing raised his brows. That's how you guys of the younger generation talk to Lao Tzu? Having said this, Di Qing directly stretched out his hand and held it in the air. Then the middle-aged Yincian could not speak. His complexion was purple and black, and even Yanli was directly pinched out. Then, his head burst open without warning, and even his entire fairy body was torn apart. I repeat it one last time. Now I leave here. This seat will not be held accountable. If I insist on destroying this place, I will kill you. Di Qing brushed his sleeves, his face sinking like water. At this moment, all Yincian felt a kind of supreme pressure inexplicably. That kind of pressure made them all hesitate, and for a while, no one dared to step forward. But with more and more immortals soared into this little lonely sky, and the atmosphere began to change from dead silence to restlessness. In the spring and autumn period, Cui Jing, Zhao Ting, and Wei Lujia's Yincian also came, all looking solemnly at the overwhelming Yincian ahead. Facing such a situation, Di Qingyun was calm, as if he didn't pay attention to it at all, but then a secret sound came from his mouth. Hey, listen to me. I haven't fully recovered yet. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with so many immortals. So if you don't scare them away later, how far will you run? Do you understand? Chun Xiao and others all turned from shock to helplessness, feeling like they were on a broken ship. Cui Jing's expression turned bitter. I put such a big aura together with you. Was it to scare them away? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4875. The sky above the sky is all covered by the huamong of immortals, and the forces gathered by more than 400 immortals are unimaginable. The atmosphere became more restless. The more than 10 Yangtzeans in the lead also glanced at each other at this time, and then sent a tentative blow. Yin force surging, like a startling dragon violently plundering Xiang Diqing. He smiled coldly, his palms suddenly closed, and thousands of golden lights shot up, like a big net bag strangling down. The more than a dozen Yangtzeans didn't even have time to retreat, and they were all strangled by Jin Mang and turned into fans. Those who dare to take the first step, die. Di Qing drank coldly, and at the same time an invisible treasure that covered millions of miles appeared. All Yangtzeans were frightened, but after they looked at each other, they all released their forces in the next moment, strangling together. Di Qing, who was originally extremely arrogant, saw this mighty scene and said directly, Run? At the last moment, it also revealed the improper bravery of Spring and Autumn and the others, and at the next moment, they turned back and ran without a trace. Catch up and run them to death. As the trembling sound resounded, the entire Shaogudian began to fall apart. The continent plain was shattered, and the six-day realm excluding the Wanmushan, the vastest heaven outside Degushan, and Ziyagushan eventually shattered. Wherever hundreds of Yangtzeans passed, Tianyu was destroyed. So far, the entire six-day realm has been damaged. His Royal Highness, go find Brother Jian. Otherwise, the entire six-day realm will be destroyed. Chen Qing's face was exhausted, and he was already at the end of the force. Outside the emptiness of the six-day realm, the little emperor was totally lost. The thin purple robe also said at this time, His Royal Highness, go to the Sword Heaven official. The six-day realm is destroyed, and all the details will no longer exist. And the remaining 10 Yinxian around him, none of them dared to speak. At this time, all the foundations of the six-day realm were almost wiped out. Even if the Sword Heaven official appeared, I was afraid that it would not be able to recover. There was a ray of divine blood pouring out of the corner of his mouth without warning, and Xiao Daijin's figure was shaky. The thin purple robe stretched out his hand to support him, and then handed him a square scarf. Slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Daijin's gaze seemed to become compromised. Go to the third heaven and meet the Sword Heaven official. Where are we going to escape? There are chasing soldiers behind. Cui Jing's panting voice resounded in the void, and Chun Xiu and others followed Di Qing, fleeing desperately. At the forefront, Di Qing closed his eyes tightly, as if feeling some breath. Stop talking. I'm feeling where Wu Shuang is, Di Qing said, then opened his eyes and looked into the deep void ahead. There, it was the third horizon in the next 3 days. After Xiao Gudian was completely wiped out, hundreds of Yinxian horses kept running, and also followed Di Qing closely and gathered for the next 3 days. If we rashly brought so many Yinxian to Brother Jian, won't something happen? Stopping in the void of the third heaven, Cui Jing said nervously. Of course something will happen, so the top priority now is to call Wu Shuang out and let's leave here together. Di Qing frowned and said, You guys go in and find Wu Shuang. We'll stop here for a while. Chun Xiu nodded. He was not an indecisive person. Dang even soared into the third heaven. With the arrival of Di Qing and the others, it was Xiao Dijuan and Qin Qing who came to meet. When Qin Qing saw them, he said with joy, My dear, I know that there is nothing wrong with you. You are also looking for Brother Jian? Cui Jing greeted them. His mother, there are too many gangsters. Come here and leave here with Brother Jian before making plans. Qin Qing gritted his teeth. Just in the time to speak, those immortals who are like Tarsus maggots also came. There are still more than 400 Yangxians left, and they are like the stars of the sun, and the aura that they exude is depressing to the extreme. For 100 Yangxians, even if you look at the entire Desiyu, are unimaginable existence. Excluding Dian Immortal, they are the pinnacle forces in the entire Great Division region, waving their hands to destroy the stars and destroying the universe with their fingers, so that they were able to push the Emperor's son under the seat of Zhen Wuyang like a dog of the mourning family, arrogant to the extreme. Let's get out of the way. I'm only waiting to destroy the six-day realm, and the rest of the immortals will not be affected. The black-robe immortal urn, who was shrouded in dark clouds, said, Otherwise, you will all funeral. Di Qing's face was stunned, and there was a touch of disgust in his eyes. If I don't let it go, what should I do? No? Then die. The black-robe Yinxian screamed. Using his whole body as the origin, the void collapsed rapidly, and at the same time, one after another, like 9 nether pythons, drilled out of the collapsed void and went straight. Di Qing strangled and left. With his hands, nearly 100 Yinxian also released a full blow at this moment. All kinds of powers that can easily tear apart the laws of heaven, accompanied by billions of rainbow shadows, fell down. Damn it! Di Qing gritted his teeth. He hasn't recovered from the loss of a true life, and I'm afraid he will be hit hard again. Xianxian is above the heavenly way, beyond the shackles of existence. Even the most ordinary Xianxian can wave to create the heavenly way. Therefore, at the moment, the combined force of nearly 100 immortals can't even bear the rules of heaven. The endless void collapsed, and the shock it caused would even twist the next 3 days into dust. It's just that, the next moment, the sudden change occurs. The horrible blow that even the rules of heaven could not bear. But it has not fallen. Time seemed to stagnate, and even the collapsed void was closing. Sui Qing, who was gritting his teeth about to explode, was stunned when he saw this scene. Everything was strangely silent. Then a mysterious scene appeared, and a brilliant Tianhe that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles quietly floated above the void. and easily swallowed the blow that gathered nearly 100 immortals. All Yanxian looked towards the source of the river that day. I saw a spirit with his upper body naked, his body rising in blood slowly coming out of the barrier. With every step of his movement, has wisps of blood surging under his skin to the extreme. And behind this figure, there stood another figure in a black robe like a peak. A strand of ink dripped down the black robe into the void. He slowly raised his head, and a lot of blood began to escape from the original red-golden eyes. Sword Heaven official? The remaining Yanxian behind Xiao Dijuan and the tens of thousands of Ding Xiu opened their eyes wide at this moment, their hearts like drums. Xiaodijan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and then returned to peace. Di Qing also raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't even realize that after seeing Jian Wushuang appear, he would completely relax. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4876. Streaks of blood rushed like a mountain ravine, surging in his naked upper body, as if even the void began to tremble. Jian Wushuang felt that the surging force in his meridians seemed to have reached a certain critical point, and he needed to burst out completely. The uncontrollable scorching heat seemed to make his fairy body burn completely, and the figure that resembled a godlike peak behind him was a true shadow of Yuanjun, completely attached to Jian Wushuang's back. When the Tianhe vision disappeared, the hundreds of Yanxians were in shock and looked forward with lingering fears. In spring and autumn, Cui Jing and others also stabilized from the previous panic. As early as when the Yanxian army attacked the six-day realm, Jian Wushuang in the third day of the next 3 days was vaguely aware, but because he was in the Yuanjin's inheritance realm, the passage of time was different. The induction is minimal. If it hadn't been for Chun Qiu's voice, I'm afraid that the third heaven domain would be destroyed, and Jian Wushuang would wake up. Since you have come out, it's easy to handle. Shall we run away or fight? Di Qing looked at him, and inexplicably belligerent arose in his heart. Of course it is to fight back. Looking at Mantian Yanxian, Jian Wushuang had no fear in his eyes, and he even transported Yanli to the peak. The blood surging in his body is too exuberant and terrifying. It is almost different from when he has not yet gone to the third heaven. And all of this originated from the inheritance of Yuanjun. Although it took less than a month to enter the domain of Yuanjun, the time lapse inside was completely different from that of the outside world. Jian Wushuang had roughly calculated that 1 day is at least worth 100 years outside. In other words, Jian Wushuang has been in the field for at least 2,000 years. 2,000 years of continuous battles turned the karma that he had infiltrated in the Sand Demon Cave into thorough blood. Yuanjun stopped killing by fighting, and was promoted to the position of dying immortal by endless killing. His way is simple and pure, with only the word killing. And he handed it to Jian Wushuang. It was 4 words. The way of killing. Right now, Jian Wushuang wants to try to loosen the bottleneck and break through dying immortal. Step forward slowly. Di Qing, Chuanxiu, Cui Jing and others are no longer ready to flee. All of them follow behind him, facing the sky full of immortals, without fear. Under dying immortal, Jian Wushuang was invincible. Between the eyebrows, a 7-star system is slowly flowing, and the true shadow of the selfless blesses its body. Pretend to be a god. Yu Yanxian shouted, and then took the lead in leading more than 10 Yanxian flying away. All kinds of overwhelming powers are bombarded, and there is even a fairy-like atmosphere in them. Jian Wushuang stepped forward abruptly, stretched out his right palm, facing Yanxian who flew over, pointed like a sword, and slashed down lightly. A scarlet sword glow, rising by 1,000,000 feet against the storm, cut the void in half, and crazily shattered. Seeing this, the Yanxian who was on the top of the front hurriedly released Yanli, trying to cut the sword light. But this scarlet sword light is really too vast and grand, and even the rules of the heavens are easily broken, and the void ripples that it drives envelop them in an instant. Puff! A total of 13 evangelists, under this 1,000,000-meter scarlet sword light. The immortal body shattered and exploded into a cloud of blood. A single sword cut easily wiped out the 13 immortals. Such a shocking scene once again stunned the Mantion immortals. They couldn't believe it at all. This guy is just the peak of immortal regeneration. So why can he kill an immortal that is dozens of times more than him in one blow? Not only did they frighten them, but even Di Qing's brows jumped. He felt that Jian Wushuang's change seemed a bit too fast. When he first met in Xianzhou of Northern Heaven, he was just a fascinating evangelist until he strayed into the former heaven, fought in the heavens, and stepped into the fairyland. After these series of things, he seemed to have completely transformed into a long life. It's just that this growth rate is too fast, and even Di Qing is a little moved. The sword that was cut out used the hand as the sword, but it still issued 10% of the power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship and sword intent were unknowingly tainted by the way of killing, becoming bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. The depths of his eyes were no longer pure red gold, but mixed with scarlet. Hulla! It was like a pouring rain of ink, and the figure of Yuan Jun behind Jian Wushuang seemed to wake up, shaking off the raindrops on his black robe. A group of bug-like guys have only eaten their luck for so many years. Before they have completely become the climate, they have gone astray. If this is the case, just stay here. As Yuan Jun Zhunying's dull voice fell, the originally broken void began to be covered by patches of dark red tide. Under this dark red tide, all the immortals only feel that the source of the immortal is throbbing. The force of the evolving has accelerated the circulation, and there is an uncontrollable agitation in the meridians. Boy, these bugs will be handed over to you. Only after all of them are wiped out will I recognize you. This Yuan Jun Zhunying, after releasing these dark red tides, exhausted all its energy and then dispersed with the wind. Seeing that all over the sky, the bitterness of Jian Wushuang's mouth flashed away and then became extremely cold. The next moment, facing the sky full of immortals, he actually took the lead in taking the shot. His body was shattered into the void, and two big palms directly covered him. The few Yangtzeans who were trying to stop even just started to use their power. Their heads were shattered. Go together, slaughter for 6 days. The leader of the black robe Yinxian roared, and a long, narrow red wing shot out from his sleeve, twisting directly towards Jian Wushuang. Smugglers, Lao Tzu made you long eyes today. Di Qing shouted coldly, and at the same time millions of miles of void collapsed, and from a huge vortex, a giant claw surging with golden light descended. With the arrival of this giant claw, the entire void was completely chaotic. All the order and rules of the heavens were all in disorder, and the infinite wind surged from the broken place. Every piece of golden scales is clear to the extremely clear giant claws, gripping down fiercely, and there are immortals unable to dodge, directly destroys the source of the soul. As Di Qing joined the battle, the pressure on Jian Wushuang was also relieved. He drew the sword up, and the invisible sword in his hand had also turned dark red due to the infiltration of killing intent. A sword shattered a middle-aged fairy source. Jian Wushuang began to kill frantically. In the realm of Yuan Jun, he has fought Yuan Jun nonstop for 1,500 years. For the remaining 500 years, he only did one thing that had nothing to do with Kendo. He uses himself as a hammer and everything as a sword embryo, mechanically and repeatedly doing the most primitive sword drawing and slashing, completely abandoning any sword style. And the reason why he did this was because of the truth that Ding Beichun, who had been in the sword sky, day after day, who had not known how many years he had built a sword, had learned. From the avenue to the simplicity, it evolves to the complex. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 48-77. The initial opening of these billions of heavens and the earth, as well as how many reincarnations the universe has experienced, have long been beyond imagination. But all the avenues are pure and simple from the beginning. Swordsmanship is no exception. It also conforms to the principles of Tao Te Ching, and the various kendos, sword intents, and sword styles that are derived later are consistent with the principles of evolving to multiplication. Therefore, Jian Wushuang began to comprehend the most original true meaning of Kendo from Ding Beichun's simplest movements. And perhaps only he himself knew why Jian Wushuang did this. Swordsmanship is his foundation, his avenue. Going back to the source and seeking the ultimate true meaning may be able to open up a real path. He sat down with repeated and numb movements and rushed into the Tian Yinxian alone, completely disrupting the situation. Di Qing followed closely, with 10 wings bursting out of his back and constantly bursting out deadly golden feathers. In the spring and autumn period, Cui Jing also followed closely. A look of worry flashed between Wei Lujia's eyebrows, and then he rushed forward without hesitation. Zhao Ting originally wanted to stop him, but still retracted her palms, looking at the extremely unbalanced situation ahead. She sighed faintly, then used her strength to join it. The 5 fairy gods headed by Jian Wushuang, and one of the 9 ranked Dian gods, abruptly tore a hole in the surrounding. The 400 Yinxian camp was wiped out, nearly 80 people instantly under this rush. His Royal Highness, the 6 Heavens realm is already intact. The thin purple robe leaned over and said, "Let's do something for Jintian officials." Xiaotajin looked at the back like a god. A look of fatigue flashed under his eyes. "Go." Telling. Chun Qing couldn't wait. He wanted to fight with Jian Wushuang too much. Even if the fairy body only recovered slightly, he rushed out in an instant. The remaining immortals in the 6-day realm, go and follow Jian Tianguan. The thin purple robe brushed his sleeves and said in a condensed voice. The remaining 10 or so Yangxians glanced at each other, and then gritted their teeth and all rushed forward. With a sword slashing down the head of Yinxian in front of him, Jian Wushuang descended an ancestral technique, the heavenly gate of power. The magnificent Tianmin door opened, illuminating the entire void. And one party seemed to be carrying tens of thousands of rounds of the big sun with a giant finger cover pressing down. Suddenly hit the digital fairy. This is the most mysterious ancestral technique that Zhou Shun has given him. It made Jian Wushuang once invincible and supreme with half a step, and it was enough to collide with the virtual and true shadow without losing the wind. But now, after entering the study of the great evolving world, ancestral technique has shown fatigue, especially in the face of evolving immortals, although it can still achieve the desired effect. But if the eternal evolving is fully protected and avoided, it can still be to offset the heavy damage caused by the ancestral technique. However, Jian Wushuang could feel that the 2 ancestral arts of the power world Tianmin and Tianminjiu were definitely not the limit. There should be the last 2 styles. However, I don't know if it was because of entering the ultimate evolvement, or because of the complete dissipation of Zhou Shan's sentiment, the ancestral technique was completely blocked the ascending space, and in the end only these 2 types were left. Brother Sword, Chun Qing is here to help you. With a loud laugh, Chun Qing's godlike figure soared to Jian Wushuang's side. Pay attention. Jian cut towards Yinxian, who was chasing behind him. After Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled, he continued his fierce battle. The faction of Mantian Yinxian began to be chaotic. They were not sent by one force, but at least by the combination of 2 forces, and naturally began to collapse. But the 400 immortals were too vast and terrifying. Even under the combined force of Jian Wushuang and Di Qing, they collapsed without chaos and began to counterattack. There are only more than 300 people left at this moment. If there is no pressure from Di Qing, it will certainly not kill nearly 100 Yinxian instantly. Under the cover of Yuanjin's intention to kill, Jian Wushuang completely opened the way of killing, and for a while, no fairy could get close to him. In the field of Yuanjin's inheritance, he can comprehend his killing in a short period of thousands of years, which is also a mistake. This is because once in the Sand Demon Cave, Sha Qing, the lord of the Sand Demon Cave, designed to plant a karma on Jian Wushuang. It was precisely because of this that Yuan Jun was aware of the strong blood qi hidden in his body and directly converted the blood qi that could not be removed from Jian Wushuang's body into the meaning of killing. Only then did he realize the way of killing in just 1,000 years. Now, Jian Wushuang has 3 daos on his body. The main dao is the sword. The other 2 avenues are the way of guarding and the way of killing obtained from Yuan Jun. The way of guarding is the way he obtained when he ascended to the of the universe. Although it is dusty, it still exists, providing Jian Wushuang with a steady stream of luck and insight. He has gone beyond the scope of the ordinary fairy cultivating, and even the fairy cultivating who also masters the immortal style can hardly take any advantage under his hands, and will even die if he is not careful. No one Yanxian can stop Jian Wushuang's offensive, and even more than a dozen Yanxian team members will only be defeated. Facing such an unthinkable enemy, the assembled Yanxian has become a living target instead. But this situation was reversed next. End up. A deep shout sounded all over the void, with a striking aura. And with this deep drink resounding, Dang even got away from the 60 eternal immortals, and jointly released the vast evolving power. Because Jin Wushuang and Di Qing went too far into the Yanxian camp, they were the first to be affected. The Jetian array was magnificent, and a total of 60 Yanxians formed a six-sided array. The moment the formation was completed, everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Small bugs, dare you stop this seat? Di Qing was angry, and directly shook the tin wings behind his back. Thousands of golden feathers shot out, all of them towards the big formation barrier. Zhang clank. Jin Yu directly submerged in the barrier. Instead of breaking the barrier, it was absorbed and the big formation grew again. Di Qing frowned and frowned. This big array seems to absorb the damage. Jin Wushuang also frowned. He didn't like breaking the formation the least. It was a waste of time and energy, especially at this critical point, which was almost fatal. There are only two ways to break the formation like this kind of formation that can absorb damage and absorb transformation. One is to break through the critical point of the formation with one's own strength to get out of the trap, and the second is to defeat the formation by external forces. But in this formation, each formation consisted of 10 immortals, and it was almost impossible to break the formation from the outside, relying on Chunqing and Chuanxiu. Only break the formation from within. Jin Wushuang and Di Qing glanced at each other and made up their minds. The true shadow of the selflessness reunited and transformed into a treasure-like appearance. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4878. This is the second time that Jin Wushuang has condensed the true shadow of the selflessness. The first time to condense was to completely defeat Zhang Tianshi, the lord of the celestial sect of the immortal territory, and exploded his bitter wheel immortal style with the true shadow of selflessness. This is Jin Wushuang's second immortal style, a special immortal style independent of a little mountain and river. Accompanied by an unrestrained and wanton figure, Jin Wushuang's whole body burst into blood and energy, like the real shadow of the gods. Di Qing did not stop, and a black Wubao image gradually condensed, and it continued to expand and stretch for thousands of miles in the big formation. Chunqing, Chunxiu and others all backed away, watching this scene nervously. Through the colorful array, you can see a treasure image. A black crow is soaring wildly. Almost between dozens of interest rates, it skyrocketed to 1,000,000 feet. But the formation showed no signs of breaking. Based on 60 Yanxians, the formation is too solid. Although every Yanxian's complexion turned red, the steady flow of energy still firmly bound Jin Wushuang and Di Qing in it. At this moment, Jin Wushuang's true shadow of selflessness has grown to billions of millions of meters, which has exceeded the height of the previous battle with Xinyu Tianzong Zhangtian, but it still failed to burst the big formation. The clear black Wuboxiang has also reached a certain critical point. Damn, these gangsters are waiting for me to go out and crush them one by one, Di Qing said with a flushed face. He had just been damaged shortly after his life was damaged, and his strength was far from recovered, so that he was allowed to wait for this formation. Besieged. Jin Wushuang's brows furrowed tightly, and if Wumei Zhenying couldn't tear apart the formation, he might have to find another way. With the completion of the formation, the remaining 200 Yanxian began to march again in the next 3 days of the 6-day realm. Obviously, before they came to the 6 heavens realm, they were all given orders to destroy the 6 heavens realm desperately. Just when the formation was completed, the black-robe Yanxian, who had been mysterious to the extreme, and gave orders from time to time, soared to the top of the formation, quietly condensing a dark short sword with forearm length in his hand. The little emperor, who was watching from a distance, quietly condensed his eyes, and the next moment his figure directly violent, holding a soft sword resolutely rushed towards the big formation. The thin purple robe also set off at this time. following Xiao Dijuan closely. A group of evangelists who acted as the foot of the big formation constantly exchanged positions and released the evangelists to strengthen. When the next time Yin Xian exchanged positions, a dead silence, emptiness, black and white aura quietly rose. That was Xiaodigen's immortal style. The immortal style with a full blow burst out in one of the weakest positions. It is no easy task to act as an all-out script, and it is impossible to stop this all-out immortal style. Among the 10 evangelists, 4 fell on the spot, and the remaining 6 were all hit hard. At this point, the 6 formations, under the full blow of Xiao Dijuan, crashed one. It was precisely because of this blow that the entire array was on the verge of destruction. Jin Wushuang and Diqing, who were besieged in the formation, were also aware of them, and directly lifted the Wumei True Shadow and Black while boxing up again, finally breaking the entire formation. You want to die. The black robe Yin Xian holding a jet black dagger fell from the top of the big formation, looking at Xiaodigen with anger. Then his figure suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Until Xiaodigen noticed it again, the black robe Yin Xian had reunited in front of him. The long and narrow short sword that was condensed with black power fell directly and easily went into his heart. There, it is basically a place where immortals are generally condensed. This sword came rushing to kill. Xiaodigen's pupils suddenly condensed and then slowly collapsed. His Royal Highness. At this moment, the thin purple robe was completely lost. He flew over, condensing the power of his palm and rushing towards the black robe. The Hypo Yin Xian was also apparently taken aback. After reacting, he threw the little emperor's fairy body out like trash, and then fled. The thin purple robe caught Xiao Dijuan, and his original withered and steady face was filled with helplessness. Your Highness, Your Highness. My big companion tell Jin Wushuang, run away? Xiaodigen reluctantly opened his eyes and fainted after speaking these last words. The thin purple robe nodded, and after holding him tightly in his arms, he flew towards Chen Qing. Jin Wushuang, who had seen all this scene in his eyes, gradually cooled his eyes. Looking at the black robe Yin Xian who wanted to escape, he pursued without any hesitation. It was like a sword of slaughter that was soaked with blood. No Yin Xian could stop him. Diqing followed his Jiwei Jin Wushuang, who belonged to the Nineth rank Dian Immortal Strength, which was fully revealed at this moment. With a thought of mountains and rivers adding to his body, but after a few breaths, he tied the black robe Yin Xian, and then stabbed it with a sword. Heipao Yin Xian, who had no time to dodge, was directly cut off his right arm by Jin Wushuang. He was in pain, turned around and slammed out. Jin Wushuang did not dodge, and after resisting the blow abruptly, he stabbed it again. The black robe Yin Xian exhaled in pain, and the sword intent contained in the invisible sword poured into his meridians and strangled almost instantly. Damn thing. Today you have one count, and none will survive. Jin Wushuang said in a cold voice. The invisible sword in his hand was shaken, and Wubi's sword intent finally pulled it into powder. In the next moment, a vague voice resounded in the shattered void. What an extremely arrogant junior, both in speech and in acting style, are full of hostility. The world was silent, and all Yin Xian looked towards the place where the sound was made. Diqing's face was solemn, and he smelled a breath that only belonged to Dian Immortal. The dark red void was torn apart a crack, and then a middle-aged figure with his hands on his back came out from it. The breath surging around him was purer and more unfathomable than Yin Xian. As he walked around, even the broken heavenly Tao began to slowly repair. This middle-aged man is dressed in an elegant gown, and the clean face does not need to be quite elegant. After coming here, he looked at Jin Wushuang and slowly shook his head. I don't like the hostility that emanates from you very much, but in order not to delay my time, you leave here, and I will let you make a living. Jin Wushuang raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth raised. You? What are you? The rather elegant middle-aged man was taken aback. Obviously, he did not expect that a little fairy would actually humiliate him. When he reacted, the original elegant gown suddenly shook, and an unimaginable power beyond Yin Xian covered the entire broken void. Under this coercion, All the fairy tales felt bored. The fairy source shrank, and even the radiant power flowing in the fairy body was slow to a certain extent. What an unobstructed junior boy! Since you are begging to die, I will promise you and send you to death. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4879. Dian Immortal. That is the breath that only Dian Immortal can possess. A rather refined middle-aged man, with black hair dancing wildly at this moment, layers of dark blue diamond-shaped leaves like armor, also covering his gown. All the surging power in the void poured out towards him, constantly growing. Watching this scene calmly, Jian Wushuang violently agitated a high-pitched emotion deep in his heart. Wushuang, fast back. He is Dian Immortal. Daiking's voice came from behind in due course. Jian Wushuang looked back at him and smiled slightly. I have a sense of measure. Now I need this battle to know where I have grown. At the beginning in the Divine Power universe, he was able to kill the Invincible Supreme with half a step of invincibility, trample on the snake to destroy the 8 wilderness, and fight against the virtual god. Now, in Dayanhuan, he is still the original Jian Wushuang, the Jian Wushuang who overwhelmed the ages. Is this guy crazy? Di Qing frowned and murmured softly. Does he not know the gap between the two? Or is he confident that he can defeat Dian Immortal? No, it's impossible. Di Qing shook his head, and he denied it in his heart. Even if Jian Wushuang's rapid growth shocked him, it didn't mean that he believed that Jian Wushuang could defeat Dian Immortal with the power of Yanxian. Even if you look at the entire Daisai area, or even Dayanhuan, there is absolutely no such precedent. Between the layers of realm, there is the sky moat. Even though he was thinking this way, Di Qing still looked at the back that was as tough as a god. Damn, what am I expecting? Not only Di Qing had such incredible thoughts, but even Yanxian all over the sky looked at Jian Wushuang with a foolish look. Yanxian recognized the middle-aged man who came to the 6-day realm at a glance. He was famous for a long time, but the 9-day fairy monarch who had traveled in the big division for decades, often dueling. His deeds of fame have been heard by almost the entire Yanxian of Desiyu. The reason why Chang Duoling was called the 9 Heavens Immortal Monarch is because on the day he achieved the position of Dian Immortal, he used his own power to slaughter the vast immortal realm in the Great Division. You must know that this 9 Heavens Immortal territory can almost be called, it is a superpower that ranks high in the entire Great Division territory, and each immortal territory has no less than 50 immortals. But just like this, the 9 Heavens Immortal territory was often slaughtered by one person, and none of Yin Xiandingxiu survived. And this battle was too shocking to the world and shocked the heavens. Emperor Zhen Wuyang personally ordered him to be detained and exiled to the Endless Sea for several years. After that battle, Chang Duoling's name was known to Yanxian. But at this moment, 9 Heavens Immortal Monarch Chang Duoling appeared in the 6-day realm again, which aroused a lot of momentum. The targeted Jian Wushuang not only did not escape, but instead faced off. This could no longer be described as a worm, shaking the tree and overpowering himself. To be precise, he was preparing to commit suicide without any suspense. Cui Jing rubbed his eyes vigorously and said in disbelief, Brother Jian, are you ready to fight Dianxian? Chun Xiu tightly held the dagger in his hand, without speaking. The young man who started from the prisoner of Montenegro in the next 3 days, and who has rarely spoken much so far, seems to have some kind of magic power to make those who follow him believe in him unconsciously, even if the goal is insurmountable. Of the sky. With one step out, Jian Wushuang's rich blood surging around his body began to be restrained, replaced by a clear and pure golden on tassel. It was as if he had entered a certain realm, and the strands of golden light began to flow between the shoulder-length hair, so brilliant that Yanxian could not look directly at its glory. Chang Duoling of the so-called 9 Heavens Immortal Monarch, at this moment, the whole body of the Confucian shirt was covered by the dark blue diamond-shaped armor leaf, and his aura climbed to a terrifying state. Junior, go to death, he said coldly, as if he had lowered his punishment. The endless void shattered, and even the dark red tide water field arranged by Yuanjun True Shadow was torn under this breath. Deep blue torrents of 10,000 feet thick and thin, drilled out of the broken void, like a real dragon in the world twisted and rushed, all strangling Xiang Jian Wushuang. There are hundreds of these deep blue torrents like the great pillars of the sky, hanging from the cracks in the void, a scene of ruining the world. All evolving immortals are horrified. This is a completely indiscriminate offensive. Once it is contaminated, it will be completely destroyed. So at this moment they were in a tacit understanding, and they all retreated quickly to avoid being affected. And Di Qing and the others also held their breaths, and were extremely nervous. The blow of Dying Immortal is 10 times, or even 100 times better than that of Dying Immortal. I am afraid Jian Wushuang will have a big crisis. The deep blue torrents that destroyed the void collided with each other and swallowed him completely. Only the whistling sound of torrents remained in each Yangxian's ears. Chang Duoling looked at this scene and smiled disdainfully, the incompetent. But the next moment, a sword aura burst into the sky, and a million zhang sword aura rushed and split, and after directly cutting the deep blue torrent in 2 sections, the smashing attack continued to Chang Duoling. He raised his brows, and then pressed his finger away, with endless strength, directly offsetting a million sword energy. This scene was so fast that it would all end when all Yanxian who was watching reacted. The raging deep blue torrent dissipated, and the figure still stood on the spot, without even making any movements. The long hair behind his back moved slowly. Jian Wushuang seemed like a big day that couldn't be seen directly, and then stretched out his right hand, facing Chang Duolingji and pointing it out. Boom! A giant finger across the sky condensed, crushing forward heavily, and wherever it passed, the void was plowed by a million-mile ravine. Chang Duoling's gaze condensed. He didn't expect this ant to be in trouble, but his hand was unambiguous, and a palm slammed out. The 2 supreme Yanli forces collided in a big way, and the wind and air currents swept across the void, and Yanxian, who was a little closer, was almost lifted out. Di Qing browsed slightly. S eyes towards Jian Wushuang's back are full of solemnity. This was only a couple of fights. Let him understand that Jian Wushuang did not do anything uncertain, and this battle with Dian Immortal, I am afraid the ending will be reversed. It is unimaginable to fight Dianxian with Yanxian and have been undefeated several times. At this moment, even Chang Duoling couldn't help but wonder, this is just a junior at the peak of immortality, how could it withstand his offensive and counterattack? And Jian Wushuang, at this moment, also slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. During these several encounters, he had reached the realm of Chang Duoling's reality. Di Qing said earlier in the morning that Dian Immortal has 3 most important realms, which are 3 or 6 or 9 turns, and each turn is a complete transformation. However, the promotion from Yanxian to Dianxian is not directly at the beginning of the 3rd stage, but is referred to as the initial stage. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4880. The initial realm is the initial realm of Dianxian. Right now, the 9 heavens immortal monarch Chang Duoling was in such a realm of Dian Immortal, which was far away from the realm of 3rd Revolution. Rao was so, that was the real Dian Immortal, and Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented pressure. Junior, no matter how much resistance you do, it is useless. I want you to die, and now no one can save you. Chang Duo made a sneer at the corner of his mouth, like a last pity. Jian Wushuang also sneered, is that right? The so-called Dian Immortal can only slap? Are you going to drown me with saliva? Chang Duo's complexion was cold, and his palms suddenly reminded him, and suddenly there were thousands of dark blue beetles on his body. Every beetle is full of violent power. Jian Wushuang held high with his left hand, and a sacred mountain appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. Boom! Every piece of a leaf smashed on the top of the mountain, and there was a burst of explosions. He started to retreat, the galaxy between his brows slowly circling. The mountain only resisted for a moment, and then a body with supreme power violently shot at Jian Wushuang. Because the speed was too fast, when Jian Wushuang made a fight, the unstoppable force directly bombarded his fairy body. The shattered void immediately scatters layers of ripples. Chang Duoling's expression was cold, and after a heavy blow, he exploded completely in Jian Wushuang's belly. Thousands of punches in a flash. Every blow is enough to break the source of the ordinary eternal fairy. Boom! With the last punch passing through the body, Jian Wushuang's entire fairy body was punched with a big hole. And then Cheng Duo made a cold smile, and hundreds of dark blue armor leaves suddenly reflected behind him, all bombarding him. The void, which was already shattered, was completely covered again by the dark blue martyrdom. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion, and the results were separated. Cheng Duoling stepped back slowly, and regret flashed in his eyes, but the regret in his eyes had not even disappeared. A stream of light suddenly flashed out of the center of the explosion, and he rushed toward his front door and blasted over. That streamer was Jian Wushuang. The wound in his belly was far from healed, and the entire fairy body was shattered. This was the last thing Cheng Duoling saw, and his face was hit by the heaviest crit in history. His eyes suddenly went dark, and then turned around. At this moment, Jian Wushuang condensed the two ancestral arts of the power world Tianmin and Tianmin Jiyu into his fists, and blasted them fiercely. This fist that had gathered all the power of the ancestral arts exploded in Cheng Duoling's face. He smashed down with one punch, 1,000 punches in a flash. The power contained in each punch could also cause heavy damage to Yanxian. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to close his hand, a big palm suddenly grabbed his fist and then squeezed it hard, directly crushing his fist into powder. Damn shit! Who allowed you to do this? Cheng Duoling roared angrily, and then subconsciously blasted his belly with a punch. But it smashed into the air, because Jian Wushuang's immortal body was completely broken at the moment, and the punch directly passed through his broken immortal body and through into the air. The sword has no double-faced color and is cold, and the only left hand quietly condenses an invisible sword, facing Cheng Duoling in front of him, and stabbing his fairy body fiercely. Ding, ding, ding. Invincible, the invisible sword that can sever the universe, breaks every inch at this moment, and then shatters. Cheng Duoling was startled at first, and then smiled sullenly. The reaction is really quick, and such an offensive can be completed in this instant. If I am not wearing a 9-day clothing, I am afraid it would be really troublesome. 9 heavens, Yishuan. Jian Wushuang's heart was stunned. He wanted to retreat, but he was still a step late. There are nearly 1,000 deep blue leaves swept towards Jian Wushuang, and then burst directly through its fairy body. Pain, an unbearable pain, is like worms gnawing at the heart. Jian Wushuang's dilapidated fairy body was almost shattered under the cutting of these beetle leaves. In the center of the blast, he endured the severe pain of the broken body and directly squeezed dozens of Jipine pills into his mouth. Immediately, layers of colorful halos agitated from the blast. All Yanxian watched this scene with bated breath, as if they had forgotten the original intention of coming to the 6th heaven realm. He suppressed the urge to rush to the rescue, frowning. But when he saw the figure appearing alive again, he secretly relieved, and at the same time he was a little confused. What kind of physique is this guy? The immortal body is about to be shattered, so he can live like this? At this moment, Jian Wushuang swallowed dozens of Jipine pills in one mouthful. His whole body was wrapped in layers of colorful halo, and the immortal body instantly recovered as it was before. He even felt a little hot, and the meridians seemed to be about to burst, and he needed to vent. Seeing this scene, I often make the corners of my eyes twitch. What is this guy who is just a fairy? You must know that his offensives were placed on common Yanxian, who had been bombarded into dregs long ago and died thousands of times. Afterwards, facing Cheng Duoling, Jian Wushuang rushed away again, and he reunited the invisible sword, releasing a sword intent that shocked the earth. Unparalleled Kendo, the first style of Xingyehu Heijianyani. Star, a sword light rising from the sky, rising against the storm, tearing apart the void, swallowed away with hundreds of thousands of feet. Such a sight made Cheng Duoling a little moved. Subconsciously, he no longer regarded Jian Wushuang as an ordinary Evangelion, but as an evenly matched opponent. Facing such a fencing style, his face was solemn, his left arm suddenly raised, and the hundreds of millions of dark blue stars swept away directly. My heavens and stars have changed, Even the ordinary Dian immortal can only evade. I want to see how you break it. Chang Duoling looked ahead meaningfully. Boom. The void was illuminated for an instant. The star-shaped sword intent collided with the heavens and stars in disguise, and the most brilliant scene broke out in. This was their common full blow, which made all the evangelists who watched the battle become disillusioned. They couldn't believe that a Yinxian could actually fight against Dianxian back and forth, or even a big fight. How can that be? If it hadn't been for this scene, all Yinxian would definitely not believe it. Even a great Yinxian in the initial realm is enough to easily obliterate hundreds of Yinxian, which is a crushing existence. But right now, their deep-rooted thoughts are gradually being disintegrated by the figure that dared to compete with Dian Immortal. Damn, what is this guy? Dian impersonating? Looking at the scene ahead, Chang Duoling's eyes were splitting, and he couldn't wait to swallow that figure alive to relieve the depression in his heart. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4881. That kind of sword intent of the galaxy, the lake and the sea, did not easily destroy his heavens and stars, and Jian Wushuang even came to him unscathed. He didn't want to believe that this guy was the realm of Yinxian. Damn it, say, are you the realm of immortality or Dian immortal? Jian Wushuang was hot all over, and his mind was a little dizzy, as if he was a little drunk, but he still held a sword and pointed it at him. Whether I am Yinxian or Dianxian has anything to do with you. This does not prevent me from taking your life next. Chang Duo made an angry smile. Well, what an arrogant mess. Today you will never leave alive. The stars are dead. He was furious, his hands raised. Immediately, patches of nebula light up quietly in the originally broken void. In the colorful nebula, there are countless stars quietly lit up, drawing a big picture of the nebula. As soon as this nebula came out, all the fairy tales changed their colors, and then they all turned and ran without any image. Di Qing waved his hand to release the enchantment, spring and autumn and the others, as well as the tens of thousands of top repairs remaining in the six-day realm. Then, the big picture of the endless nebula in the void began to change color, like a scene of annihilation, and the dotted stars in it began to sink. Jian Wushuang was under the big picture of the nebula with a solemn expression, and then he responded. The selfless real shadow treasure phase condenses, and it soars by billions of meters in an instant, actually directly resisting the big picture of the falling nebula. Then, true shadow of Wu Mei, who had been keeping her eyes closed, quietly opened her eyes, and Huang Shenwei was here. The falling stars extinguished directly when they touched the pale golden divine power, causing the void to vibrate. Jian Wushuang held the sword with one hand. Behind him was the true shadow of Wu Mei, and the front was Nine Heavens' immortal monarch Chang Duoling. For a moment, a chill rose in Chang Duoling's heart. He simply couldn't understand that when he went to destroy the six-day realm, he would be dragged down by an immortal, or even crushed. This is simply a matter of great humiliation. If it were to be spread out, it would be absolutely intolerable for him, who had slaughtered for 9 days with his own power. Therefore, there is only one solution, and that is to destroy the entire six-heaven realm and that immortal. Chang Duoling's eyes gradually showed a cold, dying breath, and he seemed to have returned to the day when the Nine Heavens' immortal territory was slaughtered on the eve of exile in the endless sea. The entire star Nirvana map was blocked by the true shadow of Wu Mei, which bought Jian Wushuang time. Holding an invisible sword, he appeared in front of Chang Duoling in an instant and cut out with a sword. Chang Duoling didn't dodge or avoid, and straightly met the blade. The 9-day clothing mysterious layer formed by countless dark blue armor leaves on his body is the supreme treasure. The origin is no longer known. It was obtained by traveling through the 10,000 realms in a dilapidated cave when he was young. Even if the Nineth rank Dian immortal holds the supreme treasure, there is absolutely no possibility of breaking the 9 Heavens Yishuan, and this entire 9 Heavens Yishuan is his true support. And about these 9 days Yishuan also involved a secret. Chang Duoling slaughtered the 9 Heavens immortal territory because the Lord of the 9 Heavens knew that he had a supreme treasure in his hand, so he fought for it. In his anger, he fought for 9 days, and finally slaughtered the 9-day immortal realm with his own power. When the 9 heavens immortal territory was slaughtered, he was wearing such a treasure to offset all the damage caused by the immortal. This shows the mystery of this 9-day clothing mysterious. Immediately afterwards, the invisible sword in Jian Wu's hands broke again without any accident. A fierceness rose in Chang Duoling's eyes, and as he was about to take a shot, there was a sudden tingling in his neck. A sword penetrated and cut his neck directly from the middle, and the blood spurted out. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth quietly curled up, and while retreating quickly, his left hand withdrew another invisible sword. Thank you for your previous notification. If there is no previous reminder, I'm afraid I would not have thought of cutting your neck. Chang Duoling was almost fainted with anger. He didn't expect that an immortal in this area would actually cause such a heavy injury to him. At the same time, he had lingering fears. If he didn't react in time, his head would be cut off on the spot. Zhou Xuan can avoid any heavy damage from the most precious treasure. This is Chang Duoling's pride. He accidentally said it, but he didn't want to be understood by Jian Wushuang, who knew everything. The sword that struck his neck almost caused him a heavy blow. The unbearable anger made him desperate. The stars are dead. The galaxy goes back. The endless fairy styles were released by him when he went crazy. The void that had originally been extinguished once again turned Star River, and Jian Wushuang's Wumei True Shadow finally couldn't hold on, collapsed and collapsed. Hundreds of millions of stars have come, tearing all the rules of heaven, and there are other celestial domains that are closer to the 6-day realm, which has also been affected by this. In an instant, at least a dozen heavens were wiped out. Under the dying of the stars, Jian Wushuang had to release the Yanli barrier to resist hard. The power of dying immortal was far beyond what he had imagined. Every dying star fell on him, enough to cause heavy damage to Jian Wushuang. He was struggling to resist, and Chang Duoling's figure appeared before him here. It's a pity that you are such a good seed. If you are not against me today, you will never be able to reach dying immortal in the next 5 years. But it is a pity that it will end in my hands. As he said, he stretched out his palm to hold Jian Wushuang's neck tightly. The power of his left hand condensed thousands of layers, and then suddenly slammed into Jian Wushuang's obviously bulging stomach. This punch, even the same realm dying immortal could not bear. But Jian Wushuang completely endured it. He looked weird, as if there was something in his throat, and then facing Chang Duoling, he opened his mouth and spit out a colorful rainbow. Chang Duoling was caught off guard, and his face was covered with something Jian Wushuang spit out. Ah. And after vomiting these things, calm Jian Wushuang seemed to be very comfortable. His legs suddenly slammed frequently, and he swept 1,000 feet away in an instant, leaving him standing in place. The colorful shadows covering his head and face began to quickly penetrate into every pore. Then a majestic and vast unknown aura spread from Chang Duoling's body. Jian Wushuang, who had been watching this scene from afar, had a bad premonition in his heart. The things he vomited just now had been swallowed too many Emperor Pin pills before, and could not be absorbed at all for a while, so they accumulated in his belly. Never wanted to be punched out by Chang Duoling with a punch, mixed with the effects of nearly 60 Jipin pills, and spit out all his brain on his head, and then was absorbed inadvertently. With so many medicinal effects, I am afraid that Chang Duoling will be promoted to the 3rd rank. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4882. You know that every supreme pill is the treasure of the Emperor's 6 crows. How can the pill that can be treasured by the Emperor have a common product? The energy rules contained in each of them are beyond imagination. Jian Wushuang swallowed nearly 60 pieces in one gulp in desperation. Even if he was an immortal body, he could absorb only 20 medicines. The efficacy of the remaining 40 Jipin pills is completely cheaper. Chang Duoling backed away, holding his head full of filth that he thought was actually the medicine dregs of great luck, and roared in shock. Miscellaneous, dare to insult me? As everyone knows, a good fortune has already been added. Layers of colorful ripples surged out from his body, and at the same time, There were hundreds of rainbow peaks across the void, and strands of smoke and dust formed a storm converging. Di Qing, who was watching from a distance, tightened his brows in an instant, and even Chen Qing and others felt a great crisis inexplicably. Promoted to rank 3, Wu Shuang is probably in danger this time. Di Qing murmured. Already in rank 9, he can naturally see the heaven and earth vision that Cheng Duering provokes. The initial realm is promoted to the 3rd rank. The universe has the same force, and the flowing great air luck adds to the body, which is the 3rd rank. He wiped off the scum on his face, and Cheng Duoling, who was about to do it, also noticed her own changes, staring at a loss and then surprised. It seems to be promoted. Jian Wushuang's brows curled together, and he felt the palpitating force fluctuations. In the initial realm of Dian Immortal, and with Cheng Duoling of 9 Heavens Yixuan, it is already difficult to get to the extreme. If he is promoted to rank 3, he may have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang suddenly urged himself, and a galaxy sword light surging out from behind him. Wushuang Kindo, Xinggehu Heijianyani, the 2nd style. River. Compared with the star-shaped sword intent, the river-shaped sword intent is more majestic, capable of breaking through the heavens. Even in the face of 100,000 ancestors, it is enough to crush it, and it is the cornerstone of the entire Wushuang Kindo, but not the sharpest sword style. Cheng Duoling, who was retreating quickly and was about to be promoted to rank 3, saw this scene. His face changed slightly. He felt that this sword style was even more unfathomable than before. It is absurd to be able to threaten Dian with the power of Yanxian. Cheng Duoling was furious, and with one arm stretched out, a more magnificent galaxy cover suddenly fell. The stars are dead. Countless big sun stars swept again. Jian Wushuang sat on the tide of the billion meters Jianhe River, his eyes calm to the extreme, as if he did not put the ruined stars above his head in his eyes. Then, under the gaze of all Yanxian, Jianhe at the head of the tide just waved his hand gently. The waves are surging, the giant river is in the sky, and the endless sword intent rises into the sky, brazenly facing the dying stars. The void suddenly shines, as if there are a million big suns in the sky. Everything is truly extinguished. Jing was naked. Jian Wushuang, who seemed to be coming from heaven, followed Cheng Duoling. The Jian River rushed and swallowed everything in an instant. The stars died, and the shattered void returned to silence. Even the Dian immortal aura that Cheng Duoling exuded completely disappeared. Only the sky-shattering, magnificent Kindo Tianhe, like a ribbon, straddles the heavens and domains, shattering all directions. This is a pure sword. There is no sword mixed with any great power. All Yanxians swallow their throats involuntarily. This sword is enough to leave the strongest stroke in their divine consciousness, and even in the endless years to come. How can I ask? The heavens and the thousands of domains, countless arrogances are shocking. Who can use this sword? Who can block this sword? This sword is too magnificent, so that it is difficult for Yanxian who diligently practice Yanli Dao to calm down. It turns out that Kendo can still be so reckless, so vertical and horizontal. Every Xianxian present had no longer considered the final outcome of this battle. An immortal, facing a prestigious Dian immortal, not only did not fall behind, but instead used his own path to the fullest. This battle will definitely remember them. The result is not important, but it is quite important. Di Qing stared at the front closely, and his palms under the extravagant clothes clenched into fists unknowingly. Chen Qing, Chen Xiu, Cui Jing, Wei Liujia and others are all eager to rush to fight together. Zhao Ting's gaze was difficult to understand, and most of it was shocked. When the hanging river in the sky dissipated and billions of sword intents returned to a moment, all the results would emerge. Jian Wushuang held an invisible sword with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally forward. The opposite of him is Cheng Duoling, the 9 Heavens immortal monarch. Ding! With the sound of voices, the invisible sword in Jian Wu's hands shattered every inch and turned into powder. Almost at the same time, Cheng Duo made the exposed fairy body shattered at the same time, except for the cover of Jutian Yixian. Divine blood spurted out, and even the deep blue Nine Heavens Yixuan was densely covered with mottled sword marks. Nine Heavens Yixuan. Really amazing, Jian Wushuang murmured softly, a ray of divine blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Chang Duoling, who looked like a blood man, didn't even have a piece of good flesh on his face, and his only intact eyes were looking at him with a complicated expression. This situation only existed for a few dozen breaths of time, and as the circle of colorful shadows returned to one, Chang Duoling, who was almost about to fall, recovered completely in an instant. The flesh and blood is as before. The immortal body is prosperous. Even the vitality of his whole body rhythm is strong to another state. Chang Duoling, promoted to the 3rd rank. I'm really curious. How did you sway Dian Immortal with the power of immortal regeneration? You must know that between the two, there are basically two existences. I can crush any fairy with a wave of my hand, even if he is the most stunning Tianjiao in the universe. When I was promoted to Dian Immortal, I slaughtered 9 immortal realms with my own power. In each immortal realm, there were no less than 50 Yinxian, and a total of more than 400 Yinxian died in my hands. There are countless top repairs. This is the power of Dian Immortal. Chang Duoling recounted the past word by word, looking at Jian Wushuang at Ukanshu. Calm. But today, you changed my opinion. If it weren't for me to be promoted to rank 3, I'm afraid that I would have fallen under that sword. You made my heart palpitations. If it weren't for Zhu Tianyishuan, I'm afraid I would be hit hard even if I was rank 3. Just one sentence for you. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang said, Say, are you Yinxian or Dianxian? Xianxian peak. The world is silent, and often the corners of his eyes beat fiercely. Even if he heard it with his own ears, he couldn't believe it. Looking through the ages, even in the battle of Emperor Zhenwiang ascending the emperor, the countless arrogances that emerged have not been legendary cross-border beheading. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4883. Yinxian is Yinxian, and Dianxian is Dianxian. The gap between the two is too vast. Even if the quasi-Dian Immortal understands the immortal style, it is almost impossible to fight the Dian Immortal. Therefore, Chang Duoling couldn't believe it. The corner of his eyes throbbed, and his eyes were cold. That's a pity. Today, I will never let you leave alive. Jian Wushuang's mouth slowly conjured up a sneer. The first time I can threaten you. The second time, it is more than just a threat. Chang Duoling sneered equally, and his figure suddenly disappeared into countless plumes of smoke and dust the next moment. Standing on the spot, Jian Wushuang instantly condensed an invisible sword, blocking him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the sword in his hand shattered directly, and his figure retreated 100 feet. Qi and blood surged. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, restraining the blood that was about to gush out. This understatement hit him severely. Chang Duoling, who was promoted to rank 3, was completely different from the previous one. Whether it was the control of Yanli or the use of the immortal style, he rose to another level. He already had the mentality of killing, and his shots were also fierce several times. He stretched out his hand, and a star halberd condensed from the stars fell into his hand. This is the real battle. The endless void was torn apart, and all Yangxian sighed. Xiao Dijuan also woke up leisurely, unable to condense the fairy source, but survived by this. Instead of pale, his face was covered with sickly blush. Supported by the thin purple robe, he watched the battle intently. This is an extremely unequal realm, but it has fallen into a fierce battle. Chang Duoling held a halberd with flowing stars, and with every attack, Jian Wushuang kept retreating. Originally, I regarded Jianxiu as a joke, and the number of Jianxiu cultivators who died in my hands is definitely no less than 50. They are nothing more than mobs, but now you have changed my opinion. If you are alive, you will definitely be able to ascend to the Sword Immortal, or start a sect, or take charge of 100 heavens. It is all easy. But if you are alive, I will not be able to return to life, and I will never allow it. Chang Duoling's voice was cold and his eyes were sharp. So, you must die in my hands. After he finished speaking these last words, The star halberd in his hand suddenly slashed down, as if he was crushing down with the endless stars. The invisible long sword shattered at the sound. Jian Wushuang's chest was torn, and a long and narrow bloodstain appeared. Then Chang Duo made the star halberd in his hand suddenly deformed, turning it into a soft whip, and directly bound him. Goodbye. He smiled weirdly, with his palms pointed like a knife, carrying endless power, and directly cut off Jian Wushuang's right arm with one palm. Divine blood spilled into the void. Not good. With a startled cry, Chun Xiu was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Di Qing. Di Qing looked at him and said in a condensed voice, "Even Jian Wushuang can't handle it. Even if you are all on it, it's just a dead end." Chun Xiu understands naturally, but if he doesn't save Jian Wushuang, he will be wiped out. Thinking of this, he seemed to have caught the last straw and looked towards Di Qingdo. "Here, only you can save Brother Jian." As the 9 ranks die an immortal, Di Qing is in the absolute realm. He has grown to the 9 ranks realm since ancient times. He has reached the highest level of growth strength, and can naturally be easily crushed but just promoted to the 3rd rank. Chang Duoling. But all of this must be established before he lost his life. He has lost his 2 true lives, and the battle with Chang Fu has made him weak so far, but even so, he can still save Jian Wushuang from Chang Duoling's hands. It's just that he doesn't plan to save Jian Wushuang now. He can feel that Jian Wushuang needs such a battle that is not equal at all. "I will shoot when necessary, but not now," Di Qing said. "I have a hunch that this will never be his limit." But Chun Xiu still didn't say anything in the end, looking solemnly at the void. At this moment, the void seemed to be soaked with blood, and Jian Wushuang was tortured. Every inch of his fairy body was crushed into powder by Chang Duoling mercilessly. "Let me guess where your Xianyuan is. Heart? Head?" Chang Duoling sneered. The immortal body where he passed by his palm became a powder. Jian Wushuang could not move. He could only let him disassemble the fairy body. The pain of bone and heartbreak made his temples sweat like syrup, but even so, he didn't say a word, and looked at Chang Duoling coldly. Chang Duo makes him look at him, and feels even more embarrassed. He dislikes this extremely calm gaze. He is already a dying person, and being so calm is simply against common sense. This look seemed to be with disdain and contempt, which made him rejuvenate his killing intent, and directly blasted out Jian Wushuang's belly with a punch. "It is unfortunate that you met me. If there is reincarnation, remember to converge," Chang Duoling said coldly, raising his arm, and the back cover came down. Thousands of stars died at the same time, and the general momentum emanating directly shattered Jian Wushuang's entire fairy body. The stream of light faded away, and finally escaped completely in the air. Seeing this scene, Yang Xiandu had heart palpitations, and such an unequal battle finally ended. After that, Di Qing appeared to Chang Duoling. With an extremely pale complexion, he was still a step late. "Damn chop, do you know the consequences?" Di Qing was furious, and 10 wings suddenly appeared behind him, revealing his unconcealed realm of strength. Rank 9 Dian Immortal. The endless coercion, like the 10,000 heavens falling down. The chill from the bottom of his heart made Chang Duo shocked. He knows very clearly what this level of coercion represents, that is an existence even more terrifying than him. At this moment, Di Qing was completely furious. Regardless of the damage to his life, he slapped Chang Duoling with a palm. Although it has been prepared for a long time, you read www.ukanshu. However, facing such a blow, Chang Duoling was directly taken hundreds of feet away. Miscellaneous, prepare to die. Di Qing walked forward slowly. The power of his body seemed to be burning, and the 10 wings behind him were beating in rhythm, exuding a powerful force. In the golden cage on the hibiscus tree in North Tianxianzhu, he slept for an unknown number of years. It seemed that he had not yet come out of the ancient battle. Until the anxious face appeared in his eyes, the kid with a certain purpose seemed to have a path in front of him. Entering the Sand Devil's cave, trespassing into the old heaven, and going to the great sky, everything brings him a different feeling. And he was also unknowingly willing to do things he shouldn't care about. Perhaps it had been silent for too long, and the endless years were too long, which made him change some attention. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4884. Although Di Qing was in between, ruining 2 true lives one after another, causing his cultivation base to plummet, he was still willing to continue like this. But all of this is not for now. The guy who was between calm and reckless perished. Everything seemed to return to dead silence. He shouldn't have died just like that. Even though he has been in the dead for several times, he was unharmed. But this time he will probably fall completely. The pain was enough to penetrate the pain of every drop of divine blood, making Jian Wushuang's divine consciousness extremely clear even though the immortal body was completely destroyed. He was like a ray of soul floating in the broken void, able to see and hear everything that happened. From an ultra-perfect chaotic creature to an immortal body, Jian Wushuang didn't worry about his true fall. Because the immortal body is too bad for the sky, even a mere obsession can be reborn in a short period of time. Even the Emperor may not be able to completely destroy him. In addition, in the final battle with Chang Duoling, he swallowed a few pills in advance, which was enough for him to fully recover in a very short time without any weakness. But now, he was not in a hurry to restore the fairy body, but floated into the Bo-Yang bottle scattered in the broken void. Jian Wushuang, whose fairy body was completely destroyed, felt an unprecedented sword intent. That kind of sword intent is the third form of the entire Xingha Lake Haijian intent. Chang Duoling, who was slapped 100 feet away by Di Qing, had a big humiliation flashing in his eyes, but he did not intend to fight back. Because the general momentum emanating from Di Qing's whole body is really terrifying. At least it is rank 6 Dian Immortal. At this moment, he just thought about how to get out of his body. With 9 days of clothing and a mysterious body, Chang Duo made Tai, who hadn't acted, been too scared. He thought that if he wanted to leave, Di Qing would never be able to keep it. Today you must die in my hands. No one can save you. Di Qing was furious and approached him step by step. The 10 wings behind his back were all rhythmic and stretched. At the same time, a huge black Wubao image came to the void. Chang Duoling gritted his teeth and stepped back. Just as he was about to flee desperately, a very familiar voice quietly sounded. A well-knotted palm was gently placed on Di Qing's shoulder. If you work, leave it to me next. Di Qing turned his head subconsciously and saw a handsome and determined face. No, Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled. Hurry up and put away all the supernatural powers and restore them soon. As he said, he went beyond the truth and moved forward firmly. At this moment, all Yangtzeans were shocked, and none of them could believe that this guy who died so hard that he could no longer die would actually appear again. Including Chuanxiu, Chen Qing and others all stared at the figure's back sluggishly. Walking slowly to Chang Duoling, who was also dull-looking, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly and said quietly, "Go ahead." "No, it's impossible. How could you still be alive? Haven't your Xianyuan been crushed by me?" Chang Duoling shook his head in disbelief. Jian Wushuang glanced at him. "What you see is not necessarily the final result. If you want to leave here alive, kill me." Recovering from the shock, he soon realized that Jian Wushuang must have used some treasure to seal the source of the immortal source before he was able to recover. Chang Duoling regained his composure, but he didn't plan to take action anymore. Once he was traumatized again, he might really be unable to take it off. But Jian Wushuang obviously didn't give him time to consider, and the invisible sword was condensed once again with a shake of his right hand. His gaze condensed, and he quickly said, "Why do you want to die? You can't even open my 9 heavens closed profound. Don't do anything in vain. If you didn't work before, it doesn't mean the final result. Today you will never leave alive." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and the invisible sword in his hand pointed forward. In the next moment, the void suddenly fell silent, and the boundless sword intent rose from behind him. Uncountable sword intents converge one after another to form a magnificent rainbow peak. But this scene only existed for a moment, and then all returned to Jian Wushuang. Chang Duoling took a half step back involuntarily, and he felt unusual. If the previous Jin Wushuang was a true sword with all its sharp edges, then at this moment, he had completely condensed all aura, as if a true sword was in a box, hiding its edge, but it was full of an indescribable sense of unknown. Facing such an immortal Yin Xian who had almost beheaded him, he did not dare to hold it big, and with a stroke of his hand, a star halberd appeared again. I only need a sword. Jian Wushuang's voice was ethereal, and his eyes condensed with the supreme sword intent. The original introverted sword intent was all vented at this moment. Uncountable sword intents are like hundreds of thousands of tassels, rising and rushing in the void. They all seem to have some kind of consciousness, and they are quickly connected to each other, constantly building. The entire void was illuminated by the endless sword intent, as if millions of rounds of great sun lifted into the sky. Even Yin Xian couldn't look directly at it at this moment. That is a heavenly gate, a magnificent heavenly gate that supports hundreds of millions of miles of void. It is constructed from countless sword intents, and it can no longer be described as a magnificent fairy trail. Jian Wushuang's clothes floated firmly, holding an invisible sword, stepping into the gate of the day. The next moment, the dust-covered Tianmen slowly opened, and countless swordsmanship pouring out, condensed into a quiet lake. And in that lake, there are clear springs gurgling, and the sun, moon, and stars are born in it. Then an extremely pure and mighty Huamong, like the brightest round of the sun, bloomed completely. Jian Wushuang led the sword with his hand, and came from Tianmen. His brilliance was so majestic that even the gate of heaven, flowing through the lake of life, was dim. That sword was unstoppable, as if its birth had been announced. It was an unstoppable sword that could only be endured. Even if the person facing him is an emperor, he cannot stop it. Boom. Chang Duoling's spiritual consciousness was blank. He had forgotten to resist. He just looked at that mighty sword idiotically, fell towards him. Such a sword style of Bona, but it also contains a blow to the extreme. No fairy can think of this sword. This sword has exceeded cognition. It shouldn't have appeared, it was not even a product of fantasy, but at this moment it was understood by Jian Wushuang. This sword is a sword that has pushed the entire Wushuang swordsmanship and Xinghu high sword intent to an unimaginable height, and the ultimate sword. Even the current Jian Wushuang has already confirmed that even the last form of the sword intent of the C word will never break through. This sword is not even a product of fantasy, but in the end it was born strangely. Wushuang Kendo, Xinghu Heijianyani, 3rd style. Lake. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4885. Everything is gone. Even the void is gone. The void spread by unimaginable energy was too vast. With the 6-day realm as the center, nearly 40 spheres were destroyed at the same time. You know, this is the heaven in Dian Huan. Every heaven is infiltrated by the rules of heaven, and its sturdiness is enough to support the battle of Dian Immortal. But right now, they are all destroyed. The entire 6-day realm was guarded by Di Qing's early release of Yanli in time. There are immortals who can't dodge, and they can't even make a sound. They are completely destroyed together under this sword. This sword is too majestic, can cut the sky, destroy the domain, and destroy the enemy, as if no fairy can stop this blow, not even the day fairy. The mighty lake-shaped sword intent lasted a long time. That day the gate was magnificent, and the lake flowing out of it was quiet and bone. Di Qing stared at that scene closely, and even he felt a complete heart palpitations. The infinite kendo that stretched like a river finally retreated, and the ruined void finally slowly revealed. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, with countless sword intent lingering. No one dared to look directly. He held the sword with one hand, and his eyes were extremely indifferent. In front of him, Chang Duoling remained standing, his complexion a little pale. Me? I lost? How could it be possible? Jian Wushuang ignored him, slowly letting go and backing away. Chang Duoling looked down as if feeling something. I saw that in his heart, an invisible sword with sword intent pierced through his fairy body. The purest fairy source quickly dissipated. The 9 heavens Ishuan that he was proud of, the supreme treasure that could withstand the attack of Dian Immortal, also broke a hole in his heart under Jian Wushuang's sword. The prosperity of a sword destroys a third-turn Dian. The world is silent. Ah. Chang Duoling seemed to want to say something, but his Xianyuan was so broken that he couldn't speak. On the eve of the imminent fall, Chang Duoling made a move. He tried his best to throw the Ju Tian Yixian on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand to take it and looked at him calmly. Your sword is too great. It would be a pity if you die just like this. I want to see how far you can disrupt to see you. After saying these last words, Chang Duo let his life fall. It was like stars falling, and it quickly dissipated in the void, and there was no possibility of resurrection at all. Jian Wushuang still stood still on the spot, and after stuffing the 9-day clothes Xian into the Boyang bottle, a faint tiredness flashed in his eyes. The First World War wiped out the third-ranked Dian Immortal. This is a scene that has never appeared in the past. He is like a lone sword fairy, standing in the void. Jian Wushuang slowly turned around, and at the same time he took a step forward. Divine blood spewed out from every inch of his skin. Then, he was like a touch of shock, falling straight into the endless void. The next moment, Xiao Dijuan and others all soared away, catching Jian Wushuang, who became a bloodman together. Di Qing slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, slowly turned around, and faced the 200 Yinxian left, suddenly bursting out 10 wings. One counts one, you all stay here. A belated slaughter began quietly. Under this final battle, more than 400 Yangxians who came to destroy the Six-Day Realm only escaped less than 20. The third-ranked Dian Immortal Chang Duoling also completely died in this battle. In the hazy chaos, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with difficulty. His brain is dizzy, as if he can't remember anything. In the chaos, he only heard an excited voice echoing in the hall. Big Brother Jian is awake. Brother Jian is awake. With the sound of rushing, Jian Wushuang only felt a lot of people coming around, and at the same time wisps of warm liquid dripped into his dry mouth. That kind of liquid contains extremely pure medicinal effects, rejuvenating the meridians as soon as you take it. After repeating this for a long time, Jian Wushuang barely opened his eyes completely. The one who caught your eye was Xiao Dijuan, and then Di Qing, Chen Xiu, Chen Xing and others surrounded him. Wake up, Brother Sword. Your fairy body is really terrifying. After suffering such a heavy dark wound, you can wake up in such a short time. Chen Xing said in a loud voice, full of admiration. Just wake up. Little Emperor Jun nodded and handed him the porcelain bowl in his hand. Jian Wushuang took a drink and drank it, then asked, How long did I sleep? Less than 10 years, said Di Qing, who folded his arms. I thought you would sleep for tens of millions of years. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and found that the immortal body was okay, then said, Fortunately, the injury is not too severe, and you can fully recover after a period of rest. Everyone looked at him like a monster. Being able to slay one of the most difficult Tier 3 Dian Immortals with the power of immortal emergence, and even recover in such a short period of time, this simply cannot be guessed by common sense. Chun Qing came up again and said with excitement, Brother Jian, I'm afraid you are already a sword fairy now? I think I can't stop the sword 10 years ago. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head slowly. No, I'm afraid there is still some distance from Jinxian. No way. Can't you break through the sword fairy with such a powerful sword? It is so difficult. Chun Qing was a little shocked. The so-called sword immortal is an illusory level, and this level is not linked to Yanxian. So far, the only sword fairy recognized by Jian Wushuang is Ding Bai. He is the real master of Kendo, just a marvelous sword. It amazed Jian Wushuang's cognition. If you want to become a sword immortal, I am afraid that the last sea character sword intent will appear, and the whole Xinghe Lake sea sword intent can be achieved. However, the current Jian Wushuang is confident that he can definitely resist Ding Bai just by relying on that lake-shaped sword intent. After all, even himself was amazed by the sword intent of the lake character. Little Dijuan pondered a little and said, Brother Jian, have you touched some great opportunities from Dian Immortals? Jian Wushuang shook his head again. It's still the same as before, stopping at the peak of Yanxian. I'm afraid it will take a long time to reach Dianxian. This is his truth. Even though he had realized the most outstanding sword in that trembling battle and killed a third-ranked Dayan Immortal, there was still no opportunity to break through Dayan Immortal. It is as if the upward road is blocked. Jin Wushuang guessed that the reason why he didn't realize the opportunity to break through Dayan Immortal was probably related to his inability to condense the source of immortality. If the promotion to Dayan Immortal must have the most basic source of immortality, I am afraid he will not be able to go further. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4886. Although Jin Wushuang hadn't found the opportunity yet, he was not too worried. As early as in the Divine Power universe, he made the road to promotion difficult because of his own physique against the sky. At the beginning, it was a threshold to be promoted to the Supreme, but now I am afraid that it is also a threshold to be promoted to Dayan Immortal, and it may even be hundreds of times more difficult than being promoted to the Supreme. From the super-perfect chaotic creature to the immortal physique of immortality, the promotion of realm is bound to be much more difficult than the ordinary evangelization. But fortunately, Jin Wushuang's strength in cross-border combat is still there. The battle with Jutian Xianjunchang Duoling allowed Jin Wushuang to realize his strongest sword, and at the same time let him know his current strength. Before the lake-shaped sword intent, he was strong enough to fight Dayan Immortal in the initial realm. If the lake-shaped sword intent was used, Jin Wushuang would be able to kill the third-ranked Dayan Immortal. In this big division, apart from the Wanggu elders around Jin Wuyang and Di Qing who is the 9th rank, there will be few Yinxian who can threaten him. Nearly 10 years have passed since the battle with Chang Duoling, and he has been in a coma for 10 years, but everything that happened seems to be yesterday, vividly visible. The 6-day realm was destroyed and 2 heavens were destroyed. Although the foundation of the next 3 days was not destroyed, the power of the little emperor was severely damaged, and almost all of them were destroyed. There are only less than 10 immortals, and more than 9,000 top repairers. Looking at some of the superpowers in the Great Siyu, they are probably many times stronger than today's Xiaodagen. This is a war that has been conspired for a long time. 400 Yinxian and 1 Dayanxian are so generous. I am afraid that the other emperors have conspired together. Come out with me, Xiaodagen said while looking at him, then turned and walked outside the hall. Jin Wushuang didn't say much, and after getting up from the bed, he walked out. At this moment, outside this temporarily constructed hall, there were nearly 10,000 top repairmen standing, and when they saw Xiaodagen and Jin Wushuang, they immediately stood up and became nervous. Sword Heaven Official Dash, they all called out this official name spontaneously. Jin Wushuang waved his hand, and then walked into the dilapidated and desolate heaven. This used to be the site of Shaogudian, and Dagudian is above our heads. Xiaodagen pointed to the top of his head and said, "Now they are all shattered. This is the first time I have suffered such severe damage since I took charge of the 6-day realm. If it weren't for Brother Jin, I am afraid that the entire 6 days have been completely destroyed." Destroyed. Jin Wushuang looked at him. Do you know who did it? This time I can gather so many immortals. I'm afraid the power behind it will never be small. He nodded. When you broke the formation, I found a familiar face among so many evangelists. It was one of the evangelists under the seat of Gongzi Jiao, but Gongzi Jiao experienced the previous great changes. It is absolutely impossible to gather more than 400 Yangxians in such a short time. So, there are at least 2 emperors in the forces assembled this time. Jin Wushuang didn't speak, and he guessed who the 2 emperors were. Anyway, this time, the damage they suffered was not much lighter than mine. I damaged 2 domains. I had no more than 100 immortals, and no more than 100,000 immortals. Each of them lost at least 200 immortals. But even so, the fight will not stop here, it will only intensify. Little Emperor looked at Jin Wushuang and said softly, Brother Jin, Shaogudian was given to you by me at the beginning, and now I will return it to you again. With that, he fumbled out a radiant and green seed from his arms and handed it to Jin Wushuang's hands. It is the seed of the world tree. You only need to throw it in the void and it will grow into a heaven. Then your big lonely sky? I still have a seed. Jin Wushuang didn't say much. He waved his hand and threw the emerald green seed into the void. In an instant, the kind of child greeted the storm of the void, and in an instant it expanded to tens of thousands of miles away. The verdant green tree cover formed the sky, and the vigorous roots became the earth. Even the mysterious rules of heaven were born in it. From a seed, it turned into a vast universe. This is a miracle. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked by this scene. At this point, Xiao Gudian was constructed. What made Jian Wushuang even more surprised was that the most primitive creatures bred in it, and the degree of fertility was even several times higher than the previous Xiao Gudian. Brother Jian, Xiao Gudian has been delivered to your hands again, Xiao Dijuan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. Just stay here for a while. This is still yours. A touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. The long wind blew slowly. Brother Jian, how many years are there in the agreement between us? It seems to be less than 30 years, right? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't remember clearly. Let's take a step and take a look. Xiao Dijuan raised his head and looked at him, then laughed for a while. Brother Jian, thank you very much. No thanks. If there is news about what I'm looking for, I'm afraid I will leave. I know, but Brother Jian, you remember that no matter where you are in the future, what kind of crisis you will encounter in the future, the young master in this big division will always open the door for you. Xiao Gudian was reshaped, and Xiao Dijuan used the last seed of the world tree to reshape the Gudian. At this point, the six-day realm was restored. It's just that the fallen immortal and Ding Xiu are close to 90%, and the remaining immortal and Ding Xiu are not enough to deal with the possible war that may occur next. Brother Jian, I still want to ask you something. What's the matter? That is, I would like to ask you to advise about the immortal evangelists and top repairers in the six-day realm that can improve them a little bit. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. If it's about the growth of Yanli and the promotion of realm, I am afraid it will not work. Each Yanxian has its own way to go. If it is forcibly reversed, I am afraid it will be counterproductive. I know about this. What I think is, can Brother Jian give some pointers on their kendo sword intent? This is probably even worse. If it weren't for sword repair, the pay and return will be very disproportionate. Xiaotajin smiled. Brother Jian, don't worry. Among the remaining top repairers, there are nearly 3,000 sword repairers, and there are 3 majors in swordsmanship among Yanxian. The corners of Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched, and he felt that he could not escape what he said now. However, he is not disgusted with the teaching profession. Once in the divine power universe, he ascended to the universe and listened to the Dao Fu Tuan widely in the Yunxiao Palace, and taught the invincible supreme. That feeling seems to be very good. Chapter 4887. The control of the Tao and his unique insights allowed Jian Wushuang to condense it easily. If he likes books, he might be able to fill half of the Tiandao book pavilion. Jian Wushuang thought about Xiaodaijin's invitation for a while and readily agreed. After a few months of rest, he set up a vast dojo in the extreme south of Shaogudian as a place for swordsmanship. In order to join in the excitement, Qinqing, Chuanxiu, Cuijing, Zhaoting, Weiliujia followed Jian Wushuang to the extreme south of Xiaogushan, and even Diqing followed with great interest. Come here, ready to listen together. It is said that there are more than 4,000 sword repairs, but in fact, nearly 10,000 top repairs were present, including the remaining 9 Yanxian, all of whom were present. To be sure, none of the remaining forces under the seat of the little emperor was absent, and all were present. Standing in the center of the dojo, watching the overwhelming and exciting top repairers, Jian Wushuang's mouth twitched. But this was not enough to make him stage fright. After a helpless sigh, he quickly entered the state. There are those who have cultivated their swords for 1 year. There are those who have been practicing swordsmanship in the 2 years. There are those who have been practicing sanhua. Until the end of the 4th Chinese year, Jian Wushuang waited for the result after finishing talking. Soon, Ding Xiu came out one after another, each standing in his own place. After dozens of breaths, there were almost 3,000 swordsmen who were divided into 3 camps, and the 3 Yanxian who majored in swordsmanship were all practicing swordsmanship for 3 years. This was not beyond Jian Wushuang's expectation. The path of Jin Wushuang was never orthodox. It was already a matter of great perseverance for them to persist in the practice of Jiando for 3 years. Even though there are thousands of supreme true swords in Daanhuan, they are just media, releasing the media of Yanlixian style. Now, who can tell me, what is Kendo? Jin Wushuang looked at them and asked loudly. The sword repairmen all looked at each other, including the three Yinxian frowning and lost in thought. At this time, a sword repairman who was not too eye-catching, with a mediocre face, stepped forward slightly and said with a slightly nervous voice, "Sword is the way to upward." As soon as this statement came out, including the top repairers in the field, they all laughed. The Jian Shio's complexion suddenly turned red, and he couldn't wait to shrink back. Seeing this in the outfield, Diqing directly released Yanli to maintain order and quiet the dojo. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. That's right, I also think Kendo is an upward path. As soon as this remark came out, all sword repairers became agitated. No, it's that simple? How can such a complicated Kendo be summed up in 2 sentences? After the Jian Shio received Jin Wushuang's affirmation, he nodded vigorously, his complexion even more flushed. After hearing those whispers, Jin Wushuang continued, "Who defines Kendo? Who can define it? It is a vain way, and it is not even as real as it is cultivated. What I want to say now is that no one can define Kendo, because there are so many Kendos, and every swordsman is just looking for an upward path in succession. At the same time, I can't tell you clearly that Kendo is lonely. Everyone can define it arbitrarily. Even if you only do the simplest sword swing for a whole year, that is part of Kendo. You don't have to refute others, and you don't have to refute yourself. Kendo is inherently impermanent. An upward path is sufficient to summarize it." All the top repairs and Jian Shio have calmed down at this moment, listening to Jin Wushuang's theory as if understanding or not. He said calmly, "Now, whether you understand it or not, I will tell you what Kendo means in my heart. The so-called Kendo, when I want to use 8 words to describe it, is actually the best. The avenue is simple, and it evolves to complex. These 8 characters can summarize it. The original Kendo must be the simplest. Even if it is a slash with a wooden stick, it may be the source of Kendo. This is called Jane. After that, the first iron piece tempered from iron or completed its first mission to kill the enemy, in fact, by simplifying the complicated process. After the birth of the sword, the so-called sword intent and Kendo are complex. Of the whole pile of words I said above, there are only 8 words, plus 1 sentence is useful, so I won't repeat the rest. There are no more than 5 people who can understand this kind of more esoteric Kendo on the spot, or even 1 person. But Jin Wushuang obviously didn't intend that they would all be able to understand. What he had to do now was to let them feel and comprehend their sword intent, and give them some insights like a duck. As for Diqing and the others sitting on the periphery of the dojo, none of them spoke. All of them frowned, as if thinking and recollecting some truth. After briefly summarizing Kendo, Jin Wushuang spoke again. "I remembered another question temporarily. Can anyone tell me what sword repair is?" This time, no sword repairer spoke. Just when Jin Wushuang was about to speak, the mediocre-looking sword repairman with no brilliance said again, "Sword repair is sword repair. Every sword repairer with a different purpose will cultivate a different sword." This seems to be a nonsense sentence, but it has a unique and extremely insight. Even Jin Wushuang smiled knowingly. "That's right. What's your name?" "Hui Jin Tianguan. My name is Su Jin." The mediocre Jian Shio replied. "Very good name," said Jin Wushuang. "Su Jin, now I want to ask you to do something for me. Go to any mountain in Xiaogushan and find a wheat. Then give it to me." He didn't hesitate at all. After he promised, he turned and left the dojo, heading for the mountains and rivers. Afterwards, Jin Wushuang said again, "The so-called real sword repair is to completely abandon foreign objects, feel the slash of Fantai from the way of the heart, and release the insight into the sword style and sword intent in the heart." Compared to Dingxiu, even to Yanxian, the road of sword repair is a dead end. Only those with great perseverance will gradually become clear about their goals. Who among you has realized your own Kendo, even if it is a framework? All the sword repairers bowed their heads. They were the most mediocre sword repairs, and they could only barely condense their own sword in tint. Even as the top repair aptitude for cultivation strength, they are by no means outstanding. And those who can perceive their own swordsmanship are all shocking Tianjiao. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4888. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's question was a question of nothing. Even the three Yanxian Jianxiu lowered their heads in embarrassment. And this result was roughly the same as he had guessed. It would be really astonishing if a swordsman had realized his own kendo. Since there are none, it means that there is still strong plasticity, and it is not a bad thing. Jian Wushuang said afterwards, among you, how many of you specialize in swords? All the sword repairers looked at each other, and like the previous few times, no one stood up. Nearly more than 3,000 sword cultivators, in the final analysis, are still focusing on cultivating power. Giving birth to a source of immortality and becoming an immortal is their ultimate goal. Compared with the ethereal sword immortal, becoming a Yanxian is much more reliable. As Jian Wushuang said earlier, taking the sword as the way is too illusory. Even if there is Dingxiu persistence, it will inevitably give up due to various results. The path of Kendo is not accomplished overnight. It is not an overly clear goal, and it can only be clear in the path of continuous advancement. Even though there are thousands of supreme true swords in the Great Yanhuan, they are only media, the media through which Yanxian increases the damage of his moves to the highest level. And these sword repairs also become sword repairs because of this principle. In simple terms, they repair swords. In fact, they serve Yanli Dideo. At this moment, one of the three sword cultivation immortals, facing the old man, said, Sword Tianguan, if you look at it according to your standards, I'm afraid I'm just a sluggish thing. For real kendo, I am afraid that I will not be able to comprehend the Tao after waiting my life. But now that the sword heaven official appeared, I waited to see the real sword doctrine, and I was very emotional. I only hope that the sword heaven official can give some insights and let us find the right way. After he finished speaking, he solemnly bowed to Jian Wushuang, and more than 3,000 sword repairmen also bowed at the same time. The path of repairing the sword was too illusory, and they were able to stick to it so far, which was a rather remarkable thing. After listening to these words, Jian Wushuang didn't say much. His hands released his strength and turned into a breeze to hold them all up. I have accepted everything you said. All sword repairers were extremely excited at this moment. Xie Jian Tianguan, the ability to slay a third-ranked great Yanxian with a pure sword without a trace of strength, such as shocking the world and unprecedented deeds, has already been deeply imprinted in their minds. It turns out that the real kendo is such a power. In fact, from the time when he stood on the sword dojo field, Jian Wushuang had already planned to create a sword doctrine that they could control for these top repairers who insisted on the path of sword repair. After holding up all the sword repairs in the dojo, he stood quietly in the center of the dojo, as if waiting for something. The dojo was extremely silent, and none of the top shio spoke, all looking forward to Jian Wushuang. Time passed by, and Jian Wushuang was also a little puzzled at this moment. Su Jin, who was invited to pick a weed by him, should have returned long ago. He hasn't returned yet. Could it be that he has encountered something unexpected? Just as he was wondering, an extremely strong and thick streamer rushed from the horizon, full of majestic momentum. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he noticed a bit of unkindness from the visitors. In the next moment, that powerful streamer came suddenly. Boom! The entire dojo was shaken. The visitor was a sturdy bald man with a fierce face. He had a naked chest and only a wide animal skin tied around his waist. His whole figure looked wild and full of oppression. In his left hand, Su Jin, with a blue nose and a swollen face, was almost fainting. Seeing this scene, Chen Qing outside the dojo screamed secretly, and he wanted to go up and knock the troublemaker to the ground. But Di Qing then pulled him back. Don't go now, Wushuang can solve it. When Chen Qing heard the words, he no longer reluctantly, but stared at the bald man with bull eyes, ready to fight at any time. Before Jian Wushuang could speak, the bald man carrying Su Jin said loudly, Who is the guy who killed Chang Duoling? Who is the guy who killed Chang Duoling? After several bursts, Jin Wushuang's eardrums were a little buzzing. His face gradually became unkind. It's me. The bald man was startled, and then he glanced up and down at Jin Wushuang, as if he didn't believe him at all. Just you? A mere peak of Yinxian can kill Chang Duoling? Why? Do you want to try? Jin Wushuang's voice gradually became colder. The bald man smirked when he heard the words, "Of course, I am here today to try your depth." Looking at the exposing man in front of him, Jin Wushuang is obviously lacking in interest. "I don't have time now. You stand aside first. Maybe after I finish teaching, maybe you can do something with you." "I don't follow. I have to compete with you now," he said impatiently. The sword has no double-sided color, and suddenly took a step, and then a million ray of light sword and tint rushed into the sky, causing great changes in the world. I'll say it again. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for throwing you out of cramps. Looking at the majestic sword and tint of the man who rushed straight into the sky, the bald man swallowed subconsciously. "Okay, wait for you for a moment." Converging his sword and tint, Jin Wushuang said angrily, "Also, let him go. Now he is my disciple." The bald man then threw Su Jin aside. Wiping off the blood that was falling from the corners of her mouth, Su Jin struggled to get up, and then came to Jin Wufang with vain steps. Then he tremblingly took out a blade of sharp grass weed from his arms, and grudgingly said with a smile, "Jin Tianguan, I sent the grass, but fortunately it was not broken." Reaching out to take the weed, Jin Wushuang asked, "Did he hit?" A touch of embarrassment and sadness flashed in Su Jin's eyes, and she nodded. Jin Wushuang was not talking, waved his hand to release a gust of breeze to support him to the edge of the dojo, and then began to do the next thing. Looking at the 7-leaf weed in his hand, Jin Wushuang randomly folded a leaf and placed it in his hand. "Next, I want to teach you the sword intent from simple to complex. This sword intent is my temporary realization. For you, it should be a brand new starting point." This sword intent has a total of 9 sword styles, which are developed step by step. Although each of the sword styles seems to be unrelated, they complement each other. It is also the principle from simple to deep, from simple to complex. Jian Wu held the blade of grass in his hands and pointed at the sky of Yunwan Yunshu. For the time being, call it Flowing Cloud Grass Sword. For simple big characters can completely summarize the 9 sword intents. I am afraid that even Jin Wushuang now will not know how terrible and profound the impact of the Flowing Cloud Grass Sword he created will be in the future. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4889. As a sword book that can help sword repairers avoid getting lost in the way of repairing the sword. There are 9 styles of Luyun grass sword in the whole spectrum, and the front and back are smoothly connected, and it is very classic. The first 6 styles are all the most basic sword-using theories, including the most common sword styles, such as the sword, crosscut, and block attack. It wasn't until the beginning of the 7th formula that the entire spectrum of Luyun Chaojian pose went from simple to complex, and the 7 swords were unified, releasing the infinite trend. The first 6 styles are called Jin, consisting of 6 styles: Juxing, Lianyue, Going to Water, Huiqing, Changshan, and Pingting. The last 3 styles are called complex, consisting of grass leaves turning green, eyebrows trimming 4 seasons, and birds turning off. Jin Wushuang took the trouble, disassembled and analyzed each of these sword styles over and over again, trying to crush each sword style into their heads. All the sword repairs went from initial doubts to deep thoughts, and then to shining eyes, wishing to empty their brains, leaving only this spectrum of flowing clouds and grass swords. Even Chen Qing, Chun Xiao and others who were sitting in the void were digesting this knowledge. It's over. Sword Brothers not only fights against the sky in actual combat, but even the theory has reached an incredible level, Chen Qing exclaimed, holding his forehead with his hand. These little boys are making a lot of money, Sword Brothers said. I am afraid it will completely change them. There are only 9 flowing clouds and grass sword styles in total, which can be said to be a master sword style from entry to exquisite. This completely changed Jian Xiu's state of blindness before he got a certain kind of Kendo inheritance, so that every sword Xiu didn't have to be confused in the early stage. It is foreseeable that this flowing clouds and grass sword style will have a very far-reaching impact. He didn't speak, just stared at Jian Wushuang's teaching, took a deep breath, and whispered a conclusion softly. Without a Chinese year, including but not limited to DCU, all sword repairers will surely know Wushuang's name. Such a shocking sentence was uttered from the true meaning of the Ninth Revolution Dian Immortal, which shocked Qin Qing, Chuan Xiu, and all other immortals. But none of them refuted, and they all seemed to think that this sentence was extremely correct. As long as this flowing cloud grass sword style is released, the Sword Brothers will definitely be supported by all sword repairs, Chun Qing murmured. Thinking about it this way, he is terrible. In spring and autumn, Cui Jing and others did not speak, but subconsciously clenched their fists, their eyes hot. Brother Jian, really a stunner. Wei Liujia murmured, his eyes hot. After Jian Wushuang stopped the last flying bird, there were a total of 9 Luyun grass sword gestures, and all the demonstrations were completed. The dojo is dead, and every sword repairman has a different expression. They are trying their best to remember this complete sword spectrum. At this moment, they know very clearly that this will be a new starting point and a great fortune. If you do not grasp this time, it will always be an unimaginable loss. Slowly exhaling a murky breath, Jian Wushuang felt that even the battle with Chang Duoling was not as tired as today. It seems that preaching is really exhausting, and you should do less in the future. Then, more than 3,000 Jian Xiu all spontaneously knelt on one knee, facing Jian Wushuang again, bowing again. Jian Wushuang didn't like this form of tape, but he didn't stop them. After all of them had done their salutes, he said again, "These 9 sword styles, you need to practice diligently. As for how far you can reach, it's up to you." Nuwa. The voices of more than 3,000 sword repairmen rushed into the sky, magnificent. At this point, Jian Wushuang's teaching was completely over, and he left 9 flowing clouds and grass sword styles. And in this exciting group of dojos, there is a guy who is not in the state the whole time, nor is it to walk, nor is it not to walk, just like a tree standing in place, quite embarrassing. Jian Wushuang finally looked at him in this way. "Hey, that bald head. How did you know that I killed Chang Duoling?" The bald man took another look at him, and then said, "Don't you know? Now the entire Great Division region has spread madness. It is said that in the 6th Heavens realm, a Yanxian killed Chang Duoling with his own power. I didn't believe it, so I ran over and prepared to have a few tricks with that guy to explore the reality." Jian Wushuang heard the words, "Then you are not afraid. The guy who can kill Chang Duoling is in a bad mood. Will you also solve it? Don't be afraid. I have my own fairy style. Even if I meet Chang Duoling, I am confident that I can't beat and run away." The bald man patted his chest confidently. "You tell me the truth. Chang Duo, did you really kill Ling?" "Of course." He nodded. "That's good. I'm going to try it with you now." The bald man was excited in his eyes. Jian Wushuang did not refuse, but turned to look at Sanqian Yanxian in the dojo. "Now, I only use this blade of grass in my hand to show you the real flowing cloud grass sword style. Stop talking nonsense. Let me see if Yanxian who can kill Chang Duoling exists or not." The bald-headed man smiled grimly, and then thousands of dark yellow evolving forces, like real dragons surging out from under his feet, rise to the sky. The realm that belonged to the peak of immortality was revealed, and at the same time, the figure of the bald man suddenly increased to several times, like a true god. Even Qin Qing, who was more than 10 feet tall, looked handsome in front of the bald man at this moment. Looking at the giant like a god, Jian Wushuang was very interested. Holding a blade of grass in his right hand, he moved forward. "Take it to death." The bald man yelled. His fists slammed into the ground of the dojo, and more than 10 dark yellow real dragons formed by Yanli rushed to Jian Wushuang. At this moment, even the sky was covered by the dark yellow light. All Jian Xiu and Ding Xiu watched this scene nervously. Jumping beam clown. After Diqing summed up such a conclusion, he was already lacking in interest, and he simply closed his eyes to refresh himself. Chun Qing also pouted. I think this trouble-seeking guy is also a great fairy. I never thought it was a fairy. This is really boring. In the spring and autumn period, Cui Jing and others' expressions were roughly the same. Looking at the bald man on the dojo who was struggling hard like a fool, Jian Wushuang held a blade of grass in his right hand, and his long black hair continued to dance behind him along with his clothes. Facing the dark yellow Yanli real dragon that covered the sky and earth before him, Jian Wushuang held the palm of the blade of grass and only made a downward slashing action. Broken. Like the water flowing, the more than 10 real dragons carrying violent powers were disconnected from them without any signs. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4890. As if being cut away by some kind of great force, the bald man's offensive was directly broken. The eyes of all Jian Xiao and Ding Xiao who were watching were suddenly frozen. They saw it really, Jian Wushuang's blade of grass chopped off, condensing a 10,000 zhang sword light, and easily smashed the bald man's offensive. Could it be that even the blade of grass can release a strong sword intent? With a flick of the blade of grass in his hand, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice, if you are not able to threaten my offensive, I advise you to return to wherever you came from, so that I won't throw you out. Arrogance comes at a price. The bald man was furious. His figure soared by several meters, and the dark yellow power surging around his body became more surging and terrifying. Zhu Motyin. Along with his roar, the entire tens of thousands of feet of the dojo was quietly covered with a layer of illusory dust. And in the dust, Jian Wushuang could feel that his own power was slowly fading. This is a fairy style used by a bald man. But after experiencing the battle with Chang Duoling, he could feel that his perception had reached another level, including the pure realm of his own power and the control of Kendo are no longer comparable. If this bald man who had mastered the reality before might still be able to fight Jian Wushuang for several rounds, but now, all this has changed. He could even completely defeat the bald man by using any Xinghu high sword intent. But Jian Wushuang didn't do that. In order to better integrate knowledge and action and better teach the sword repairers present, he used the flowing cloud grass sword style. The seventh style, the grass leaves turn green. The successful smile on the bald man's face hadn't even completely disappeared. The next moment his fairy-like giant desert sky was completely broken by the 7 vast sword intent. These 7 sword intents are the shadows of the 7 blades of grass. After easily breaking the fairy style, all of them slashed towards him without any reduction. The bald-headed man reacted slowly for a while, unable to dodge, and was struck by 7 swords in a row. Damn it, it's weird. He was frightened and released the immortal style again. Mountains and rivers are transformed. As the bald man's voice fell, his huge and sturdy figure swelled to an unimaginable level once again, and his entire skin showed a grayish-yellow color, like a raised rock. Then, he was like a walking mountain, violently crashing into Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang obviously didn't want to engage in this meaningless battle, and directly released the flowing clouds grass sword style, the 8th style, eyebrow cut 4 seasons. Slashing the blade of grass in the hand, this sword style is more sophisticated and complicated than the 7th style, and is the pinnacle of the entire spectrum of Luyun grass sword style. This sword has a total of 8 swords, and it combines the pinnacle sword of the first 7 styles. The 8 sword styles are unified, which is enough to overshadow the 4 seasons. Between the grass leaf eyebrows, 1,000,000 strands of sword intent were startled, and he slashed straight forward. The bald man who was running wild only felt that a big crisis flashed in his mind, and then he made a decisive decision and directly defended on the spot. But the 8th style of the flowing cloud grass sword is really too vast, especially if it is performed by Jian Wushuang himself. Its power is infinite. Almost just in this encounter, the bald man was swallowed by the infinite sword intent. Bang! Bang! Zhang! There was a thumping sound from the entire dojo, which was completely condensed by generative power. The cobweb-like crack appeared where the bald man was standing. 8 Dao strong sword intents, one sword and one sword slashed down, even if Yin Xian had already disappeared. But the bald man was different. His ability to resist was almost to a terrifying point. Even if the sword intent left indelible damage on him, he didn't say a word. The dojo is collapsing. When the last strong sword intent fell, everything returned to peace. The smoke dissipated, and the scene that followed made all the sword repairers enthusiastic. It turns out that the Flowing Clouds grass sword style will have such a power to reach the top. I saw that bald man. Now most of his figure was smashed into the dojo, like a blood man, lying on his back on the dojo without knowing his life or death. Jian Wushuang stepped forward slowly, looking at the bald man with a slight surprise in his heart. He was very clear about how strong the sword intent released by his hand was. As long as it was under Dian Immortal, no immortal yin could bear it. But right now this guy can withstand it. Although it is a bit horrible, his Xianyuan has not suffered any damage. Jian Wushuang finally came to understand why this guy would come forward to challenge without fear. It was purely because of his thick skin. If he was replaced by another immortal, I am afraid that he would not be able to hammer him. After sighing in his heart, he directly waved his hand to pull the bald man out of the dojo and threw it out of Xiao Gudian with a little force. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang looked at all the top repairs in the dojo and said calmly, "This is the power of the Luyun grass sword style." As he said, he stretched out his hand and threw it, and the blade of grass in his hand fell like a stream of light in the center of the entire dojo. At the same time the blade of grass fell to the ground, it stood upright in the center of the dojo like a small sword, and 99 streams of light gushed out of the blade of grass, turning into rows of colorful flowers covering the surrounding. These 99 sword intents are the entire spectrum of Flowing Clouds and grass sword style. You can feel it at any time, and tell you one more thing. I have a strand of my own kendo hidden in that blade of grass. If someone can pull out that blade of grass by then, whoever owns the strand of kendo inside. As soon as these words came out, all sword repairs were extremely enthusiastic, looking at the blade of grass standing in the center of the dojo. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and at the same time he stretched out the palm of his right hand, and a bird condensed by the intent of the sword began to chirping. This is the 9th style of Luyun Shaojin, and the bird stops. This is the most subtle sword, the simplest sword, but also the most complicated one. The flying bird came out of Jian Wushuang's hand, flapped its wings and flew in the air, and finally landed on the blade of grass in the center of the dojo and began to fall asleep. Someone may ask whether the Luyun grass sword can be cultivated to the realm of great success. Now I will tell you, of course it can. When this Asuka is willing to stay on the point of someone's sword, kendo will be done. After speaking these last words, Jian Wushuang floated away from the dojo. Su Jin hurriedly got up, and after a few dozen quick steps, she stopped. His gaze had been staring at Jian Wushuang's leaving back until everything disappeared completely before he came back to his senses, and his eyes became extremely firm at this moment. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4891. Jian Wushuang's mind was relaxed after returning to the temple from the southernmost border of Shaogudian. After the battle with Chang Duoling, he slept for nearly 10 years and didn't have time to sort out his own situation. So what he has to do now is to sort out the Xinghe Lake Sea Sword intent and the immortal style. After returning to the palace, Jian Wushuang did not rush to sit down, but sat on the top of the palace, overlooking the remodeled Shaogudian. Di Qing, who was following him, seemed to have something to say, and looked at Jian Wushuang from time to time. "Do you have anything you want to tell me?" "Yes." Di Qing was slightly surprised, and then asked, "Did you go where before the last war?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and nodded, "Going to get some insights in the next 3 days." "That immortality that gave you your understanding is not easy," Di Qing said slowly, his voice a little dignified. "I felt his breath, and at the same time even I felt his power." Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised. He knew the arrogance of the clear meaning, and being able to let him say this sentence meant that the strength of Yuan Jun might still be higher than him. Above rank 9 Dian Immortal, I am afraid there is only Pinnacle Dian Immortal. The hostility on his body is also too great. This is the first time I have seen Yu Yangxian's hostility so strong. Diqing looked at him. The reason why I said this to you is hope you better stay away from him. Jin Wushuang said. He cultivates the way of killing, so it should be a matter of common sense that the hostility is huge. Diqing cast his gaze to the void. In addition to the hostility, I also felt some inexplicable aura from him. He nodded. I will be aware and alert. Diqing wanted to say something but stopped, and finally didn't say anything. After standing on the top of the temple for a while, the two of them returned to the temple. Sitting at the top of the jade seat, Jin Wushuang was still thinking about what Diqing had just said, and he felt more and more reasonable. Due to the different flow of time, he stayed in Yuanjin's domain for nearly 2,000 years, and in this relatively long period of time, he fought against Yuanjun for more than 1,000 years. During this time, he didn't feel any thoughts of Yuanjun, which was extremely mysterious. The reason why Jin Wushuang felt that Daiking's words had some truth was because he had also noticed the strange aura of Yuanjun that was inexplicable during his time with Yuanjun. That kind of weird aura was very abrupt and mysterious. Even if Jin Wushuang had paid attention to it, he couldn't guess what it was. Could it be that he has any other intentions? Jin Wushuang closed his eyes and thought. Seeing this, Diqing on the side thought he was asleep, so he directly stretched out his hand and used the rules of Supreme Avenue to extinguish the light of the entire Shao Gutian. Shao Gutian entered the night and was silent. Time passed by, and just as Diqing was ready to sleep, a fluctuating breath made him alert. In the next moment, his figure disappeared directly, and then he appeared outside the hall, and then he looked at the side of the hall, where the fluctuating aura came from. The moon is black and wind is high in the night, when it is sneaky. I saw in the dim night a figure with no wisps on his body, and two buttocks exuding a weird luster, was crawling on the wall and babbling. Why? There is nowhere to vent your energy. Are you going to run naked? A fluttering voice of inquiry sounded. The bare-bottomed guy who was climbing the wall didn't look back, and subconsciously said, Can you control it? Then, as if he was aware of something, the tiger's body shook, and he slowly turned his head stiffly. Diqing smiled coldly and directly slammed his fist. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes, only to hear the sound of fighting outside the hall, and then Diqing appeared in the hall carrying a small mountain. After the boom, he saw the scene of spicy eyes. I saw a naked man lying on all sides in the center of the hall with a swollen nose and a swollen nose. He was obviously beaten up. The corners of Jin Wushuang's eyes twitched. Although the man had a bruised nose and swollen face, he still knew at a glance that this man was the bald man who had fought with him in the Luanjian dojo not long ago. This guy? Didn't you let me throw Shao Gutian? Diqing curled his lips. Who knows? Lying sneaking outside the temple. I don't know what it is. The bald man who had been beaten by Diqing shook his head vigorously, and then looked dizzy left and right. When he saw Jin Wushuang sitting on the top, his gaze suddenly condensed. Then he got up at an extremely fast speed, knelt down heavily on one knee, and shouted, Fengshan has seen the Lord. The corners of Jin Wushuang's eyes twitched again. You guy, didn't you get thrown out of Shao Gutian? Why did you come back? Is it possible that you are unwilling to lose? Hearing this, the bald man waved his hand hurriedly. No, you have misunderstood it. Fengshan was convinced that what he lost was convinced. I just want to understand it, and I will follow the adults from today. After Jin Wushuang heard this, he raised his brow slightly. Are you planning to follow me? Why? He touched his head and smiled slyly. Since I became an immortal, the only person who can beat me without any backhand in the same realm is you, an adult, so it's not shameful for Fengshan to follow you. Jin Wushuang smiled, obviously amused by the outspoken words of this silly boy, and then reached out and directly took out a uniform from the ring and threw it to him. I'd better put on my clothes and talk. The bald man took the clothes and smiled awkwardly. When he was thrown out before, he fainted. When Yu woke up, reading www.ukanshu.com, it became like this. After he got dressed, Jin Wushuang waved his hand and said, Go back quickly. I am wandering and I won't do much by my side. It will delay you. After hearing this, he hurriedly said, I am not afraid of adults, as long as I can be by your side. I have been sitting there for several years before I have achieved what I am today. Even if I do not have any major achievements in the future, I will be able to travel with adults. Area. Seeing his firm face, Jin Wushuang didn't know how to refuse, so he could only say, or you can stay with me first, and I won't stop you if you want to leave in the future. Without waiting for the bald man to be ecstatic, Di Qing directly flew up and kicked him out of the hall, closing the hall door by the way. Jin Wushuang was surprised. Di Qing, you are? Take care of what this kind of inflexible fool does. Di Qing patted his palms. Beat him twice and I won't bother you. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4892. Jin Wushuang shook his head helplessly. Although he didn't agree with Daiking's approach, it was also a one-time solution. Now Yanxian, who is following him, has a clear truth. Chuanxiu, Cuijing, Zhaoting, and Weiliujia. If there are more and more Yanxian following, this is indeed a bond for him. He has no intention of establishing a power of his own in this great development, so he does not want to develop in this direction. To explore the ultimate of Dayanhuan alone, to find the whereabouts of Xin Yi and Lao Zun, is what he wants to do. Since Di Qing closed the door of the temple, he also set up a barrier of Yanli. Even though the door of the bald man photographed outside the temple was shaking, there was no way to enter the temple. Jin Wushuang also sat down and began to sort out his kendo and immortal style. Now he has 3 ways to guard his body, namely the way of guarding him ascending to the seat of the eternal God, the way of Wushuang's sword, and the way of killing that he has learned from Yuan Jun. The 3 ways are close to the body, and the great luck derived from it is extremely abundant, continuously nourishing Jin Wushuang and enriching his sentiment. Since the way of killing was inspired by the blood of the Sand Devil's cave, the cause and effect and the big killings in it have not disappeared, and they are still attached to him. This caused Jin Wushuang a very headache. If there is no way to resolve it, he will go to the so-called Tongtian Buddha realm to find a solution in the future. In addition to the elusive way of killing, Jin Wushuang could clearly feel that after the battle with Cheng Duoling, his own immortal style and Wushuang Kendo had undergone a complete and thorough transformation. Could it be that after every complete destruction of the immortal body, recovery will strengthen itself? Jin Wushuang was a little puzzled. From now on, it was indeed possible. If the immortal body really has this effect, then I am afraid that it is its true skydifying and terrifying place. If this were to die hundreds of times. While he secretly calculated these feasibility, Chun Qing's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Immediately, Di Qing stretched out his hand to withdraw the enchantment. Chun Qing hurriedly pushed the door and entered. Brother Sword, Xiaotajin invites you to Degushan. There is something to discuss. As he said, he walked quickly to Jin Wufang and said in a low voice, It's Xiaotajin's 4th disciple, Lord Qian, here. Jin Wushuang was stunned slightly, and when he came to the 6-day realm at this node, I am afraid that young Master Qian had a plan. Then he nodded. Okay. Chun Qing seemed to think of something again, scratching his head and said, By the way, who was the guy who fell asleep outside the hall? I kicked him and didn't respond. I thought it was dead. Jin Wushuang was dumb, and then said, Never mind him, let's go. With Di Qing accompanying, the 3 of them left Shaogudian and went straight to Dagudian. When he was leaving the hall, Jin Wushuang saw the bald man who was lying outside the hall heartlessly asleep. He had no choice but to wave his hand and throw him into the hall. At this time, the newly rebuilt Degushan Tianyu was extremely quiet, and an array of nearly 100 fairy gods appeared, each of whom was wearing a white robe, with a gold wire engraved on his chest with the word Qian, obviously brought by Gongzikian. After just one glance, Jin Wushuang went straight to the heavenly palace where Little Emperor was. The palace was stern, and the Little Emperor's companion, the thin purple robe, had apparently been waiting outside the hall for a long time, and saw Jin Wushuang appear, and then led them to the hall. A curling cloud of celestial beings rose up, and although there were few celestial beings in the whole hall, it was full of depression. Stepping into the hall, Jin Wushuang locked the figure who was sitting on one side with a pretty good appearance at a glance. The 7 emperors under the seat of Jin Wuyang. If they are considered handsome, the little emperor deserves the first place, and then the son is Qian. And that son Qian also locked Jian Wushuang for the first time. His eyes were quite meaningful. Xiaotajin slowly got up and faced Jian Wushuang. Even the eldest brother has to get up to greet each other. It seems that the fourth brother has to treat each other with courtesy. The son Qinlang laughed and then got up. Jian Wushuang picked a seat at random, and he Diqing took a seat, and Xiao Dijuan also returned to the original place, looking at Gong Ziqian with a gloomy expression. Come on, what are you doing here? Gong Ziqian smiled again. Of course I came to visit Big Brother. This is the first time I have come to visit Big Brother since our brothers went to their respective enclaves. Don't go around, talk about things. Xiaotajin's eyes flashed with impatientness. There is indeed something to discuss with Big Brother, and this matter is also harmful to Big Brother. Gong Ziqian said directly, I want to form an alliance with Big Brother. Xiaotajin glanced at him obliquely when he heard the words, I'm not interested. If you come only for this matter, then roll back wherever you came from. After hearing this, the young master Qian grinned slowly, and then cast his gaze on Jian Wushuang. If I guess it is right, this one should be well known in all heavens for more than 10 years. Kill the celestial official of Jiutian Xianjun Chang Duoling. Jian Wushuang did not answer, and continued to observe his nose and heart. And Xiao Dijuan also said in a cold voice at this time, what if it is? So what if it is not? I count 3 times. If you don't roll again, don't blame this seat for being polite. Brother, don't be so impatient. The alliance I said will only benefit you today. Young Master Qian stood up and said in a deep voice, now your 6-day realm must be lost in that battle. It's the end of the battle. And what I want to tell you now is that the hundreds of immortals who died in that battle have not even hurt them. The real battle is far from beginning. Xiao Dijuan looked at him and sneered, they? Young Master corrects, Ukanshu. Come young master you? Is there no you? Of course there is no me in this, but I just happen to know all of this, Gong Ziqian smiled secretly. As long as we are in an alliance, I will naturally tell everything I know. It's okay if you want to form an alliance, tell me your purpose, Xiaotajin said. I want to be honest. Young Master Qian stretched his hands. The purpose is not as complicated as you think, purely because I just want to be a mediocre emperor, and I don't want to get involved in this too complicated dispute. Little Emperor said coldly, state the purpose. Well, I really can't hide anything from Big Brother, he smiled. I only have one request. From then on, if something happens in my jurisdiction, you must all rush to the 6-day realm. In return, all the evangelists and even Dingxiu under my seat can help the eldest brother through this catastrophe, enough to support the emperor's return. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4893. After Gong Ziqian finished speaking, he waited for a reply. Your heaven is based on my 6-day realm, even farther than going to Duotian. This decision you made is really stupid. Xiaotajin said coldly. The son Qinlang laughed. As long as you agree to form an alliance, my elusive Xianzhou will open the fairy formation to the 6-day realm immediately. Little Emperor did not answer him, but continued to ask, how many immortals are there under your seat? He said again, no more, no less, 300 whole. If I send it all out, more. In the end, Xiao Junedao can form alliances. The son said humbly, I have already said that this alliance is absolutely beneficial and harmless to you, brother. But how can I believe that you are not a prince to fight their gangsters and lure me into the bait? Xiao Dijuan asked again, looking at him with a smile. This is the end of the matter, so I will tell you all. You don't have to worry that I and the young man are in the same camp, the young man said generously, because I am now voluntarily withdrawing. Because neither myself nor my ethereal Xianzhou have a relatively weak background. At the beginning, for self-protection reasons, I entangled with the sun. But in the next period of time, I found that young Master Jia was consuming my ethereal Xianzhous background, either intentionally or unintentionally, and even directly intervened in taking over the Xian under my seat, trying to lift me up. After I noticed it, I immediately broke off the alliance with him until today. After listening to Xiaodajan, he said leisurely, then you are afraid that the sun will completely defeat me and then turn around to find your trouble, so you start to be strong and come to form an alliance with me? Gongzikian nodded, looked at him and said, yes, and this seems to be helping you, but it's actually helping myself. Listen to what you mean. Who are in the same camp as the young master? Now there are two emperors? Yes, after the fifth brother's death, now only Gong Ziyu and Gong Zihua are following him. What about young Master Lin? Little Emperor asked intentionally or unintentionally. The son said in a modest way, no one cares about him. Xiaodajan slowly got up and paced in this hall. You just said, what does it mean that the real battle has not started yet? Will they do it again in such a short time? Young Master Qian nodded his head, his eyes a little solemn. Yes, all they have done is to rush you before the Emperor returns to the Great Division and even kill you. It's really courageous. It seems that the death of young Master Mo has actually boosted their arrogance. Xiaodajan sneered. Young Master Qian also got up and came to him. So, in order not to be the next young Master Mo, let's start the alliance. The gang wind raged in the void. After the shocking battle 10 years ago, the void outside the six-day realm had no signs of recovery. There were curling and broken void cracks everywhere, and it was extremely desolate. In front of the portal of the six-day realm, the nearly 100 evangelists brought by Gongzikian, at this moment, all released the most majestic evangelizing power, building an immortal formation. Gongzikian said, brother, within half a day, the immortal formation from the ethereal Xianzhou to the six-day realm will be completed. At that time, all the immortals sent will be sent by the eldest brother. Xiao Dijuan did not answer him, but looked at Jian Wushuang and asked in a low voice, you said, when will the next time the sun corrects a trouble? When Jian Wushuang was about to speak, the entire shattered void suddenly shook, as if it had been hit by something. In the next moment, at the end of the endless void, a giant tearing void that can hardly be described in words appeared. This giant floats in the void, even larger than a celestial plane. It looks like a giant tortoise, but its raised head has 4 sinuous horns and 6 eyes. The entire high heavy back can fill a sky. All Yinxian in the void, seeing this giant turtle-like cow, took a breath of air conditioning. Armed cow? Haven't these strange beasts extinct? Why are they reappearing now? Young Master Qian frowned and said, arming cow? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Looking at the giant with almost no edges, he felt a little bit wrong inexplicably. Immediately afterwards, the little emperor explained, this is a product of my emperor's youth. It is called an armox. It feeds on the universe and all creatures. If an armox wants to grow to adulthood, it needs to eat at least 10,000. It's a celestial realm, so it's a great disaster. There used to be emperors who used it as a mount to open up the realm with extreme ferocity. There are rumors that the limbs of the armox have the effect of stabilizing the heavenly plane, but now it seems to be true. During their conversation, at the same time this armox appeared, another armox of the same size appeared from the end of the void. The appearance of this kind of strange beast is not a good sign. The young Master Qian said nervously, you said, could this be sent by young master? As soon as this remark came out, everyone immediately became vigilant. It is extremely difficult for each armox to be killed after it reaches adulthood. Even the siege of dozens of immortals can hardly cause substantial damage to it. If these armoxen are really sent by the young master to spoil the situation, I am afraid the situation will be quite difficult. It seemed to confirm their guess that when the second armox appeared from the end of the void, the third armox also appeared. They all seemed to be floating in the void of the heavenly realm, and with an unimaginable shocking general trend, they collided towards the six-day realm. Isn't it? It was really sent by young master? Young Master Qian's face was pale. He never thought that the establishment of an alliance with Xiao Dijuan was about to go to war. Once a battle begins, I am afraid that the immortal emperor under his seat will be lost in this battle. With this in mind, Bukanshu, he wanted to slap himself in the face. A total of 4 arm oxen rammed towards the six-day realm, and along with the appearance of these arm oxen, there was a stream of light leaping from the back of the arm oxen, all gathered in the void. streaming light one after another is a fairy. At a glance, there are no fewer than 300. Damn, these idiots. Isn't Yanxian a mess of bad street? Send them here in batches. Gong Ziqian gritted his teeth. His heart was bleeding, and it took less than a day to form an alliance, and he encountered this battle. He was already thinking about how to minimize the casualties of sitting down. At this moment, Jin Wushuang said, "Give me 100 immortals." Ah, only 100? Gong Ziqian said in confusion, obviously still not reacting. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4894. Xiao Dijuan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Why? It's still too small? Or else you will bring all your wealth over. After reacting, young Master Qian immediately shook his head like a rattle. 100 is good. 100 is enough. Then, he flew to the group of immortals who were still building the immortal formation, and roared, "Return the immortal formation, and quickly gather them for me." Hearing this, nearly 100 Yanxian did not dare to disobey young Master Qian, and hurriedly stopped to build an immortal formation and gather. Gong Ziqian was still not at ease. He directly released Yanli and destroyed the rudimentary immortal formation, only to take a breath. His move fell into Jin Wushuang's eyes, unconsciously a little funny. His move was to avoid misfortunes and spread the flames of war along the fairy array to his ethereal Xianzhou. However, there is nothing wrong with Gong Ziqian's doing this, and he can't even blame him. After all, at this point, he has not abandoned the alliance and has gathered nearly 100 immortals. For the entire six-day realm, this is a gift in the snow and the capital for the Jedi to fight back. Without the arrival of Gong Ziqian, this battle would really be very likely to destroy the entire six-day realm. A total of 4 armed oxen that were larger than the heavenly plane appeared, almost crowding the originally broken void. Jin Wushuang saw it most vividly, and on the back of every arm ox, there was actually a powerful fairy formation. This is crazy, for arm oxen, which are more expansive than Tianyu, are carrying a square fairy formation. Except for the more than 300 Yanxians who have already been present, this is the most terrifying thing about the immortal formations that can connect to the void universe. This battle will be an endless situation. Gong Ziqian's face turned pale, and he also saw this terrible scene. It's over. It's over. It seems that all of my hundreds of Yanxians are going to be folded here. It is unimaginable how many top repairs and evolving immortals can be dispatched from the 4 completely completed immortal formations. It can be said that as long as the mastermind wanted to, he could even send a whole celestial force at the other end of the fairy formation to destroy the six-day realm. Little Emperor also frowned, looking at Jin Wushuang a little heavy. Brother Jin, this battle. In this situation now, there are 4 different beasts and arm oxen carrying 4 immortal formations, and they are fighting with more than 300 immortals. There are so many that can be seen, but how many will be invisible? For a time, even Jin Wushuang was very solemn. Now that the six-day realm can be used, there are even more than 100 immortals under the seat of young Master Qian. It is simply not right to the extreme. The complexion on the side of the sun Qian kept changing, and finally gritted his teeth. Big brother, it's better to escape. Anyway, the ultimate goal of the sun to correct them is only for your six-day realm. As long as the Emperor comes back, everything will be solved naturally. Xiao Dijuan did not reply, looking at Jin Wushuang. He seemed to be waiting for him to make a decision. For a moment, Jin Wushuang said, "You can't escape, let alone escape or not. It's just this posture. This time, they are probably not just to destroy the six-day realm." Is it possible? The young man swallowed the second half of the sentence abruptly, his complexion ugly. This battle is inevitable. Give me 100 immortals. Jin Wushuang looked at him. Gong Ziqian nodded. Or, how much do you keep for me? Ignoring him, Jin Wushuang immediately looked at Diqing, who was beside him. Next, I will leave you with these hundreds of fairy cultivators. You drag those fairy cultivators, and I will break the fairy formation. Diqing nodded. Don't worry. Brother Sword, they'll be with you. Chen Qing said in a deep voice. I Qin Qing can fight and help you break through. Jian Wushuang nodded and did not refuse. Zaire Otogen also looked at Gong Ziqian at this time. Are you not going to leave? All the immortals under my seat are here. Where can I go by myself? Gong Ziqian's eyes twitched, just begging me to lose a little less. Xiao Dijuan was also a little surprised at his performance, and after taking a deep look at him, he looked forward. With the 4 huge and vast arm oxen completely stagnating in front of the portal of the 6-day realm, a great battle was inevitable. There are nearly 300 Yangxians overwhelming the sky, and each Yanxian has raised its own realm to the top, with various colors rising into the sky, full of inspiring trends. At the moment in the 6-day realm, there are only more than 100 immortals from the young Master Qian. The gap between the two is really too big, almost not on the same level at all. Once the war starts, it can be expected that the battle will be inevitable. Will be extremely optimistic. In front of these 300 Yangxians, 6 slowly walked out of the extremely mysterious figures wearing black robes, and every mysterious figure holds a dark scepter in his hands, which invisibly makes all Yanxian feel oppressed. At the next moment, 6 black-robed figures simultaneously held up the scepter in their hands, and 6 endless majestic forces shot out from the top of the stick, forming a bunch of piercing through the broken void. Unimaginable violent winds raged instantly, tearing and distorting the void ceaselessly. Attention! Among the 6 black robes, there are 2 Dian immortals. Di Qing quickly reminded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at him, then nodded. I will. The Sun Qian's expression on the side changed drastically. He was obviously regretting it to the extreme. The current scene is almost the same as sending him to death in vain. Brother, it's really too late if you don't leave. The fairy formation will be opened. Even if the Emperor wants to protect you, it will be too late. Xiao Dijuan glanced at him. Shut up. No one knows what the result will be until the last moment. After that, he drew out the soft sword around his waist. If you want to keep as many immortals as possible under your seat, then let them be dispatched by the Sword Heaven official in the next time. Gong Ziqian is already anxious and angry, but he is not easy to attack, so he can only say angrily, fuck, let it go. Along with the beams of light emitted by the 6 black-robe figures at the same time, you read www. The entire void dome of Akanshu. Calm is condensed into a vortex, in which there is a thunder and lightning strikes, which is terrible to the extreme. At the same time, the 4 different beasts, arm oxen, which were larger than the heavenly plane, raised their heads and neighed at the same time. That kind of weird sound made the listener's heart beat violently, and his heart palpitations reached the extreme. When the swirling vortex of the void dome expanded to the extreme, the 4 beams of light suddenly came from the center, covering the square fairy array on the back of the 4 arm oxen. OM. Layers of power ripples spread out, like a giant dust-covered door, slowly opened. The fairy formation quietly circulates, and hundreds of millions of brilliant lights burst out of it, completely illuminating the void. And all the immortals are also at this moment, no longer staying, manipulating the extremely powerful genius, all crushing to the 6-day realm. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4895. In order to leave a little bit of leeway for himself, young Master Qian, who has turned his face, suddenly grabbed the supreme true sword in his hand. All the immortals will give me to keep up with the Sword Heaven official. If there is a violation, die on the battlefield. More than 100 Yanxian also completely released the Yanli realm at this moment, and they all followed Jian Wushuang. After he Diqing looked at each other, Jian Wushuang took the lead. Facing the army of immortals covering the sky and the earth, he was holding an invisible long sword and marching forward in the air, as if everything in front of him could not be blocked. Behind him, followed by more than 100 Yanxian, Diqing also moved at this time. His arms shook, and 10 magnificent wings appeared directly behind him. He is like a world ruler of heaven, and the most magnificent Huameng shoots out from behind him. There are tens of thousands of golden feathers condensing infinite power to cut through the void, all pouring into the army of eternal immortals. The entire void seemed to burn completely, and the golden feather swept over it, instantly containing the impact. A style of galaxy sword in tint burst out. The incomparable sword in tint exploded directly in front, and several Yangtzeans were tired of coping and were crushed into powder on the spot. Just under this one encounter, the power of He Jian Wushuang and Di Qing directly turned the situation around, and nearly 30 evangelists died on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, the young master in the rear, his brow jumped fiercely. He never expected that this terrible killer move was hidden in the camp of the Six-Day Realm. He looked at the tin-winged truth in the void, couldn't help swallowing his throat, already a little coveted. But Gong Ziqian quickly recovered his composure. This situation is just the beginning. Everything is uncertain and should not be taken lightly. Just when he was about to pick a safe place and try to hide it, the little emperor beside him suddenly lifted his sword and joined the battle. Gong Ziyin, are you dying? They are all coming for you. Gong Ziqian shouted anxiously, but Xiao Dijuan had already left and ignored him. Damn it, it's all a bunch of rammed goods. He was anxious, and at the same time, he was watching this situation nervously. It was almost a crush, but he fell into a stalemate. With Diqing behind him, the pressure on Jian Wushuang's body was relieved. His whole figure was like a real sword with sharp edges, and nothing could hinder him. The 4 arm oxen are distributed in a product-shaped formation. What Jian Wushuang has to do at this moment is to destroy them one by one before the teleportation fairy formation is fully opened. The nearly 100 Yinxian behind him fought fiercely with the Yinxian army in an instant. The battle of nearly 500 immortals was even worse than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. In order to prevent this war from expanding again, only by destroying all the teleportation fairy formations can it be contained. The first army was closest to Jian Wushuang, and the fairy formation was about to open. Jian Wushuang locked it for the first time. Under the struggle of nearly 100 immortals, the encirclement was abruptly torn open. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and directly released the second form of Xingho Heijianyi, river. As if descending from the sky, the Kendo River with endless might pouring down. Seeing this scene, all Yinxian was shocked and rushed out of the way. Under this sword intent, Jian Wushuang is confident that he can destroy the teleportation fairy array. But in the next moment, anomaly emerged. In the void in front of the arm ox, a crimson enchantment over 1,000,000 feet high suddenly condensed. The earth-shattering river-shaped sword intent collided with the crimson enchantment, and the endless power was vented wildly. Under such a terrifying collision, the crimson barrier began to be densely covered with cracks and gullies, which seemed to be broken in the next moment. But at this moment, a figure wearing a large black robe quietly appeared behind the barrier, and at the same time stretched out a palm to stick to the barrier. In an instant, a dense cobweb-like dark red silk thread clung to the barrier, quickly repairing the crack. The two canceled each other out, and eventually the river-shaped sword intent disappeared, but the barrier was intact. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn, staring straight at the figure in the black robe. Waved to remove the barrier, the black robe figured and held a scepter in hand, and said coldly, "Go back wherever it came from. We want to kill young Master Yin. It has nothing to do with you. Fuck your mother. Old beast, when you are old and weak, will you just slap your mouth?" Chen Qing, who was standing beside Jian Wushuang, burst into a loud voice, wishing to slash his sword directly. Smell-Mouth Jr. Hypo's figure coldly took a scepter in his hand, and suddenly a violent wind cut towards Chen Qing.
Zhang.
As soon as a sword came out, he directly cut off the violent wind. Jian Wushuang glanced at him coldly. "If you want to survive, just get out of it." Ignorance. He gave the scepter in his hand again, and his figure in black robe angered. In an instant, thousands of strands of dark red power gush out from under his black robe, like lotus petals, unfolding in this void. As the black robe surged, a thin and old face appeared, and 2 dark red lights burst out of his pupils, which was extremely strange. Even Jian Wushuang felt uncomfortable when he saw that face and that look. Chen Qing cursed in a low voice before going forward to teach the black-robed old man a heavy lesson, but he stopped him. "You are not his opponent. He is dying immortal. Jian Wushuang reminded. Chen Qing was stunned, but she didn't dare. Damn it. When did so many big fairy immortals pop out from Desiyu? Jian Wushuang also frowned. He remembered that Chen Qing had told him earlier that, except for the elders under the seat of Jinwu Yang, the number of Dayan immortals in Dasiyu was no more than 2 hands. In terms of the harsh conditions for promotion and the environment of Dasiyu, what Chen Qing said was correct, and Yinxian who could be promoted to Dayanxian were indeed extremely rare. But right now, there are 2 more Dayan immortals who participated in this battle. This is really a bit scary. Coupled with the previous Chang Duoling, who was able to mobilize 3 Dayan immortals in a row, the hidden strength of Gong Zijiao was far more terrifying than his demonstrated strength. Right now, this Dayan immortal is in the initial stage, and he has not been promoted to rank 3, but the aura exuding from him is extremely strange, different from blood and hostility, but the purest lifeless aura. It was like a lifeless dead fairy. Qi Zisheng changed. This was an immutable truth. So Jian Wushuang raised his sword and greeted him brazenly. This battle must be done quickly. He can't imagine how many troops will be sent crazily to crush the 6-day realm if all the fairy formations on the back of the 4-arm oxen are opened. Once the fairy array is fully opened, it can be imagined that the 6-day realm will inevitably be shattered. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4896. The black-robed Yinxian with a face resembling a skull looked at Jian Wushuang, who was approaching him with the sword, with his dark red eyes. It is ridiculous that a little Yinxian wants to fight against Dayanxian in a delusion, and he is overpowered. I said 3 times. If you wait to retreat, I will wait for a way out. If you insist on going forward, just stay here. He said coldly, 1. Without waiting for him to blurt out, a Jetyin sword light directly slashed down at him. The sword light rose by 1,000,000 feet against the storm and swallowed it in a flash. Hypo Dayan's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stretched out his thin palm to release his strength to offset it. Jian Wushuang, the instigator, also came quietly at this time, raised the invisible sword in his hand, and severely cut it down again. Junior, you are overpowering. He was furious, and suddenly waved his robe, trying to squeeze Jian Wushuang with pressure. But he obviously underestimated Jian Wushuang's strength, and the coercion of Hypo Dayanxian did not deter him at all. Jian Wushuang cut off with a single sword, and directly cut off the sleeve of his robes, and then a large bone-like arm was exposed. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Hypo Dayanxian fiercely backed away 100 zhong, looked at his broken sleeves, and looked at Jian Wushuang with a grim look. He seemed to remember something. A pair of dark red eyes suddenly condensed, and his voice raised, "You are the fairy who is rumored to behead Chang Duoling? So what if you leave now? I can let you go." Jian Wushuang said, "It's ridiculous. Regardless of whether Chang Duoling falls into your hand or not, based on the current situation, can you be a little Yinxian who can stop you?" Hypo Dayanxian said coldly, "Then Chang Duoling in front of this seat. There is also an influential existence. Even if you really kill him, it will not prove anything. Listen to the advice of this seat. You can leave or return to my sect. You can save your life." Jian Wushuang was already a little impatient. His palm was horizontal, and the invisible sword was aimed directly at him, obviously not planning to talk nonsense with him anymore. A star-shaped sword in tint cut straight out, illuminating the entire shattered void. Hypo Dayan was even more surprised. Although he doubted Jian Wushuang's killing of Chang Duoling, it did not mean that he underestimated the enemy. So at this moment, he is also fully responding. Immediately, countless strands of lifelike breath floating up from the abyss of the deep, surging from under his black robe, turned into a 10-meter-sized skull head, opened a huge mouth, swallowing that sword. When the two collided, the most violent blast exploded, and even the Yinxian who wanted to get close was blown away by the blast. Jian Wushuang stood in place, frowning slightly. He could feel the sword, and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Sure enough, when the smoke and dust from the sacrificial explosion dissipated, Hypo Dayan's figure was intact, and even his breath did not decay, but the skull, which was completely condensed by death, was cut to pieces. Sure enough, there are 2 strokes, but these 2 strokes are not enough to keep you alive. I will never let you die today. Hypodion's voice was gloomy. After saying this sentence, his entire figure suddenly grew by several feet, like a thin, withered bone, and endless darkness and death madly overflowing. The whole broken void seemed to boil, becoming more dim and chaotic. Chun Qing looked solemn on the side. Brother Sword. This guy seems to be playing his trump card. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but reached out his hand to push Chun Qing beside him thousands of feet away from this area. Brother Sword dash. He looked at the black-robed Dayan immortal. At this moment, only 2 figures of them remained in this area. The void under his feet has been covered by the viscous and substantive death air, and even the void surrounding his body has been covered. Jian Wushuang was in this lifeless formation. Although his eyes were serious, he was not afraid. And the reason for not being afraid is because after comprehending the sword intent of the word lake, it is actually a watershed. After that, all his sword intent, all immortal styles, and even ancestral skills, all sublimated to another level. It can be said that Wushuang Kendo and Xinghu Hai sword intent are a kind of comprehension and sublimation. Jian Wushuang is no longer the previous Jian Wushuang, but has the strength to fight Dianxian. That's why he insisted on fighting Chang Duoling at the beginning. Only that battle was able to transform him. Fortunately, he also succeeded. Facing Dianxian again, he was somewhat calm, but he also knew his shortcomings. I am afraid that if you want to kill Dayan Immortal again, you can only use the sword intent of the lake character. However, the consumption of the lake-style sword intent is too great. I am afraid that after using this sword intent, he will no longer have the power to fight. Therefore, the lake-style sword intent can only be used when it is most urgent. In this lifeless formation, the black-robed Dayan Immortal seemed to have become the only master, and all the lifelessness became his extended arms. 2 dark red lights shot out from his shriveled eye sockets. Junior, become my nourishment today. With a cold snort, Jian Wushuang held the sword with one hand and looked at him disdainfully. If you are bold enough, come down and fight. Rugged man, I like to the bones and blood of your clumsy man. There is an inexplicable smell that makes me tremble. Hei Pao Dian Xinjie Jie smiled strangely. The scepter in his palm did not know when it became I wrote a brush dipped in black ink. Then, he raised his hands high. Blood battle is the most stupid method. This seat never disdains to use it. This seat controls the heavens and plays with the laws of the heavens and applause, let alone you juniors. In this dead heavenly immortal formation, this seat is above the realm of heaven. It is just a thought to make you die miserably. Now you can obediently become the nourishment for this seat. Jian Wushuang felt a little unnatural when listening to this weird sound with a little excitement. Next, as above the heavenly path, this seat will be judged against you. Sentence you to wait for the immortal body to age, from life to death, irreversible. With the death penalty of Hypodian Immortal, his domain began to distort and fluctuate in this entire dead heaven immortal formation. Jian Wushuang only felt that an indescribable feeling grew from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time a more mysterious and terrifying scene appeared. His immortal body is actually aging at a speed visible to the naked eye, giving birth to fine and dense wrinkles, and at the same time the invisible organs are also weakening at the same speed. How can that be? At this moment, even the immortal body is aging at an irreversible speed. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4897. You know, the immortal body is transformed from the super-perfect chaotic life physique. It can be said that as long as Jian Wushuang is not eager to die, even the emperor cannot completely kill him. But right now, the immortal body is aging at an irreversible speed under the hands of a little-known Dayan immortal. Aging is a precursor to death. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel that his life was also fading at an extremely fast speed. The feeling that life is allowed to be played around by others is too weird and terrifying. Even he can no longer remain indifferent. Not only did the immortal body begin to age, but also the derivation power in the meridians began to dry up. And these are irreversible. Jian Wushuang wanted to break the shackles, but he found that the invisible sword in his hand was dimmed and eventually shattered. He wanted to release the immortal style, but he was shocked that the strength of the meridians had been weakened to the extreme, and he couldn't support him at all. Even the Boyang bottle on his waist could not be held. It was only a few dozen breaths of time since the death penalty came. Jian Wushuang was already aging to an awkward level. Although his figure was still straight, he had already faded away. As if being taken ashore from drowning, he began to gasp. Hypodian Immortal seemed extremely excited when he saw this scene. Junior, feel relieved to be the nourishment for this seat? Chen Qing, who saw this scene from a distance, trembled in his heart, and he hurriedly flew over. Facing this deadly immortal formation, he hit with all his strength, and he could not even cause serious damage to it. Brother Sword, you must hold on. Chen Qing roared anxiously, and then turned to move the rescuers. But then, nearly 30 Yinxian quietly surrounded him from all directions, and the fiercest battle broke out. The big sun formed by a round of black and white is rising slowly, and along with the rising of this big sun, a little emperor who is extremely isolated and with one sword appears, holding a real sword in his hand. A sword will encircle Chen Qing's digital fairy and fly away, and at the same time resolutely join the battle. Bloody Chen Qing said in surprise, His Royal Highness, why are you here? I won't come. Won't you die here? Xiao said in a congealed voice. The 30-odd Yinxian who had originally surrounded them quickly disappeared under the battle between the two of them. There are almost two kinds of immortality who have mastered the fairy style, and those who have not mastered the immortal style. And the Xianxian mastering the immortal style is extremely rare. So at this moment, although there are only two people, Xiao Dijuan and Chen Qing, they almost crushed the past with little effort. More than 30 Yinxian quickly escaped. After the last sword shattered an immortal source, Xiao Dijuan rushed to the dead heaven immortal formation without stopping. When he saw Jian Wushuang in the formation, his brows trembled slightly when he was aging irreversibly. Little Emperor, I have tried this immortal formation. It can't be broken at all. Chen Qing wiped off the blood on his face and said nervously, I am afraid that everyone except the one who has been with Brother Jin can't be broken. Xiao then said, You immediately invite him over, saying that Wushuang is trapped and am here to guard. No, Your Highness, you have to follow me. It's too dangerous here. Chen Qing said anxiously. Go, he said solemnly, his words full of indisputability. Chen Qing had no choice but to leave quickly. Then Xiao drew out his soft sword and stabbed at the dead heaven immortal formation before him fiercely. But the fairy formation remained motionless, seemingly unharmed at all. However, Xiao Dijuan seemed to be unaware of this scene. He just pierced the immortal formation with one sword after another, trying to open a gap. At the same time, Jian Wushuang had already aged to the extreme in the dead sky array, and his fairy body was already covered with cracks. The black-robed Dian immortal Jejia smiled strangely, and then landed in the air, slowly coming to Jian Wufang. Junior, this is your price for provoking this seat. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his well-knotted palm and separated the black robe from the middle, exposing the contents. Under the black robe, it was not a full fairy body, but a pale skeleton without any flesh and blood. And there were countless dead spirits crisscrossing his skeleton, as well as pieces of nail-sized shiny stones. Immediately, Hypodian Immortal reached out and took out a shining stone from his arms, and gradually approached Jian Wushuang. Long Zhong Jian Wushuang, who was already old-fashioned, at this moment, the chaotic eyes returned to sharpness, like the sharpest and unparalleled real sword. Just as the Shenfeng came to the world, the unmatched gaze directly forced it back. No, how could it be possible? Haven't you already let this seat be sentenced to death? Heipao Dian was shocked beyond words. Hua Fa came back to life. All the oldness on the fairy body disappeared in a flash, and he became the appearance of that handsome young man again. The hair, like a black waterfall, is surging with incomparable patterns, which set him off like a god. He smiled contemptuously. You are good at being a god. Although you can play with the of applause, you will never be worthy of being a god. What's more, even the laws of the gods can no longer leave any traces on me. It depends on you? As Jian Wushuang said, he walked forward step by step, while Hypo Dianxian stepped back, his eyes constantly changing. Do you think you can derive the law of heaven from your dead sky array, so you will use it for me again? Stupid! Are you arrogantly claiming to be above heaven? Time seemed to freeze, and Hypodian was shocked that he suddenly couldn't move, as if he was suppressed by another, more ancient way of heaven, preventing him from moving a bit. Then, Jian Wushuang stretched out his palm and held his neck tightly. I will let you take a good look, who is above the heaven. The death sky array began to shatter uncontrollably, and the trenches and cracks filled the barrier. At the same time, a kind of more ancient and profound heavenly power is coming. The death sky array that can derive heaven's Tao suddenly shattered. No, no, I was wrong. Let me go. I no longer dare to speak God's way. I no longer dare to speak falsely. Hypodian immortal, suppressed by that special energy, could not move. A long-lost breath of death made him horrified and trembling. He had never felt that the true death was so close to him. He also believed the fact that the young man in front of him had become an immortal, beheading the 9 heavens immortal monarch Chang Duoling. Now tell me, who was above the heaven? Jian Wushuang's eyes were deep cold. His voice was like a punishment from heaven, full of unspeakable majesty. The black-robed Dian immortal, who was tightly clamped around his neck, had only panic in his eyes at this moment. My lord, it's you, your lord, you are the real heaven. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4898. Jian Wushuang slowly shook his head and said softly, It's a pity that I don't want to be above the realm of heaven. In the next moment, he suddenly blasted out hundreds of millions of pure Yanli Huamong from the palms he clenched and directly wrapped it to the black-robed Dian immortal. He didn't even make any sound. The entire skeleton fairy was directly swallowed by Huamong, and then suddenly turned into a fan. Dian immortal, the initial stage of a generation, died in Jian Wushuang's hands in this way, without any suspense. Retracting his palm, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh. It seems that everything that happened to the other party still has lingering fears. He is almost certain that if he is not an immortal body, then this time he will inevitably die. The means to be able to derive the way of heaven and let the way of heaven be one's own use is really terrible. If it weren't for the immortal body, beyond the limit of the heavenly Tao that the black-robed Dian immortal could control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it is an ordinary Dian immortal, I am afraid that if he is not careful, he will break his way and become a dead bone. Putting aside these terror methods, the body of the black-robed Dian immortal is actually quite weak, almost not on the same level as Chang Duoling before. This is also why Jian Wushuang can easily destroy him after breaking the shackles of his heavenly way. Fortunately, he finally succeeded. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang secretly decided that he would try not to be alone anymore. At the same time, he was even more wary of Dian immortal. As expected, those who were able to reach Dian immortal were by no means mediocre. After beheading the black-robed Dian immortal, Jian Wushuang turned around and saw the little emperor in black uniform. He smiled tiredly and said, Brother Jian. Jian Wushuang's brows condensed, and he directly stretched out his hand to blast a beam of light at him. The little emperor did not dodge and stood still. A violent beam of Yanli light passed him, blasted behind him, and directly crushed several Yinxian into powder. Be careful, the war has just begun. Jian Wushuang flew up to him and said condensedly. Zaya Otogen nodded. What's the next step? He didn't speak, but looked at the fairy formation with the first arm ox with a hole in the back. There is already an extremely powerful force blooming. Along with the emergence of Yinli, there is a steady stream of Yin Xian coming out of the fairy formation. The battle that was already at a disadvantage, with the opening of the first heaven gate, fell into an extreme disadvantage. Roughly counting, nearly 100 Yinxian joined the battle again, and countless Dingxiu also stepped out of the fairy formation and joined the battle. Just a fairy formation conveyed such a terrifying background, and then 4 fairy formations opened at the same time. I am afraid that this battle will have nearly 1,000 fairy formations fighting. I'm going to destroy the immortal formations. From now on, you will be by Daiking's side. Don't leave even one step. Jin Wushuang asked. However, Xiao Dijuan did not leave, but a soft sword in Yaiheng's hand. It is better to follow you instead of following him. After he finished speaking, he directly lifted his sword and flew towards the arm ox. Jin Wushuang was helpless. Then he slapped on the soles of his feet and rushed directly to the first fairy formation. Not long after they left, the place where the black-robed Dian immortal had disappeared, quietly condensed an uneven phantom. A steady stream of Yinxian and Dingxiu walked out of the immortal formation, then looked at the chaotic void and quickly joined the battle. In this kind of extremely unequal battle, even if one side has a few more geniuses, it is a decisive victory. If it hadn't been for Daiking's shelter in the rear, the more than 100 Yangxians brought by Gongzikian would have been swallowed. Right now, there are still more than 60 fairy gods miraculously remaining, and the army of gods born with the Armox has suffered heavy casualties, almost losing more than half, leaving only more than 100. But this kind of situation, after opening in the fairy formation hole and continuously joining Yinxian and Dingxiu, there has been a subtle change. Even Di Qing felt an inexplicable pressure. Almost the entire battlefield of the Six-Day Realm was defeated by him alone. As long as he was defeated, the Six-Day Realm behind him would be swallowed instantly. It has been only a few decades since the second true life fell. The current Di Qing is almost still in a weakening stage, and it is already a bit difficult to resist the offensive of hundreds of immortals. At the same time, he was still worried that the black-robed Dian immortal, who had disappeared without a trace from the beginning, would give him a thunderous blow. But he was still clenching his teeth, and the remaining 60 Yangxians surrounded him, barely able to share some of the offensive. And young Master Qian, who had originally planned to hide, also joined the battle under consideration from all sides, closely following Di Qing's back, barely lying directly on his body. Di Qing's gaze is solemn, looking forward through the broken void. There, a figure with a figure like a sword, carrying endless power, broke through the void and swept towards the first fairy formation. The Armox, which was originally sleeping with closed eyes, seemed to feel threatened, and all 6 huge eyes that looked like big sun opened, looking at the sudden figure. Roar! The sound waves that could shatter the void exploded. Arm Nyo raised that unimaginable head, opened the abyss and swallowed Jian Wushuang. Under this mouth, even the void was dimmed, but Jian Wushuang did not evade and was swallowed by it resolutely. In the next moment, thousands of magnificent flowers suddenly burst into the huge mouth of Armius' closed abyss. A hint of doubt flashed through its 6 giant eyes, and then they all burst open. Arm Nyo's extremely huge head was also blown away by the most magnificent beam of light. As if the sky had fallen, it couldn't even make a mournful sound, and the whole head became dust in the void. Jian Wushuang glanced back, then moved on. With just one sword, destroyed an Armox that needed more than a dozen immortals to barely restrain it. This was an unimaginable scene. This horrifying scene was caught in the eyes of dozens of immortals, and then they all retreated tacitly, and then joined the chaotic battle. With the soles of his feet resting on Armius' boundless back, Jian Wushuang slowly exhaled a turbid breath. In front of him, there was a steady stream of violent soldiers. Uncountable fairy patterns are circulating, which is the most basic source to ensure the endurance of the fairy formation and provide the normal transmission of the fairy formation. It is conceivable that this transfer is enough to send nearly 10,000 top repairs. Jian Wushuang quickly stepped forward, facing the continual retreat of the top repair army. He kicked it directly with a powerful kick. Go back to me wherever you came from. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4899. Under his foot, hundreds of Ding Xiao were caught off guard and were directly kicked back into the immortal formation. Damn! There was a Yin Xian who didn't even have time to say a whole sentence and was directly chopped into palm-sized pieces by Jian Wushuang's sword. All Yin Xian and Ding Xiao stepped back subconsciously. Looking at the god-killing Yin Xian in front of them, they felt depressed inexplicably. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to talk nonsense at all, but raised his foot again, kicking another wave of Yin Xian and Ding Xiao into the fairy formation. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers joined together and turned into a big palm to bombard down. The immortal formation formed by the condensation of nearly 10,000 immortal patterns could not withstand this power at all, and it collapsed and shattered directly. As the first fairy formation shattered, there were only 3 of the original 4 fairy formations. The arm ox without a head also fell, like a broken heaven, sinking into the broken void. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and turned his gaze to the other 3 fairy formations slowly opening. Such an immortal formation, when stopped in time, has violently attacked nearly 100 immortals and countless top repairs. If it is not prevented, the 6-day realm will be destroyed directly. So Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at all. He directly took Xiao Dijuan and rushed to the next fairy formation. At this moment, the front door of the entire 6-day realm was completely plunged into chaos. Even with the guarantee of the truth, the 6-day realm can't be defended. Originally, there were only more than 60 fairy cultivators, but at this moment, there were only less than 30 elders. However, the original fairy cultivator added fresh blood, and there were nearly 400 fairy elders. Moreover, the army of immortals had already understood the importance and terrifying nature of Di Qing. It was no longer a mad forward of the brain, but let the later top repairers take the lead, consuming the vital power of the 6-day realm. Young Master Qian's face was pale. In his opinion, the 6 heavens realm was completely unguarded, and he was already considering how to escape back to his ethereal Xianzhou as quickly as possible. Chun Qing was fighting battle beside Di Qing, and obviously he couldn't get out. At this moment, several streamers rushed from the direction of the 6-day realm. It was Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, Zhao Ting, Wei Liujia, and a bald man who was as strong as a mountain. They all looked solemn when they saw this scene. Chun Xiu even flew directly to Chen Qing and said with a deep face, "Why don't you notify us of such a big thing?" Chen Qing touched the blood on his face and said anxiously, "What happened is too urgent. It is impossible to get out of it, even if I want to go back and call you. There is no way." Chun Xiu's complexion eased slightly, and then he looked at the turbulent situation, and when he was about to speak again, an impatient roar resounded. "Where is my lord? Where did the lord go? Is it here too?" It was Feng Shan, the bald man who made the trembling roar, and he roared with anxious expression. "Isn't this Rammer the guy outside the temple of Brothers Pingjian?" Chen Qing was a little puzzled. The bald man Feng Shan rushed to Chen Qing and said anxiously, "You must know where my adult is, right? Tell me, I will never let the adult suffer any harm." Upon hearing this, Chun Qing stretched out his finger to the location of the 3-armed oxen far away. "It's there." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Shan directly soared out. Although he was very strong, his actions were also extremely agile, rushing towards Jian Wushuang's position with agility. "It's really a rammer." Chun Qing shook his head helplessly. In the spring and autumn period, Cui Jing and others were also going to help Jian Wushuang, but he was held back by him. "Brother Jian is not too dangerous for the time being. Let's alleviate some pressure on this adult together now." Seeing Di Qing with 10 wings blooming behind him, Chuanxiu didn't say much, and directly called out 8-armed puppets with angry eyes, and guarded Di Qing together. Cui Jing also joined the battle immediately, carrying an 8-foot mysterious stick, and fighting side by side with Chuanxiu. Wei Liujia, who hadn't fully recovered, joined the battle without hesitation. He thought that being able to defend Jian Wushuang on the bottom line of the 6-day realm would be regarded as helping Jian Wushuang. Zhao Ting also gritted his teeth slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, joined the battle. With Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and several Yin Xian guarding him, Di Qing felt the pressure on his body instantly loosened, and he was able to take a breather. The calmness of spring and autumn, Cui Jing's boldness, Qin Qing's sophisticated and smooth, and Wei Lujia's seemingly gentle but fast and deadly are all suitable for this chaotic situation. Their matching with each other greatly offset the wave after wave of impact, and even Di Qing secretly affirmed them. And as they joined the battle in the spring and autumn period, thousands of streams emerged from the six-day realm. They are the last remaining immortals and top repairs in the six-day realm. They were all practicing enlightenment in the Luanjian dojo in the far south of Ziyushan, but now they are all here, and none of Dingxiu and Yinxian are absent. Stepping into this chaotic battlefield, none of Yinxian and Dingxiu said a word, silently greeting their destiny. In some ways, this is indeed a fateful battle. The sword repairs all drew out their true swords, and the top repairs released their most chewy power. Less than 10 Yinxian took the lead to rush into the chaotic battlefield, kill the enemy, and be killed. This is the purest war, and it is also the largest war since the establishment of the Great Division. There were nearly 600 immortals and an innumerable number of top repairers who participated in the war, and immortals continued to join the war. This is also a war between emperors, which includes 5 or even 6 emperors. This war was also a turning point that was completely torn apart between them. The situation that was originally one-sided fell into a stalemate again. This made the pale-faced young Master Qin somewhat relieved, and he was also in shock. Under the seat of the little emperor, Sun Yin, where did these guys who are so powerful that they can even turn the tide of the battle on their own come from? Naturally, no one can answer Gong Ziqian. If you want to let him know that these guys who can turn the tide don't even obey the orders of Xiao Dijuan, I am afraid he will be completely shocked again. To restore the originally decadent situation again, the chaotic battle is even more chaotic than before. If there is color in the void, I am afraid that countless blood can dye it deep red. Immortal Yin is constantly dying, and the ancestor-level top repairers have fallen and died in batches, and even their bodies can't be preserved. This broken void is the burial ground of the immortal and Dingxiu at this moment. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4900. Dead Fairyland, Pile of Bones. Yinxian Melee, Top Repair Deadly Battle. Looking around, the broken void is full of celestial bones. And this situation will only intensify and will not end, because at the source of the war, only one of the 4 fairy formations was destroyed. There are also 3 fairy formations, which are about to open and enter the stage of violent soldiers. Once the remaining 3 teleportation fairy formations are opened, everything will enter an irreversible road. So Jian Wushuang would never let that scene appear. After destroying the first fairy formation, he immediately rushed to the second fairy formation. He wants to contain this battle from the source. Now the whole situation is under the protection of Di Qing, barely in a stalemate state, but this state will not last long. So Jian Wushuang has to fight quickly and then return to defense. With nearly 10,000 fairy patterns suddenly turning, the second fairy formation and the third fairy formation are about to open. Jian Wushuang's figure has quietly arrived in front of the second armyu. Holding an invisible sword, his whole figure is like the same Wushuang divine sword, and he slashes towards the giant head of armyu without fear. Because the arm cow's body is too huge, even several times larger than some ordinary heavens, this also caused its slow movement, and if it encounters a strong enemy, it is basically waiting to die. Facing Jian Wushuang, this second arm ox also opened a huge mouth in the abyss and swallowed it into its belly. The same scene was staged again. The billions of magnificent Huamong exploded arm Nyo's head, and finally turned its entire head into powder. Jian Wushuang reached the top with his sword and looked at the huge immortal formation on Armius' back, which had been completely opened. Already, the formation of Yinxian has begun to step out of the fairy formation and rush to the battlefield. But in just a few dozen breaths of time, in the broken void battlefield, more than 100 immortals were added again, and there is a steady stream of immortals coming out of the teleporting immortal array. The six-day realm is in danger. Originally, there were more than 300 immortal soldiers on the battlefield, and with the addition of fresh blood, they were approaching 500. Jian Wushuang was holding an invisible sword, and he came to the second fairy formation in a flash. He wanted to close the fairy formation in the shortest possible time. Only this time, it was not as smooth as the first time. Almost at the same time, Yin Xian, who was constantly walking out of the immortal formation, became vigilant for an instant and surrounded Jian Wushuang. "Are you the remnant of the Six Heavens realm?" A clear voice sounded, followed by a young Yin Xian wearing bright silver chinya silver armor and holding a Zhang Su silver gun, walking out of the immortal formation, looking at Jian Wushuang proudly. Jian Wushuang glanced at him obliquely and directly used the seventh formula of Luyun grass sword style. The grass leaves turned green. Suddenly, the infinite sword intent rushed out from the blade, like a green grass leaf, flying forward. The young man Yangxian's eyes lit up, and his competitive heart suddenly rose. He took a sudden step forward, pointing Zhang Zu's silver spear directly at the void, then put his palm against the spear body and used a straightforward. This seemingly unremarkable thorn, but carrying the momentum of the whale swallowing Tianhe, broke through Jian Wushuang's Luyun grass sword style. At this moment, even Xiao Dijuan, who was standing beside Jian Wushuang, was shocked to the extreme. This was the first time that there was an immortal in the same realm, and Jian Wushuang's sword intent was broken from the front, without much effort. Jian Wushuang was also slightly surprised. The young man with silver armor and silver spear in front of him, Yin Xian, was able to find a way to deal with Luyun grass sword in the first place. It was indeed remarkable. The whole spectrum of Luyun grass sword style starts from the seventh style, from simple to complex, and the sword intent contained in it also moves closer to the general trend. And that young man Yin Xian broke his face with one of the simplest points, and broke through the seventh type of grass leaf Shiqing. Yes, you can be your opponent. Young Yangxian's eyes lit up, and he was ready to fight Jian Wushuang on the spot. But Jian Wushuang didn't want to fight him. His goal was the immortal formation. Xiaodajan understood what he was thinking, and directly held the sword and confronted the young man Yin Xian. A hint of doubt flashed in the young man Yangxian's eyes, and then he seemed to think of something. "You are the Sun Yin?" Little Dijuan ignored him and directly released the immortal style, attracting all the eyes of Yin Xian. "All immortals Yin listen to my orders and try their best to intercept young Master Yin." He suddenly raised the silver spear in his hand, and the earth-shaking voice echoed in the broken void. At this moment, nearly 100 Yangxians gathered around. Jian Wushuang no longer stayed, and directly jumped into the immortal formation that originally wanted the immortal pattern to flow. The young man Yin Xian, who was fighting against Xiaodajan, looked at this scene and immediately guessed his intentions, and hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Don't let me froze, I'll try to protect the immortal formation." Suddenly, a crowd of Yin Xian chased Jian Wushuang again. This kind of immortal formation built with 10,000 immortal patterns is quite solid. Even the full blow of dozens of immortals may not be able to break the defense, unless Dian Immortal takes action. Otherwise, the immortal formation will circulate steadily. However, Jian Wushuang could easily destroy the immortal formation, so the only thing he was worried about was being blocked. It seemed that the more worried he would come, when he appeared in front of the immortal formation, 60 or 70 Yangxians surrounded him, and thousands of top repairers also approached him. This scene is extremely tricky. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to rush out of the encirclement desperately, a shocking shout rang out. "My lord, Fengshan's is late." Even Jian Wushuang, when he heard the popping sound, his eardrum felt a little painful. When he reacted, he saw a body like a hot meteor, shattering the void, and resolutely rushed into the encirclement. There were more than 10 Yinxian who couldn't dodge, and they were kicked out of distance on the spot. Boom! The entire back of the arm ox was under this huge earthquake, and there were cracks in an instant. The original encirclement was all in chaos, and the figure that came from a far distance was disoriented and climbed up from the back of the arm ox. Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched. "Why are you here?" "My lord, I really am an adult." Fengshan knew that you were here to him. Fortunately, he was not late. The bald man Fengshan ran over excitedly. Jian Wushuang was helpless, and when he saw that the encirclement was messy, he said in a condensed voice, "Prepare to rush out with me. As long as you rush out, you can follow me from now on." Fengshan takes the order, you sir. Please look forward to it. Fengshan said excitedly. As his voice fell, his already sturdy figure instantly expanded several times, and his whole body was like a god, full of captivating momentum. Then, like a small-armed cow, he rushed forward boldly. In the next moment, all the overwhelming power was poured on his body, and countless terrible radiant energy was scattered everywhere. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4901. Even Jian Wushuang saw this scene. His brows jumped. This was a full blow from dozens of immortals, and countless offensives from the top repairers all fell on him. Even if it was an alien beast known for its physical hardness, it could not be supported. But the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Fengshan suddenly yelled. His sturdy figure like a peak doubled suddenly, and at the same time, the thick blue veins of his arm rose up, and his skin turned dark blue. All Yanxian and Dingxius offensives seemed to have failed, and they didn't even leave any traces on him. Big sir, hurry up. He looked back at Jian Wushuang and roared, already doing his best. Jian Wushuang didn't say much. The invisible sword in his hand was shining to the extreme. Wushuang Kendo, Xingyahu Heijianyani, the second style. River. As if hanging down from the void dome, with endless sword intent. Every sword intent reflected the bright stars, and then swept through. Under this sword, there were nearly 1,000 top repairers. More than 30 Yanxian were strangled on the spot, and countless people were hit hard. Fengshan was stunned and watched this scene in disbelief. The encirclement was also completely disrupted. Live well. After Jian Wushuang said such a word to Fengshan, he stood directly in front of the immortal formation where the fairy patterns flowed. In the immortal formation, there was a steady stream of Yanxian and Dingxiu emerging, but they were all kicked back by Jian Wushuang, and then he stretched out his hand to release the immortal pose. After the battle with Chang Duoling, all of Jian Wushuang's ancestral arts, immortal style, and kendo were tempered. Therefore, the immortal style he released at this moment is more majestic and vast than before. Xian style, a little mountain and river. With Jian Wushuang as the center, hundreds of thousands of miles of void in his whole body have become his domain, in which he can mobilize and transform any matter. A sacred peak directly shattered the void, pressed down, and directly crushed the suppression of the second fairy formation. So far, only 2 of the 4 fairy formations are left. The immortal formation collapsed, and the infinite strength and radiance scattered all over. This scene was caught by nearly 100 immortals, and then they all rushed towards Jian Wushuang like they were crazy. Bong Shan grinned in pain. Dogs, you want to run after hitting Grandpa? Jian Wushuang didn't stop. After destroying the second fairy formation, he went straight to the third fairy formation. Seeing this, the young man Yanxian who was fighting against the little emperor directly shot the little emperor back, and his figure instantly chased in the direction of Jian Wushuang. But then, a sacred mountain-like figure blocked their way. If you want to catch up, just step over from the master. Fengshan's eyes were also extremely arrogant, and said disdainfully. The young man Yanxian raised his brows, and pointed his silver spear at him. Step over him for me. Rumble. Nearly 100 immortals, and countless Dingxiu Ima Pingchuan stepped over. Looking at Fengshan deeply embedded in the back of the arm oxen, the young man Yanxian shook his head. What a strange request. The third fairy formation has been opened, and while tens of thousands of immortal patterns are circulating, one by one immortal comes out of it. Now there are only 2 of the immortal formations destroyed by Jian Wushuang, and the chaotic battlefield has also begun to stalemate. He came to the third arm ox in an instant. This time he did not kill the arm ox, but jumped straight to the third fairy formation. Just as he was about to slash down with a sword, there was a sudden piercing sound behind him. Jian Wushuang was forced to turn his head and resist. Young Yanxian's Zhang Su silver spear then pierced it, and the extremely violent Yanli exploded. Under this shot, Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat half a step. I thought you were plotting something, but you wanted to destroy the fairy formation? The spear slanted, and he was arrogant. It's not impossible to destroy the fairy formation, but if you want to defeat me first, I will let you go. How about? Boring. Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze, then turned and walked towards the fairy formation step by step. Youth Yangxian's eyes narrowed. You look down on me? As he said, his right hand was in the shape of a bow, and the arm holding the silver spear raised up to a full circle, and then he threw the silver spear fiercely as if shooting the sun. Jian Wushuang did not look back, although the spear arrived behind him. The next moment, a bull-like figure rushed into the encirclement, and then resolutely dealt with the silver gun that flew out, like the dark yellow color of the earth spewing out, forming an insurmountable barrier in front of Fengshan. That shot that seemed to be able to penetrate the sky. When it hit this dark yellow layer of genius barrier, it turned out to be difficult to make a few steps. Fengshan roared wildly. The soles of his feet plowed a deep gully on Arm Nyo's back, and then his arms shook, and the silver gun flew upside down. Good fellow, it's really thick and tight. Catch the silver spear that flew back with one hand. The young man Yanxian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Make away. My target is not you. No matter who your goal is, defeat Lao Tzu first. Fengshan said without letting out a spit. It's really stupid. The young man Yanxian shook his head, and the silver spear in his hand burst into bloom in an instant, and the true soul of 1,000 silver spears emerged from behind him, and then all shot towards Fengshan. The void collapsed, and the true soul of each silver spear was violent to the extreme. If it all falls on him, I'm afraid it will be overwhelming. Just when thousands of silver spears were shooting down, Fengshan, who was still driving with a dead fish, was suddenly pulled over by a force. Rumble. The arm ox wailed, and 1,000 spears merged into one, and a deep ravine of billions of meters was cut directly on its back, so that the void was shaken. My lord. Fengshan was surprised. After releasing him, Jian Wushuang said in a solid voice, Follow me, don't take risks. He nodded heavily, calm, and followed closely. The fairy formation is close at hand, but it is still extremely tricky to have dozens of Yanxian guards. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to release the strongest sword desperately, the young man Yanxian, who was like a dog's skin plaster, also rushed over with a gun. Mouse, come and fight with this seat. If you win, it will be fine for me to give you this fairy formation. Jian Wushuang looked back at him and said calmly, Within 2 swords, you will lose. 2 swords? It's really a big tone. Young Yanxian pointed the silver spear in his hand directly at him, with an extremely arrogant expression. I am invincible. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he quietly curled up his mouth, as if he had heard the best joke. Even Fengshan on the side couldn't help grinning openly. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4902. Even though what he said is true and invincible in the same realm, there is no possibility of winning against Jian Wushuang. You know, before the beginning of this battle, Jian Wushuang was enough to fight the 3rd-ranked Dayan Immortal, and the 9 Heavens Immortal Monarch often made orders. In other words, they are no longer equal opponents. Jian Wushuang is sure to defeat them within the 2 swords. Why? Don't you believe what this seat says? Young Yanxian raised his brows and asked coldly. Of course I believe that if it is on weekdays, I might still compete with you, but not now. Jian Wushuang glanced at him and said, then turned around. Fengshan tilted his head and spat, and the fairy body doubled. Upon seeing this, the young man Yanxian became angry. Dare to ignore this seat? The next moment, he held the gun directly and flew straight to Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and just as he was about to give him a thunderous blow, an extremely strange aura suddenly appeared. Because that breath appeared too fast, it was almost impossible for Jian Wushuang to react, and appeared on his back. Jejia guy, you can't escape this time. That weird aura condensed into a black robe figure. It was huge. 2 black lights burst out from its eye sockets, and death aura rose to the sky. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed. This black robe figure was exactly the black robe Dayan Immortal he had killed before. But at this moment, he actually appeared again. The black-robed Dayan immortal seemed to have not suffered any severe damage, and two huge bone palms stretched out from under the black robe, directly grasping Jian Wushuang, and then dragging it directly into the fairy formation. Because everything that happened was so fast, even when Jian Wushuang reacted, he was already dragged into the fairy formation. Fengshan also reacted instantly and went straight to the fairy formation. Courageous! The young man Yanxian was furious, and then moved forward with his gun and plunged into the fairy formation. The immortal patterns flowed impressively, but they absorbed their figures in an instant without knowing where to transmit them. The chaos on the battlefield remained, but Yanxian did not notice this change. With the complete opening of the third and fourth fairy formations, the entire void battlefield has completely entered the most tragic and grand stage. Immortals continue to come out of the last two immortal formations to join the battle, and only one immortal formation can make more than 300 immortals. So far, nearly 1,000 Yanxian rushed to the six-day realm. Standing on the back of the dead arm ox, Xiao Dijuan holding a long sword, staring at this scene. The void Gangfeng violently tore everything. The complete destruction of the six-day realm is a foregone conclusion. As the fairy patterns and the fairy formation flowed, it seemed that a long, long time passed, and it seemed that only a moment later, Jian Wushuang was teleported to a heaven. The weird black-robed Dayan immortal holding him has long since disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. The soles of the feet fall firmly on the ground, and when you look into the eyes, the dead grass and the dry river area are the main colors of this heaven. The sky was incomparably chaotic, and the dead energy was so thick that it even covered and swallowed the escaped power. Standing under the sky, an extremely strange and inexplicable atmosphere was quietly permeating. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to leave to check, Fengshan's huge figure fell from the sky and fell directly to the ground, and a dog came to chew on mud. Ouch! Fengshan wailed, rubbing his head, and got up from the ground. Immediately afterwards, another fairy wearing silver armor and holding a silver spear descended from the sky, with an air of arrogance and doubt. Where is this place? Jian Wushuang glanced at him, but didn't plan to do anything. To come to such a strange and inexplicable place, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate it. Bong Shan then said, "My lord, this won't be the nest of the guy who dragged you here." "It's very likely." He nodded, then looked into the distance. Pieces of dead lion grass connected directly to the sky. On the cracked and dilapidated earth, there were so many huge graves, almost uncountable. There were even many dark and shabby coffins standing diagonally on the ground. Which exudes. The pale white spirit banners fluttered and rustled with the violent wind, which was indescribably desolate and strange. Under this investigation, Jian Wushuang inexplicably felt that this weird and inexplicable universe was extremely similar to a place in his memory. That place is the Refining God sect in the Void universe, which is where he is undercover. Shinzong refining the corpse is used as a combat puppet. As long as the disciple of the sect can refine any corpse, it is much stronger than the Void in the same realm. It is precisely because of this that the Divine Refining sect is in the entire Void. The universe can be regarded as a super sect, and right now, in this desolate, dilapidated, and strange heaven, the death aura contained in it was even 100 times, or even 1,000 times thicker than the star field of Refining God sect. So much so that Jian Wushuang began to wonder whether there was a wicked and evil sect in this heavenly domain similar to that of the Refining God sect. Just when there was no clue, a strange laugh was completely resounded in the entire heavenly plane. Yes, I thought it would be a great opportunity to swallow one, but now I send two of them to the door, and this seat will reluctantly swallow all of you. With the sound resounding, a huge face of billions of feet gradually appeared above the originally chaotic void. This huge face is like a skin tightened on a skull, with a pointed mouth and bulging cheeks, alive and ugly like a hairless monkey. Despite the great change in face, Jian Wushuang recognized this huge face at a glance, the black-robed Dayan immortal who died under his hands. The young man Yanxian on the side frowned when he saw this scene, and then he shouted loudly, "Yu Yun, If you don't go to the six-day realm for a battle, now what do you return to your own heaven? Above the sky, the huge face condensed, and then seeing this scene, I couldn't help showing a smile. Who am I? It turned out to be the great heaven official of Shuyang. How about it? Are you satisfied with my heaven? Youth Yinxian frowned slightly. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly follow me to the six-day realm. No problem, but you always have to eat before you can work, right? The huge face showed a strange and inexplicable smile. He suddenly raised the silver spear in his hand. Yu Yun, what do you mean? It's not interesting. In fact, what I want to say is that since you have also come to my side, it's better to let the flow take its course as my nourishment and fill my stomach. The giant face suddenly laughed strangely, and the endless life of death fell from the sky, like a chain of millions of feet, directly bound to Jian Wushuang and others. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4903. The young man Yanxian, who was called Shu Yang, his eyes suddenly sank. Yu Yun, you are looking for death. In the next moment, the true soul of the silver spear, condensed from the purest derivation power, emerged from the back of the sun, reaching a height of 10 million feet. When those chains were tied down, the most magnificent brilliance suddenly burst out. When the two collided, a huge force that shook the sky and the earth completely agitated, making the chaotic sky unbearable and shattered. The true soul of the silver spear instantly shredded the infinite chains that had been entangled and went straight to the huge face without any reduction. Chirp! Like a hot knife cutting butter, the real soul of the silver gun completely crushed the huge face and turned it into powder. Small bugs. Shu Yang snorted coldly, not afraid, as if he didn't put the black-robed Dian immortal in his eyes. Jejia, stay here. The sky collapsed, and a black-robed figure appeared quietly. His arms slowly opened, and endless death came out from under his black robe. Here, I am the only way of heaven. Any immortal who tries to break the will receive the most severe punishment. With him as the center, the thick and deadly aura transformed into an enchantment, besieging Jian Wushuang, Fengshan, and Shu Yang. Damn the dog! How dare you take this seat at the moment of the war? Shu Yang gritted his teeth. Sir, shall we rush out? Fengshan asked Jian Wushuang, who was beside him, obviously also a little nervous. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, and in the midst of this big array, he smelled something unusual. The black-robed Dian immortal that was supposed to be beheaded by him survived without knowing what secret method he used, and relying on this weird heaven, rearranged a dead heaven array to completely trap them. Just as he said, in this dead day formation, he is the only way of heaven. Trying to trap a few immortals to death is just the simplest thing. But he far underestimated the variables, and this variable is Jian Wushuang. He was able to kill rank 3 Dian immortal with his own power. Facing this weakest Dian immortal, Jian Wushuang had a big chance of winning, even if the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Shuiyang's complexion was ugly, and he naturally realized the troubles of Yu Yun, and it would be difficult to escape from here. Just when he was about to let go of his life, Jian Wushuang moved. He didn't release Wushuang's swordsmanship, nor did he release ancestral skills. He just stepped forward peacefully. Standing right in the center of this dead heaven immortal formation, Hypo Dian Immortal stepped back unconsciously when he saw this. The red light in his eyes dodged somewhat. He has an inexplicable sense of fear and crisis for this young man who gave him a thunderous blow earlier. If it hadn't been for a life-saving secret to escape a catastrophe, he would have been completely destroyed now. I can kill you the first time, and naturally I can kill you the second time. Let us leave now. I promise to let you go. Jian Wushuang's calm voice resounded, and he came to Hypo Dianxian, no more than 10 feet between the two. Otherwise, Chang Duoling's end is your end. His voice was not loud, but it exploded in Shu Yang's mind. A fairy dared to threaten a fairy face to face? And there is no fear? Is this his illusion, or is it real? Are you threatening me? Hypo Dianxian looked at him warily and said in a low voice. Not a threat, but a warning, Jin Wushuang said, and an invisible sword condensed in his palm. Hypo Dian swiftly retreated, and his ferocious voice resounded from his mouth. When you enter my heavenly realm, don't even want to leave. All become the nourishment for this seat. Ming's stubborn. Jin Wushuang shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand a little, and a Tianhe derives out of the dead heaven immortal formation without any signs, and swept directly towards the black-robed Dian immortal. Xian style, a little mountain and river. Seeing this mysterious scene, black-robed Dian was shocked and hurried away. The Tianhe swept across, almost instantly tore a crack in the dead, heavenly immortal array, and swept forward without any reduction. Why are you still stunned? Let's help together. Can't you be trapped here? Feng Shan drank, and then he soared. Xu Yang, who had recovered from the shock, his eyes sharpened again. Facing the black-robed Dian immortal who had fled hurriedly, he exploded with a thunderous blow. The celestial death formation, which was originally not very strong, shattered directly, and the inexplicable completely disappeared. Hypo Dianxian's figure had long been scattered in the void, but his voice came over immediately. Damn fellows, prepare to accept the devouring of the dead fairy under my seat. As his voice fell, the originally dry and silent earth began to rumbling and trembling. The dead air thick as ink also spurted from the cracks in the earth. The huge tomb burst, the coffins shattered, and a series of figures, almost condensed from death, walked out of the ground, and then all soared above the sky. That every figure surrounded by death chi is all immortal. However, they are very different from the ordinary Yanxian. Their whole body exudes lifelessness, their eyes are blood red, and the exposed immortal body is covered by the dark red meridians of the thickness of the fingers, which is to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Xu Yang, holding a silver gun, gritted his teeth and said, "This Yu Yun is really evil." "Why? Do you know him?" Feng Shan on the side looked at him and asked. Because he was on the same front for the time being, Jin Wushuang was not afraid that he would suddenly violently hurt people. Xu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I also heard a little bit earlier that Yu Yun is a notorious evil immortal in this heaven. It uses the origin of Dingxiu, and even the immortal to strengthen its own strength, and transform them into slaves for their own drive. Now it seems he is really as bad as the rumors." Shuiyang's words were true and did not seem to be false. Jin Wushuang himself had somewhat guessed some of the activities done by the black-robed Dian immortal. The death aura is so strong. It is absolutely inseparable from the origin of Dingxiu and the origin of Yanxian. For example, at the moment, the nearly 30 eternal immortals encircled from all sides have all annihilated the immortal source, only driven by death. Next, I'm going to pay attention. I heard that the servants under Yu Yun's seat can absorb all attacks, even the source of immortality. Once they are entangled by them, it's not that interesting anymore. If you don't want to be like them, servant, do your best to break through here. Xu Yang reminded him. He looked like a big enemy. However, Jin Wushuang didn't worry at all, because he knew how to deal with this kind of method that could devour foreign objects to strengthen himself. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4904. It is not a minority to devour external forces to strengthen oneself, and to use this peculiar ability to do the top cultivation of one's own methods, or to grow immortals. This secret method is extremely powerful, and the only drawback is that the external force absorbed is too complicated and requires constant time to digest and purify. However, there is actually a simple and rude way to deal with cultivating immortals based on this secret method. That is to try to release one's own strength, burst the place to death. This method is indeed feasible, but if you are not careful, it is also very likely to be a way of giving away your head. So even if Yanxian knew this method, he wouldn't try it easily. Facing nearly 30 dead immortals, Xu Yang did not even dare to breathe. They don't feel pain. Even if their limbs are cut off in battle, they can release the last energy in the fairy body. Jejia, be swallowed with peace of mind, and become my servant. Hypodimension Yu Yun reappeared at the corner of the sky, watching this scene with gloomy eyes. Stupid guy. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. He didn't stop at the slightest, and directly urged his figure to face the 30 dead immortals resolutely. Ancestral technique, the gate of power. The magnificent Tianmin condensed, and then a giant finger to the sky came out from the Tianmin and smashed all the dead immortals. However, nearly 30 dead immortals did not evade. All opened their mouths and formed a strange suction force, and they actually swallowed this ancestral magic. After swallowing, the meridians on each of their immortal bodies exuded a strange huaza, which was extremely strange. The next moment, the war broke out. They all rushed madly at Jian Wushuang and the others, and soon surrounded them tightly. Seeing this scene of Yu Yun, he smiled triumphantly, but his smile solidified before it even stretched out completely. Thousands of dazzling lights burst out of the encirclement, like a blazing sun that cannot be looked directly at, dazzling to the extreme. Then, the encirclement composed of nearly 30 dead immortals shattered, and nearly half of the dead immortals on the spot were turned into powder and could no longer be reborn. As the Huameng flowed, there was a figure with Xuanhe pattern flowing all over, holding an invisible sword and slowly walking out. Xu Yang and Fengshan followed closely, and their eyes were extremely surprised. I thought it would be a battle, but it ended in a flash. They only saw that Jian Wushuang completely released Yanli once, and then everything was over. The encirclement was blasted open, and only a dozen of the 30 dead immortals were left, and it was already out of the question. Seeing this, Yu Yun didn't put down any cruel words, but instead just fled away. The remaining 10 or so dead immortals were all a little afraid and couldn't stop backing. But Jian Wushuang didn't plan to let them go. In this treacherous universe, any unstable factor was extremely important. Reaching out his hand to directly tie up all the dead immortals, and then crush them into powder, Jian Wushuang looked at the place where Yu Yun disappeared. Then, he directly chased after him. Fengshan did not hesitate and followed Jian Wushuang. Xu Yang looked at the disappearing back. His eyes were extremely hot, and a warlike mood surged in his heart. Yu Yun's whereabouts disappeared extremely fast, but under Jian Wushuang's chase, he quickly noticed his escape route. This treacherous universe is considered to be a super universe, and the entire universe plane is several times larger than the ordinary universe. It should have derived a lot of energy to the extreme, but at this moment it was replaced by a heavy death. With the continuous progress, the ruined hall and the huge tomb become the main color here. And Yu Yun's ghostly figure flees to a huge black mountain range. Jian Wushuang arrived instantly, looking at the lonely and strange mountain gate in front of him. He directly stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a kind of power that belonged to the suppression of the laws of heaven directly cut the black mountains in half. In an instant, endless death energy gushed out from the mountains, and the heavens and the earth changed. Even Jian Wushuang had to release his strength to protect himself from the erosion of death. As the Heishan Mountains were cut in half by Jian Wushuang, the scenes in it were exposed. Countless dark caves emerged, and there were ruined halls, which were extremely curious. Xu Yang and Fengshan arrived later, and they all frowned when they saw this scene. It seems that this should be the nest of Yu Yun, Xu Yang said, his eyes solemn. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and went straight to the Heishan Mountains. Walking in the Black Mountains, countless caves spitting out death are all mysterious to the extreme, and it can be seen that the dead bones that have long lost their color collapse in front of the cave, and even the slightest wind blows them into a handful of fly ash. Here, it is completely purgatory. Jian Wushuang frowned, and he felt endless resentment in these lifelessness. As he kept walking forward, a palm suddenly protruded from a cave and grabbed his robe. Help! Reaching out his hand to stop Fengshan, who was about to do it, Jian Wushuang turned and looked at the owner of the palm. It was an immortal, but it was already an immortal whose source was broken and resembling withered bones. As soon as the wind blows, it may fall apart. He opened his deflated eye sockets and was about to lose life. Jian Wushuang waved away a burst of power and enveloped him. Suddenly, he, who was originally like a dead bone, filled up in an instant, and even his cheeks were flushed. But this is just a return to light. His fairy source has been shattered, and his divine body has been messed up. If it hadn't been for Jian Wushuang to give him a strength, I am afraid he would have died just now. Many, thank you, sir, for allowing me to survive for a while. Na Yinxian let out a sigh, as if he already knew his situation. Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" He nodded, and pain flashed in his eyes. "Yes, what I want to tell the adults is that now you can go as far as you go. This is a complete scam. The so-called proving to be immortal, from the beginning to the end, is the old dog's lie. The price paid for this path of cultivation is really too great. I was originally a disciple of one of the most prosperous sects in the Blue Territory. Later, the master of the sect ran away angry, and the Lord sent 12 disciples of the clan to look for. I was one of those 12 disciples. Shangqian, it is very difficult to travel through the heavens, and we have suffered some changes, so that our disciples are all separated. I can't return to the sect for a while. I can only live in the sky, but I never thought that all this would be the beginning of my nightmare." When he said this, there was still some horror in his eyes, as if it had been such a long time that he could not forget that day. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4905. Jian Wushuang didn't interrupt his memory. He felt that there was a certain connection in it. He breathed for a moment, and then continued, "I was alone, living in the heavens, and accidentally came to a heaven with plenty of power, where I saw an immortal who could reach the sky, opening a dojo and talking after discussing the Tao. I also sat down and listened to the Tao, and soon I was immersed in his argument. He assured us that as long as he joins his seat, the talented top cultivation will surely be in the position of eternal immortality within 1 Chinese year. Even if it is not the top cultivation, it will give birth to immortal roots within several Chinese years. Reach unimaginable heights." Under that forum, there were more than 100,000 top repairs with him, and I was one of them. I thought this was a road with a bright future, but I never thought that this road of spiritual practice would make me unstoppable. Speaking of this, Jin Wushuang and others were already able to guess the outline. The person Ding Xiu spoke of must be the black-robed Dian immortal Yu Yun. He wandered through the heavens and opened the dojo, attracting waves of Ding Xiu and even Yin Xian to follow him. Then he was taken to his lair and absorbed the origin to strengthen himself. And the result was naturally as Jian Wushuang thought. After Yu Yun brought them back here, he exposed his fangs, bound them, and absorbed the origin. But the process was more cruel. After the old dog brought us here, he no longer concealed it. He directly divided us into 3, 6 or 9 classes. The lowest rank, the base is very huge. There are tens of thousands. The old dog directly slaughtered them to death, made every monk into a soul amber, and distributed it to the middle rank monks for them. Absorb. And after the middle-level monks were forced to ingest these soul ambers, their strength has been rapidly improved, but waiting for them are the highest-level top cultivators. The old dog did the same, and slaughtered the middle-level monks to death, and made the soul amber to provide the highest-level top repairers. And I, because of my unique talents, was classified to the highest level, and I would consume 100,000 soul ambers every 10,000 years. During this period, my realm greatly increased and I successfully broke through to Yinxian, and there were more than 50 people in the same situation as me. However, what awaits us is something more cruel. Only then did I know that even if you become an immortal, it is just a pawn. There was a bit of bitterness in his eyes, and at the same time the fairy body was rapidly drying up and was about to die. After becoming a fairy, I thought I would have the ability to compete with him, but I didn't expect to return to the sky. We were all made into futons by more than 50 of us, sucking our fairy source day and night. This situation has lasted for several years, and all those who have been drained of the source of the immortal source have been made into slaves of the dead immortal for him to drive. And in order not to be made a slave by him, I frantically devoured the rest of the immortal source and lived to the end, and I also escaped the devil's cave while he was leaving. I was thinking of staying away from this place completely, but I didn't expect that my Xianyuan was completely broken and there was no possibility of survival. If I didn't meet an adult today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to say all these things." When he said this, he was faint and dying. This old thing is really a beast. For his own sake, so many repairs have been lost in vain. It should be 1,000 cuts, Fengshan said bitterly, and then coldly looked at Xu Yang on the side. "Look at what I do. I don't have any intersection with him. I just heard something," Xu Yang quickly explained. "You didn't see that guy even wanted to start. Then why are you in the same camp?" Fengshan asked again. Xu complexion was a little embarrassed, and then he said with a serious face, "I have no comment on this, but since that Yuyun dares to do something to me, then I will have him die under my gun." Fengshan nostril snorted, and then stopped speaking. In his opinion, even Xu Yang's all-out effort could not compare to Jian Wushuang's hand. Jian Wushuang slowly squatted down, looking at Yin Xian in front of him and said, "I've been tired for so long, so it's time for a good sleep." Reluctantly opening his shriveled eyelids, Na Yinxian smiled reluctantly. "Thank you, sir. It's time to get a good night's sleep. From the day I found my wife to the present, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Now I can finally sleep." "What's the name of your sect?" Jian Wushuang asked in a soft voice. This was exactly what he asked on a whim. It seemed that he was opening the dusty memory, and finally he slowly said, "My lord, it is called Shangqing Pavilion. It is located in Qingzhou in a very distant heaven. The scenery is very good. The masters and mothers are very kind to me. It is a pity. After all, I want to see them for the last time." After speaking these last words, Na Yinxian finally fell, and the immortal body that had long been unable to support directly turned into a withered bone and dispersed with the wind. Jian Wushuang's heart moved slightly, and his calm state of mind seemed to remember the past. The girl who was reckless and courageous had walked out of Qingzhou and followed him and Diqing to the sky. She is called Zikinki, and she is the daughter of the lord of the Shangqing Pavilion. And the dead Yinxian right now is also one of the 12 disciples in the Shangqing Pavilion. Everything seems to be such a coincidence, but it seems like in the dark. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly, and then saw a jade slip the size of a finger in the dry bone. He raised his hand and picked up the jade slip, only to see the words Shu Huan engraved on it. After several Chinese years, it was still fresh. Perhaps this jade is simply the identity of the dying immortal. When he was enduring the suffering, it must be the Shangqing Pavilion where he was trained and enlightened when he was young. Put the jade slip in your arms. Yu reads www.ukanshu. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked at the dilapidated hall in the deepest part of the Heishan Mountains, his eyes sharpened to the extreme. Boom! The hall was shattered, and even the entire mountain range couldn't bear the power and collapsed. Headed by Jian Wushuang, Xu Yang and Fengshan bombarded either side with their full strength. "Beast, get out for lousy and die." Fengshan burst into tears, a series of violent attacks, easily smashing any visible objects. Jian Wushuang held the invisible sword and walked towards the dark hall at the forefront step by step. In front of this dark hall, under the huge and towering black pine trees, there are more than a dozen broken immortal bodies stationed. Looking into the eyes, everywhere is full of death and desolation. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 4906. Immediately afterwards, a series of sore bone cracks sounded. The broken immortal body guarding outside the temple gate moved at this moment. Without exception, they are all dead immortals, without their own consciousness, just like corpses. Click. The headed dead fairy seemed to have fallen for a long, long time, and almost only the fairy bones were left, and it could be said that there was no fighting power. Jian Wushuang walked in the forefront, and with a direct wave of his hand, he wiped out the dead immortal who dared to step forward, leaving no trace. But in an instant, all the more than 10 dead immortals disappeared. This huge temple, based on the infinite Black Mountain Range, is the center of this treacherous universe, and it is also the most deadly place. Feng Shan then stepped forward, guarded Jian Wushuang, rushed directly into the giant hall, and then began to wreak havoc. He smashed a few large holes on the roof of the temple, and a dim light came in, barely seeing the scene in the temple. The hall is old, and the ground and walls under the feet are covered by crimson blood veins, just like an azure field. And the blood tendons are like living creatures, creeping slowly. Something that pretends to be a ghost. Grandpa will kill you, Feng Shan said solemnly. Between the opening and closing of his palms, a giant say-like power poured out and exploded directly in this hall. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Jian Wushuang's heart, but before he even had time to give aid, Feng Shan was in deep crisis. The sudden change, a total of tens of millions of blood veins, like a prey smelling blood, all revived, and the sky was covered by the sun to catch it. Yanli was swallowed by countless blood tendons, and then he was entangled in blood tendons and dragged into the abyss. Jian Wushuang slashed out with a single sword, only severing thousands of blood veins, and ultimately failed to stop it. Without any hesitation, he flew directly to the depths of the giant hall. Xu Yang's heart also shuddered, and then he followed Jian Wushuang closely. He couldn't tell why he wanted to make this move, he just left by feeling. The huge hall was dilapidated, and there was an abyss in the deepest part of the sky, where even light could not penetrate into it. Numerous blood veins as thick as a real dragon entangled each other in the abyss, to the extreme. Jian Wushuang held an invisible sword, and Xuanhe divine marks flowed all over his body, making it impossible to approach any filth. This abyss seemed to have no end, as if at the other end of the heaven. Boom! The rubble splashed, and two blood tendons that were several times stronger than the real dragon were chopped to the ground, twisting frantically. Immediately afterwards, a figure with a god-patterned figure holding a long sword appeared, followed by Xu Yang, holding a silver spear. Under this abyss, there is a vast dojo. No light can shine here. It is very strange. In the center of this vast dojo, Jian Wushuang saw that a huge futon made of flesh and blood was slowly creeping. This huge futon is actually made up of dead immortals, and at a glance there are no fewer than hundreds of them. At the same time, on this futon, the black-robed Dian immortal Yu Yun was sitting on it, with a haggard face staring at Jian Wushuang bitterly. This seat miscalculated. This seat should not lead the wolf into the room and drag you into my heaven, he said viciously. Jian Wushuang glanced at him obliquely and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Put him back. I will spare your life." Yu Yun suddenly stood up from the futon, his collapsing eye sockets bursting with red light. "Are you really sure you will take me? I can kill you the first time, and naturally I can kill you the second time. Do you still want to try?" Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually became cold. "Let's try that seat today. If you win me, I will return him to you." Yu Yun shouted loudly, his arms shook, and immediately a blood vein with a thickness of 1,000,000 feet emerged from the dark, and Feng Shan's figure was firmly fixed at the top of the blood tendons, unable to move at all. Yu Yun still wanted to speak, but Jian Wushuang obviously didn't want to talk nonsense, and directly lifted his sword towards him. He was shocked and hurriedly manipulated the infinite lifelessness to respond. Kacha, kacha. The ground shattered, and suddenly huge claws protruded from the ground, all of them madly grabbing at Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing this, Xu Yang hurriedly picked up the silver spear in his hand to clear the way for him. Wushuang Kendo, Zingyahuhejianyani, the first style. Star. The lofty and magnificent sword intent gathers in the front line. The momentum is like the sky, directly cut forward. The sword intent broke out completely, and countless on pillars burst along the way, shattering the giant claws protruding from the ground. This sword is the sword with the highest burst of group damage and can easily wipe out the threat. Yu Yun was shocked. The sword intent that suffocated him struck again, and he was forced to shoot. Standing on the high futon, he put his hands together, and then suddenly opened, swallow. In an instant, the futon under his feet squirmed. All the overlapping dead immortals struggled painfully. All opened their mouths, forming a peculiar suction. Under this suction force, that sword intent was directly divided and eaten. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and he felt unusual. Xu Yang came behind him and said solemnly, "The futon sitting on Yu Yun has a problem and can swallow all damage." He nodded, not eager to do it. At this time, Feng Shan, who was hung on the blood, yelled anxiously, "My lord, go quickly. Don't stay here. There is a problem with this old thing." Without finishing a sentence, Yu Yun directly stretched out his hand to release a mass of blood and knocked him out. "It's really noisy." Then, Yu Yun gave a weird smile, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the air. Upon seeing this, Xu Yang's complexion changed drastically, and Chao Jian Wushuang leaned forward without a trace. Between Yinxian and Dianxian, it is like being separated by a moat, not to mention that Yu Yun is such an extremely tricky Dianxian. Yu reading www.ukanungshu. Comet can be said that as long as Yu Yun moves the killing mind, even though the sun is invincible in the same realm, it can only be honestly to die, let alone confront it. Regarding this, Xu Yang, who was naturally aloof, had no doubts, so he went directly to Jian Wushuang. This is also the realm of evolving immortals, even the enemies evolving immortals, but now it gives him a great sense of security. This is the home of this seat. This seat is the eternal way of heaven. No one can hit me hard. Now, with a pious belief, become my nourishment. You are enough to make me break through again. As the voice of Yu Yun resounded in this abyss dojo, the huge futon composed of dead immortals also moved at this moment. Every dead fairy wailed in pain, as if they had suffered the most painful punishment before they fell completely. Endless death aura escaped in the center of this dojo, and then the huge futon moved, and all the dead immortals opened their blood-red eyes. Chapter 4907. Dead immortals are not enough to be fearful. They are not even tricky to develop immortals in the same state, because in the final analysis, they are just the scum left by Yun swallowing the fairy source, and they are slaves without any perception. But the power of the futon made up of so many dead immortals should not be underestimated. They wailed together, then soared into the air, flying towards Jian Wushuang. At the same time, an infinite force of suction converged from the four wilds, devouring everything madly. Even Jian Wushuang felt a little discomfort. This huge dead fairy futon is really a bit tricky, and he immediately released an ancestral technique to deal with it. The ancestral technique, the Heavenly Gate, is extremely sacred. The vast expanse of power burst out, and countless gods flew out from the Heavenly Gate, one after another, descending infinite magnificence. At this moment, all the dead immortals in the dead immortal futon raised their heads, and then opened their mouths to devour Yanli. Ling Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This type of heavenly gate was so frightening that it was completely swallowed. At this point, the dead immortal futon was already extremely large and wailed at him again. Shuiyang's complexion changed drastically, and he had already prepared to fight to the death. However, Jian Wushuang took a step ahead of him and went straight forward, the invisible sword in his hand shining to the extreme. In the next moment, the incomparable sword in tint illuminates the entire dojo under the abyss. An unremarkable sword pierced out, and only this sword was left in Jian Wushuang's calm eyes. The two collided, there was no shocking scene, and there was not even any loud noise. This unremarkable sword is an absolute sword, the strongest one. No one can stop it. The dead fairy futon, which was originally full of extremes, exploded, exploding countless pieces of limbs. Under this sword, the dead fairy futon dissipated. Xu Yangyuan opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang's back in disbelief. A big question was born in his heart. The same as Yinxian. Why is the difference so big? After beheading the dead immortal futon, Jian Wushuang went straight to Feng Shan unabated. He wanted to save him. However, the sudden change, the ghost cloud that had disappeared, quietly appeared at this moment, looking at Jian Wushuang with a smile. "Get away," he shouted sharply, and the long sword in his hand slashed directly towards Yu Yun. Wow! Under this sword, Yu Yun's figure shattered directly, and then turned into two. Fool, you are just a trivial immortal. You want to kill me in my heaven in vain? Jian Wushuang ignored him and continued to slash. With each of his slashes, Yu Yun's figure would shatter, but another one would fissure soon afterwards, and soon there were nearly 100 Yu Yuns surrounding Jian Wushuang. Danger, run! Seeing this scene, Shu Yang reminded in shock. However, it was too late. Nearly 100 Yu Yun all grinned and opened their palms, making a fatal blow. That was a full blow from Dian Immortal, and the infinite beam of death energy blasted Jian Wushuang from all directions at this moment. Boom! The entire Earth's abyss was completely turbulent, and even Shu Yang couldn't stand firm here, only barely blew himself up. This slaying lasted for a long time, until everything was calm. Then, a body riddled with holes fell from the air and knelt on the ground. Divine blood, like a stream, flowed out of the broken body and infiltrated a large area of land. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, the immortal body were all shattered to the extreme. If he went further, I am afraid that all his immortal bodies would be broken. After all, he was still careless, still underestimating Daiangxian's true strength. Even if Yu Yun is unbearable, he is a true Dian immortal, able to easily give Jian Wu double wounds. But Jian Wushuang still hasn't passed that hurdle after all. When Shu Yang saw this scene, his complexion was extremely solemn, and then he quickly recovered his calm, holding a silver spear directly into the air to face Yu Yun. Huh? You little heavenly official dare to stop me? Yu Yun looked at him coldly. Shu Yang snorted coldly. Yu Yun, remember, now is fighting the sixth heaven realm, not the time for you to be presumptuous. Can you control this seat? You are just an eagle dog under the seat of young Master Hua. Dare you to teach this seat? Yu Yun shouted sharply, and he took a step forward, and the infinite pressure swept over. Shu Yang gritted his teeth, resisting this coercive force firmly, and suddenly pointed his spear at him. Yu Yun, don't go too far. What if this seat is too much? Believe it or not, this seat will kill you now, and young Master Hua will not attack me? Yu Yun smiled, and a huge shadow emerged from behind. The hatred in Shuiyang's eyes was abrupt. Then look at how you scumbag hurt this seat. Fierce fighting broke out in the air again, but it was one-sided. Yu Yun is like a cat catching a mouse, playing Shu Yang between applause. The insurmountable gap between Dianxian and Yinxian made him take it easy. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was half kneeling on the ground, and the immortal body was recovering quickly, but it still took a while. He gritted his teeth. The broken fairy body began to give birth to granulation. Right here, an extremely weak but abrupt voice sounded from behind him. You are in vain. He can't be killed at all. Jian Wushuang turned his head abruptly and saw a dead fairy with only his head crawling towards him. Don't worry, I'm different from them. I haven't completely died yet. I have the last bit of consciousness. The head of this dead fairy is indeed different, and there are a pair of crystal eyes in the socket. I was one of the top repairers who had been tricked by him to come here earlier. Now they are all dead, but I am still alive. The reason why I still have the last trace of faith in living is because I have to inform the strong who can kill him about his weaknesses. Fortunately, I have waited. The head of this dead immortal came to Jian Wushuang's face, his eyes overflowing with expression. What I know is that he does not have a body, but is in a ghost state, and all the offensives of the immortal against him can't completely kill him. But I know him completely. I have been enslaved by him, and I know his biggest secret. He doesn't have a body, but it is a phantom of a thing. I once saw him take out an ancient book, but now I think it must be his origin. If you can find that ancient book, you can completely destroy him. Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked after a moment, where is that ancient book? Under this dojo. It depends on whether you have destroyed the abilities here. The head slowly said, can you do it? Chapter 4908. The immortal body has completely recovered, and the heavy damage that Yu Yun can inflict on him is extremely limited after all, even far from the usual. So Jian Wushuang recovered quickly. After listening to the Death Fairy's head, Jian Wushuang said again, Can you tell me the specific location? Of course, that ancient book should be under you. I hope you can destroy it. This is the last thing I can tell. The dead fairy's head gradually collapsed and finally turned into a handful of fly ash, disappearing. Jian Wushuang slowly got up. He watched the scene in the air and then condensed an invisible sword in his palm. The next moment, he drew a sword towards the ground. Boom! The collapse from the depths of the earth resounded. With a sword 1,000,000 feet, the entire earth's core under the abyss was dug off by his sword. Yu Yun, who was about to slap Shu Yang with a palm, changed his face, and the next moment he went straight to Jian Wushuang. Wanna leave? I will never make you feel better even if you die today. Shu Yang was covered in blood, holding a silver spear in front of Yu Yun. Trash things, you can't help yourself. Yu Yun was furious and slapped him away directly. But then, a tall figure resembling a peak stopped in front of him again, spitting fiercely. Old beast, there is also the level of grandpa. Yu Yun was almost mad, facing Fengshan, directly releasing endless life. Fengshan and Shu Yang only blocked his dozens of breath time, but it was the dozens of breath time that Jian Wushuang had won. Jian Wushuang almost dug the entire center of the earth, and under the deep and cold earth pole, a red light suddenly swept up, shining the entire Diuan dojo. Yu Yun's face was like dead ashes, and instantly rushed to the red light. However, it was too late. Jian Wushuang reached out his hand into the red light and took out something. No, do not want. He was terrified, but he dared not take a step forward. When the red light dissipated completely, a dilapidated ancient book fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. Reverse the Death Sutra. On this whole ancient book, there are only these 4 weird and curious fonts. Besides, there is nothing else. Give it back to me, and I will let you go. Yu Yun shouted in horror. Jian Wushuang ignored him and opened the first page of the ancient book in his hand. The red light circulates, and the picture of an ugly ghost engraved on each page of the painting comes into view. Yu Yun? Ghost? Could he be the ghost on the first page? He thought. However, Yu Yun couldn't wait any longer. He directly rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore. He reached out his hand and tore off the first page of the Death Sutra. Damn you! Yu Yun was completely desperate, and his whole figure was instantly broken and clean, leaving no trace. At the same time, the endless death energy began to dissipate, and the entire Diuan dojo began to collapse. Yu Yun's sudden death on the spot is simply unthinkable to the extreme. Everything happened so fast that even Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. He just tore off the first page of this backward Death Sutra, and a dying immortal died like this? Jian Wushuang quickly recovered, looking at the page that was torn off by himself, only to realize that it had become a piece of yellow paper. Everything reversed too quickly. Yu Yun died suddenly on the spot, and the lifeless energy that supported this Diuan Daochang also dissipated, and could no longer stay in Diuan for a long time. Before he could think about what had happened, Jian Wushuang directly stuffed the ancient book into his arms, and then urged Fengshan to leave. My lord, what should this guy do? Fengshan wiped the nosebleed off his face and pointed to the almost non-human-shaped sun on the ground. Jian Wushuang did not speak. Saving this guy is equivalent to saving an enemy. But he didn't hesitate too much. He directly released Yanli to wrap it up, and then soared out of the abyss together. The endless death aura has dissipated, and the originally chaotic sky has returned to its original color. It's just that the earth is still yellow and dry, and it may take a long time to recover. As a Dayangxian's dojo, this heaven is covered with bones, and countless Dingxiao and Yinxian have fallen here. Jian Wushuang originally intended to destroy this heaven directly, but after thinking about it, he didn't do anything. Yu Yun has completely fallen, and there is no possibility of recovery. The energy contained in the Reverse Death Sutra is probably beyond imagination. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to study it immediately. He still had more important things to do. Standing on the sky, the sun at this moment has almost recovered. Facing Jian Wushuang, he arched his hands heavily. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Shu Yang will not forget. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. How is your recovery? Shu Yang said, it's not bad. Already has the power to protect itself. Can you return to your own heaven? Hearing this, Shu Yang didn't answer, and only said after a while, Su Yang has been defeated, and he no longer has the face to attack the six-day realm. He will immediately return to his own heaven and no longer set foot for 6 days. But before that, I will return to the six-day realm with you once, recall my subordinates, Yin Xian, and no longer participate in this war. Jian Wushuang looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Shu Yang smiled bitterly. The reason why I did this is actually to redeem some losses. I now understand a little bit. With you, the six-day realm will be hard to be destroyed. Hearing the words, he nodded. Yes, after you follow me to the battlefield, the subordinates will be recalled and leave immediately. I will not stop them. Shu Yang nodded, and then as if he had made some kind of decision, he asked tentatively, Can you tell me your name? After blurting out this sentence, Shu Yang soon regretted it. You must know that the relationship between them is the enemy. Yu Kansu www.ukanshu. Com is simply a manifestation of ulterior motives. But Jin Wushuang didn't care about it. Just call me Wushuang, this is my name. Fog Shuang. Shu Yang repeated it in his heart, then solemnly arched his hands. Brother Wu, I've written it down. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you to swig. Jian Wushuang waved his hand again. I don't have to drink it. I just hope to see you next time, not on the battlefield. Feng Shan on the side grinned. Even if we meet on the battlefield, I won't be able to meet each other on the battlefield. Then I will be in front of the adults and beat you down. Shu Yang smiled bitterly. No one knew where they would meet next time. Maybe it was really on the battlefield. Being involuntary is a true portrayal of being a great official. It has been a long time since Jian Wushuang was dragged into the fairy formation by Yu Yun and strayed into this heaven. The most urgent thing right now is to return to the six-day battlefield to turn the tide. Chapter 4909. The entire Void battlefield has been completely chaotic, and the war has spread to a large area of the sky except the six-day realm. Nearly 100 heavens have been destroyed in this battle. The boundless void is shattered, and Yanli mixed with the violent wind has almost turned this place into a purgatory. At this moment, the last two celestial formations were completely opened, and nearly 800 immortals besieged them for 6 days. Even Void couldn't bear the impact of so many immortals, and was fragmented. They all crushed to one place, crazy to the extreme. But what can be seen is that these more than 800 immortals and countless Dingxiao all gathered in front of the six-day realm portal. No matter how hard it is to advance, it seems that they are caught in a fierce battle. Immortal evolving and batches of top repairers continued to fall, and the bones of immortals flowed miserably in the void, and then were crushed. In this catastrophe battle, there is the most dazzling figure. He has 10 wings on his back, and the color of each wing is different, releasing a terrible general trend. Every time he shot, he smashed the Yinxian who dared to go ahead into powder, and the entire six-day realm was almost protected by his own power. By his side, there were fewer than 20 Yangxians left. With 20 to 800, this is unimaginable. Gong Ziqian was also forced to join this battle, and almost all of the 100 Yangxians he brought with him died. He was stuck in this battle and couldn't get out of it. At this moment, he almost wanted to slap his previous self fiercely. He thought he made this decision wisely, but he didn't know that he was heading for a dead end. If it hadn't been for the last line of defense, which was the protection of the truth, I'm afraid they would have fallen for hundreds of times. There are only less than 20 eternal immortals left. Chuanxiu, Qinqing, Cuijing, Zhaoting, Weiliajia and others are already at the end of the battle. If they continue to fight like this, they will only have one end. All destroyed. There are more than 800 immortals, which is really terrible. You must know that even the most common immortals have the ability to destroy the heavens. They are all above the heavens, and they can even forge the existence of the heavens. Right now, they are gathered here, and no one can stop them. Daiking's life was damaged, and he used his own strength to resist the offensive of the 800 Yinxian, almost making him a little unable to support it. But he still persisting until that figure appeared. A few of us, let's go. The six-day realm is no longer preserved. Gong Ziqian looked at Di Qing and said in a trembled voice. Di Qing coldly glanced at him, and then continued to lower his unparalleled momentum. After swallowing his throat, young Master Qian didn't dare to speak anymore. He could feel the killing intent in Di Qing's eyes, and he didn't care about the identity of his emperor. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and fought hard again. With Jian Wushuang's disappearance, the entire battlefield has reached the most chaotic and disorderly state. The little emperor stood in the void in despair. He has been besieged by nearly 100 Yinxian, and it is difficult to escape. But the immortals who besieged him, no one dared to step forward, hesitating in their eyes. Every immortal who came to this six-day realm knew who this young man dressed in luxurious clothes with a handsome and gloomy face was. Because of this, no one dared to step forward. After all, he is the emperor's son under the seat of Jinwuyang. Holding a soft sword in his hand, his gaze slowly swept across all the immortals in front of him, as if he wanted to write them down. At this moment, the void in front of him quietly curled up with layers of ripples, and then a black robe appeared suddenly. As soon as this black robe appeared, an aura that was too strong to be inspected escaped. That is the breath of Dian Immortal. Then he slowly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to directly hold Xiao Daijin's neck, and lifted him up. The Sun Yin. The playful voice sounded from under the black robe, and then the hood was slowly pulled down, revealing an extremely old and skinny face. This extremely old Dian Immortal had no need to clean his face, and his eyes were muddy. Xiao Dijuan looked at him coldly, without any expression. Then, Dian Xian slowly said, "When you are dying, do you have anything else to say? Only you are worthy to kill me? Do you dare to kill me?" Xiao Aujin gave a dark smile, his eyes full of madness. "Old man, why don't you dare?" He also smiled, and his empty right hand suddenly released its power, which directly blasted on Xiao Daijin's fairy body. The immortal body shattered, and the blood spewed out, and a hideous wound was directly blasted into his belly. "Hurry up, old dog, you will do it again. I will see if you have the courage to do it again." There was no pain on Xiao Daijin's face, but he smiled grimly. "You don't kill me today, I will call you later. You have no way to survive, no way to die." The old Dianxian turned his turbid eyes to look at him. "You can't die now, and you need all the dust to settle. Then I will come to kill you myself." After saying this, he directly reached out and threw him down into the void, and then his body disappeared. The battle continued, and more than 800 immortal evangelists and countless top repairers had already wiped out the remaining forces in the six-day realm. Even the truth is clear, it is no longer able to turn the tide. Together they are powerless. However, Di Qing clenched his teeth. His power of generative power was about to dry up, and when faced with the encirclement of more than 800 fairy, I am afraid that he might lose another true life. "Wushuang, where did you go?" His voice quickly spread to Chen Qing's ears. Chen Qing, who came back from Jian Wushuang, immediately said, "Brother Jian is going to destroy the immortal formation, but now it looks like, I am afraid that something has happened." "Impossible, Brother Jian will be fine. He will be back soon." Chun Xiu was bloodied, but his tone was extremely firm. "A moment is a moment, and I will wait until Brother Jian comes back." Cui Jing gritted his teeth and said, "He has only entered the realm of immortals. His foundation is the most shallow, but he still persists." Di Qing didn't say much anymore. He also believed that Jian Wushuang would return soon, and the reason why he persisted until now was also waiting for Jian Wushuang. He shook the 10 wings behind him and lowered layers of golden light. Anyone who approached him would suffer severe damage, even if it was a fairy, but now it is gradually fading. Just when Di Qing was about to call out the treasure, a strong premonition suddenly rose deep in his heart. Being able to walk out of the era when Jin Wuyang became the emperor, his divine consciousness has been so powerful that he can feel the danger coming from any direction. At the next moment, Di Qing did not hesitate. He directly released all his power, and the 10 wings behind his back also closed at the same time, protecting his fairy body for the first time. Chapter 49:10. The void shook suddenly. All Yin Xian and Ding Xiu felt the void suddenly sticky at this moment. It's like time has stagnated for a moment. Then, a black light that could tear the void through the entire void battlefield at an unimaginable speed, fiercely shot at the magnificent figure. As the heavens collapsed, the day withered. An extremely crisp cry resounded in the void battlefield. Daiking's treasures shattered directly, countless golden lights retreated from his immortal body, and the magnificent 10-party wings withered and shattered. All the immortals can be clearly seen, replaced by a huge wound at the heart of Diqing's immortal body. The ultimate pure golden blood gurgled out, and even the broken void was stained with color. Gongziqian, Qinqing, Chuanxiu, Cuijing, Weiliujia, Zhaoting and others were all face ashes at this moment, and even the few remaining eternal immortals and the few thousand Ding Xiu were desperate. Every immortal Yin, and even Ding Xiu, knew that the reason why they were able to persist until now was because they had a clear existence. Right now, Diqing was hit hard, and everything finally came to an end. Ahem. He coughed out a ray of golden blood. Diqing breathed and languid. His eyes began to tire, and then he could no longer hold it and fell into the void. Chunxiu was the first to react. He came to Diqing in an instant, supported it, and took out a handful of Emperor Pin pills directly from his arms with one hand, and put them directly into Diqing's mouth. Don't resist, eat them all, Chuanxiu said with a trembling voice. The entrance of the D-pin pill was directly transformed into a ray of light, which penetrated into his body and began to quickly repair the severely injured place. Diqing, who had almost died, was able to continue his life, and his aura calmed down, but he was still in a state of uncertainty, and it seemed that he could die at any time. The shattered void battlefield fell silent, and more than 800 immortals walked towards them silently like mountains and seas about to fall. The unspeakable aura almost left the six-day realm on the verge of collapse. Immediately afterwards, an old black-robed figure appeared in front of the army of immortals who covered the sky. He walked slowly, satisfaction in his muddy eyes. The old man didn't expect that in this small void battlefield, there is actually a 9-rank Dayan immortal. What made the old man not even expecting was that the old man beheaded and killed a rank 9 Dayan immortal with his own power. When he said this, his muddy eyes were full of arrogance. This is indeed a kind of glory. He is only a mere rank 3 Dayan immortal, and he was able to kill a rank 9 Dayan immortal. This incident will be his most glorious battle. Chen Qing took a step forward slowly, looking at him with a gloomy expression. A shameless person would actually do a sneak attack. Although you are a Dayan, you are not as good as a beast. Hearing the words, the old Mai Tai Yin flicked his fingers directly. In an instant, Chen Qing's complexion changed, and his right arm holding the sword was directly crushed into powder. You are a little Yin Xian. Dare to clamor with this seat? No respect. He hummed coldly. Cui Jing stood up at the right time and looked at him proudly. The words were full of disdain. I say something bad. You are only worthy of sneak attack. If you put it on the open face to fight, you can't get on the table at all. I don't know how many Huanyan old people who have not been angry. This time they are completely angry. He didn't expect that these ants-like guys would dare to swear against him. How he was not ashamed. Looking for death. Old Maid Dian directly flicked his fingers. Cui Jing was hit hard, and the Kikyo's blood was gushing at the same time. Today, you have one count. None of you can live. After he finished speaking, he clicked with his fingers, and Chuanxiu, Zhaoting, Weiliujia and others were all hit hard. The only Yin Xian in the 6-day realm, at this moment, no one can get up. Daixian's suppression of Yin Xian was really terrible. He just moved his fingers and caused Yin Xian to be hit hard. No Yin Xian can stand up, and the door to the 6-day realm is wide open. Old Maid Dian had contempt in his eyes, and at the same time cast his gaze forward. He only needs to destroy all the 6-day realm, and the task is completed. Just as he was about to destroy for 6 days, the sudden change occurred. Facing the army of immortals leaning like mountains and seas, a thin Ding Xiu stepped out, then drew out the real sword hanging from his waist, and looked forward solemnly. Seeing such a scene, all Yangtzeans felt ridiculous, and even the old Dianxian was astonished to the extreme. This is even a top repairer who has just reached the stage of entering yin. Dare to stop nearly 1,000 of Yinxian? You know, it is as simple as crushing an ant to kill a Yinxian at random. But he still did not dodge, and stood up resolutely. Holding the hilt in both hands, the sharp blade pointed forward. This ordinary-looking, thin-shaped Dingxiu is Su Jin. Seeing this ridiculous scene, the old Dian immortal seemed to be in interest, and he waved his hand directly, and suddenly the three top repairers who were also entering yin flew out and stood in front of Su Jin. Su Jin took a deep breath, then stepped forward with a sword. One top repair and three top repairs. This is almost a suspenseless ending. But Su Jin stood alone and resolutely stood up. He was unable to retreat, and at the same time he knew his fate. In the next moment, the three Dingxiu set off at the same time, and several powerful training burst from their hands, and then violently shot forward. The long sword pointed forward. Su Jin seemed to have entered a certain ethereal state, and even her breath disappeared. All Yangtzeans watched this farce-like scene jokingly. But the expected result did not appear. Combining the strength of the three top repairs, when hitting the target, it actually broke every inch. A careful Xianxian noticed that the violent force training was not broken by itself, but was shattered by dense sword intent. That sword repair is not easy. The three Dingxiu also noticed this change. Calm, but none of them took it seriously, and they all rushed towards Su Jin. The entire spectrum of Luyun grass sword style is composed of 9 styles, ranging from simple to complex. So far, only Jian Wushuang has cultivated to the ultimate, and Su Jin, who is dull and extremely poor in control of Yinli, has only practiced the 3rd style so far. How powerful can the 3-style Luyun grass sword be? At this moment, Su Jin had long forgotten all the crises. He had only the sword in his eyes, and at the same time, he deduced Kendo over and over again in his divine consciousness. Luyun grass sword, 1st style. Shuxing. This is the most basic sword that lays the sword intent of Luyun Chaojian in the whole spectrum, starting from simple to complex. True sword probing. The simplest crosscut is the meaning of staring. Void fluctuations, sword intent is brilliant. Chapter 49:11. The 3 top repairers who flew past felt bad at the same time. They backed away in a hurry, but they were still half a step late. Laugh. The sound resounded like tearing brocade and silk, and the void was opened with a long and narrow gap. The 3 backing Dingxiu all looked at him solemnly. At this moment, on the same place on their cheeks, there was a scarlet bloodline, and blood dripping from the wound. An ordinary crosscut, causing all 3 Dingxiu to suffer. They all felt the palpitations of the sword intent, but they still couldn't avoid it. If they didn't stop in time, the consequences would not end there. Fucking, you were looking for death. One of the youngest, Dingxiu, was furious and rushed directly with a touch of blood on his face. Su Jin raised his brows and faced this surging top repair. He had no fear. Flowing cloud grass sword, the 2nd style. Consecutive months. The true sword slashed straight, and riding on the remaining power of the star restraint, the coldest sword burst out. That Dingxiu smiled sullenly, as if he had been prepared. His arms shook, and he directly covered a layer of force barrier around his body to deal with it. The next moment, the 2 collided, and Su Jin, who was thin, flew upside down, and even the real sword in his hand almost fell off. The Dingxiu stood frozen in place, laughing loudly. Cough cough. Su Jin slowly straightened up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at him calmly. When a shocking scene appeared, Dingxiu, who was still laughing out loud, suddenly shut up, his expression dignified, and he looked at his heart in disbelief. I saw that his heart was penetrated by a sword, and his origin turned into a mottled star, which quickly overflowed. No, it's impossible. How could my origin be damaged? He was terrified, and then fell completely. All this happened in an instant, and it was just a single fight that eliminated a top repair of the same realm. With such combat power, there is no top repair to underestimate. The remaining two top shaves were extremely dignified, and it was obvious that their companions had fallen, giving them a great deal of pressure. The two looked at each other, then acted at the same time, and flew directly towards Sujin, bursting out their strongest blow. The void oscillates, and the two majestic forces reach. Sujin took a deep breath again. With the second form of the flowing cloud grass sword, he killed a top repairer at the same level, and the third form that was not yet proficient would probably not be able to perform to the extreme. Although he thought so, he still released the third formula. Go to the water. The third style of going to the water is actually a style that combines the two styles of sword intent and uses them. Although it seems simple, it is introverted, and if you are not thoroughly familiar with the first two styles of sword intent, you can't play at all. As soon as the sword intent came to the water, the entire void centered on Sujin seemed to become a flood of spring water. The two top repairers who had gone all out, when they stepped into this place, they were like drowning, and they were suddenly tied to them, and they couldn't even release their strength. It was in this short instant that Sujin was so small and thin that he was holding a real sword, like a heaven in charge of judgment, and harvested it. The void is silent. At this moment, all the top repairers who saw this scene, even the fairy cultivating, are all bright. Even the old Dian immortal with muddy eyes looked at Sujin at the right time. Nothing else, because this sword is simple and clear, but it is amazing to the extreme, so that all viewers have the heart to learn. The origins were shattered one after another, and the two top repairers who were bound by the sword of going to the water had all no life at this time, like a stone statue, sinking into the abyss of void. Sujin retracted the long sword soaked in blood, and he gasped for breath. Obviously, after completely releasing these three sword intents, he no longer has the power to fight. But even so, his expression is still peaceful, as if he doesn't care about everything. 3 swords killed 3 Dingxiu in the same realm. He was already very satisfied, and at the same time recalled the figure of the draped clothes in his divine consciousness. I'm afraid that from then on, he will no longer be able to comprehend the exquisiteness of the flowing cloud and grass sword style in the second half of the spectrum. Even the gang wind fell silent in the void, silent. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the old Dian immortal sounded. The junior, tell me the kendo you are practicing, and I will let you make a living and let you practice under my seat. How about? As soon as these words came out, all the fairy cultivators were in an uproar, and if a third-ranked great elder fairy favored him, his path of cultivation in the future would be extremely bright. This is just a guy who is a top repairer. If he can, breaking through the immortal is just around the corner, and for a while, many immortals are hot. Sujin laughed. He seemed extremely happy, and his clear voice resounded in the void. However, in the next moment, he returned to normal, with a bit of disdain in his clear eyes. Only you are worthy? All the immortals are sluggish. Can't believe that a small top repairer will give up such a generous condition, and even speak insults to the immortal? Just when all Yinxian thought that the old Dianxian would be furious, he didn't expect him to have any expressions, as if the insult was not that. Since you don't want to tell the kendo that you are practicing, the old man is not reluctant. You tell me the name of the creator of the kendo. How about the old man also letting you make a living? The old maid Yinxian spoke slowly, with a soft tone. Sujin smiled coldly, glanced at him obliquely, and directly retracted the real sword in his sheath. My master's name taboo. Pass to your ears, it is dirty. My master's name taboo. Even if the disciple is stupid, he will never do such a thing. He is ready to die calmly, not waiting for the old Dian immortal to get angry. A voice like coming from above the 9 heavens rang out. Since you want to know my name so much, why don't I tell you and listen to it myself? All the immortals are horrified. They all look behind them like an enemy. I saw the silent, shattered void, a figure dressed as a black ranger walking slowly. There was an incomparable divine pattern flowing all over his body, exuding an indescribable momentum that made Yinxian unable to look directly at him. And behind him, 2 figures followed closely. One of the bald giants, who was as strong as a sacred peak, was gearing up, as if only waiting for a command, then let go. The other figure is holding a silver spear, full of arrogance, full of invincible aura. All Yanxian watched this scene with bated breath. Yes, it's Jintian official. In the six-day realm, the few immortals left behind shouted at the same time, their eyes all flushed. Sword Heaven official, Jian Heaven official. At this moment, all the top repairs left in the six-day realm screamed spontaneously. Chapter 49:12. That's a reaction that will only appear after the desperate situation has returned to life. Chun Xiu held his palm tightly, already unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. Big Brother Jian, it is Big Brother Jian who is back. Cui Jing vigorously raised his arms and shouted excitedly. Wei Liujia let out a sigh of relief, only to feel that the hideous wounds on his body no longer hurt. Young Master Qian, who had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, saw this scene, and his heart was inexplicably settled. But he was still ready to escape, because he didn't think that a little fairy would be able to save this defeat. The young man holding the true sword in front of the six-day realm, the disdain and coldness in his eyes disappeared at this moment, replaced by respect and expectation. Seeing this scene, the old Dayan immortal, who was still a little surprised, suddenly sneered. Such a small fairy goddess is just something that can be crushed to death at hand. Now that rank 9 Dayan immortal sheltering the six-day realm was killed by him, he believed that there was no other immortal on the entire battlefield that could resist. Thinking of this, he lazily stretched out a finger and gave orders, "Crush them." Only this time, a considerable part of Yanxian did not leave, all looking at each other, because they noticed that their great heavenly official was actually standing behind the mysterious figure at this moment. "Why don't you do it yet?" Old Maid Dayan said angrily. His voice seemed to tear the void again. But then, among the more than 800 fairy tales, there are nearly 300 fairy tales at this moment, all looking forward, solemnly nodding. Behind Jian Wushuang, the Shu Yang, wearing a flowing cloud silver armor and holding a silver gun, took a step forward and said in a condensed voice, "Anyone who listens to my son will leave the battlefield immediately." The sound moved in the void, and ripples were shocked. After hearing this order, the 300 Yanxians rushed towards Shu Yang without hesitation. Suddenly, there were only more than 400 left of the mighty army of immortals, nearly half of it. "Shu Yang, you wantonly." The old Maid Dayan was furious. In his opinion, Shu Yang was still just an ant. Since it is an ant, on this battlefield, he must obey him. But right now, at a critical point, Shu Yang unexpectedly withdrew his troops temporarily. How could this not make him angry? Shu Yang glanced at him calmly, and then said loudly, "The urgent order is here, and I have to leave. I want to accompany you in this battle." Hearing this, the old man Dayan was so angry that he couldn't add to his anger. "I see you dare to go?" After he finished speaking, he directly waved his arms, and suddenly the Yanli Guanghua burst out of his palm like a chain, and went straight to those Yanxian bundles. The next moment, the sudden change occurred. Jian Wushuang's figure quietly blocked the retreating Yanxian, and then he pointed out. In an instant, 1,000,000 strands of Huagong burst into existence and violently collided. The two collided, and the shattered void was once again torn into an abyss. The extremely magnificent Yanli light illuminates the entire void, and Yanxian, who is a little closer, retreats thousands of feet. Old Maid Dayanxian's cloudy eyes stared to the fullest at this moment. He couldn't believe that a small Yanxian could withstand his angry blow. After Huameng dispersed, Jian Wushuang, who had not damaged the corners of his clothes, glanced at him calmly, then turned to look at Shu Yang. Shu Yang took a deep breath and solemnly arched his hand in front of him. "Brother Wu treasure." After he finished speaking, he took more than 300 Yanxian straight to the immortal formation and soon disappeared. At this point, there were only more than 400 Yanxian and one rank 3 Dayanxian left on the entire void battlefield. On the battlefield, a large area was suddenly vacated, and Yanxian and Ding Xiu, who had survived in the six-day realm, were secretly relieved. The originally restless Sun Qian calmed down, and looked at Jian Wushuang with doubts in his eyes. He didn't understand. With the appearance of that guy, the war seemed to be reversing? No, it's impossible. A mere fairy wants to reverse the situation? It's just nonsense. Gong Ziqian shook his head in denial, and then he seemed to think of something. His eyes widened suddenly, full of shock. Then he hurriedly approached Chen Qing, who was closest to him, and asked nervously, "Your Sword Heaven official, is that the Sword Heaven official who killed Chang Duoling with his own power?" Chen Qing glanced at him, unconsciously lifted the jade belt around his waist, and said arrogantly, "That is, what a small one is often more than one order. Then you are optimistic about how Jian Tingguan can turn the tide." Young Master Qian slowly spit out a murky breath, and he also began to faintly look forward to it. What kind of monster it is to be able to shake Dian Immortal's Sword Heaven official with the power of immortality. The void changed from turbulence back to dead silence, and all Yin Xian stared at Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang's gaze crossed them, staring at the old Dian Immortal. The familiar scene seems to have begun again. The battle with Chang Duoling was also in this scene. The only thing that changed was that the old Dian Immortal now seemed to have been immersed in the third turn Dian Immortal for a long time. Its unfathomable extent seems to be much deeper than Chang Duoling. A battle with him is inevitable, and Jian Wushuang has already felt it tricky. Here is another guy who is going to die. No matter what, this seat will completely slaughter the six-day realm today to realize the future troubles. The old Taiyangxian said in a deep voice, and at the same time a scepter was condensed in his palm, and he slapped the void hard. All the gods will be obliterated for 6 days, and no one will be left. The Yinxian army seemed to be impatient for a long time, and after getting the order, they hurried to the 6-day realm. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded. "Those who don't want to die, go back on the same path now." After he finished his words, a number of sword and tint suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swept forward. Several of the fastest Yangxians were crushed directly into Xianyuan and turned into powder. But this is not enough to stop the Yinxian army, nearly 400 Yinxian, at this moment, like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun, descending for 6 days. Looking back at the heavy wounds behind him, Diqing and the others, who was already hard to fight, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he took a step forward resolutely. He was alone facing the army of immortals, every immortal in the 6 heavens realm. Every Ding Xiao just held his palm at this moment. With one's own strength, can you really resist this blow like a mountain and sea? The next moment, the solitary Jian Wushuang. His whole body suddenly increased with divine marks, and his whole figure was like composed of hundreds of millions of sword in tint, brilliant and magnificent to the extreme. The entire void began to vibrate violently. After seeing this scene, Yinxian who participated in that battle was all shocked and excited to the point of indescribable. Chapter 49:13. It was a sword that was simply incomprehensible, and a sword that could not be stopped. It is a sword that can destroy the heavens, and that no immortal can contend. The power that the sword exudes even gave all Yinxian who participated in that battle an illusion. Even the emperor, under that sword, I am afraid it is difficult to retreat. That sword was so shocking and horrible that it made Jutaiyang Xianjin often make despair to die. He even became the deepest nightmare in every Yangxian's heart that finally escaped the battlefield. A sword that has surpassed the cognition of every Yinxian, even Dianxian, will come again. Wushuang Kendo. Zinggehuhejianyani, 3rd style. Lake. This is the most prosperous sword, and its birth far exceeded Jian Wushuang's expectations. There is not even any frame that can completely restrain it, including the entire Wushuang Kendo because of this sword intent, and has reached a certain insurmountable height. A heavenly gate that made the emptiness of hundreds of thousands of miles completely cleared slowly appeared. This can no longer be described by the magnificent fairy trails, even the radiant power exuded by the Dian Immortal. Under this heavenly gate is like a fireflies and a bright moon competing for glory. This magnificent heavenly gate is made of infinite and endless sword intent, pure and incomparable. In the next moment, the heavenly gate that seemed to have sealed up countless years slowly opened, and a quiet lake that seemed to have sealed the years flowed out of it. Jian Wushuang held the invisible sword. His clothes fluttered, and he stepped into the door of the day. The lake flows in the void, like a clear spring, where the sun, moon, and stars are all born. All the immortals who saw this scene were horrified. Even if they were crazy and desperate, they felt the terrifying breath. Even the old maid Dian immortal on the outermost periphery suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and only horror and disbelief remained in his muddy eyes. Even he has no idea what language to describe this sword. The glorious light in the Tianmen is extremely radiant. Like when a big sun blooms, a true shadow emerges from it. That was the true shadow cast by the pure sword intent, and his sword intent was so brilliant that it eclipsed everything. He led the sword with his hand and came from the heavenly gate. Even the way of heaven is creeping underfoot. This sword even exceeded the cognition of the old Dianxian. This is supposed to be a sword of Xingyi, but will it be embodied? At this moment when the light was at its peak, the old Dianxian finally thought of a word to describe it. This sword is like an emperor angry. The huge sword was so huge that it seemed to be piled up with the Milky Way, extinguishing the void and extinguishing the heavens. All tangible and qualitative objects are completely turned into powder at this moment. The void entered the deepest level of collapse, and even the uncontrollable void wind was torn apart. With the giant sword as the center, the void was shattered to form a violent vortex, madly swallowing everything. Even Yanli could not escape. Under this sword, even the rest of the heavens, hundreds of millions of miles away, were affected, and all began to shatter and shatter. The more than 400 Yinxian who walked out of the fairy formation were all destroyed by this sword at this moment, and none of the Yinxian could escape. One sword lost 400 cents. The old Dian immortal had been so frightened. He even fled with all his strength when the 400 Yinxian was destroyed. But can it escape? The void battlefield has been out of control, and all the heavens outside the six-day realm have been destroyed and become fans. Originally, the six-day realm also avoided falling under this sword. But Dai woke up soberly and used his already damaged real life to forcibly shut out Jian Wushuang's sword. As the nine-turned Dian immortal, Di Qing, who had come out of the era when Jin Wuyang became the emperor, faced Jian Wushuang and faced his sword, there was a throbbing from the bottom of his heart. This sword even threatened him. Di Qingqiang resisted the dizziness in his head. Looking at the true shadow that made the heavens crawl under his feet, his eyes became clearer and brighter. This sword lasted a long time. When the incomparable sword intent turned into a lake and returned to the gate of heaven, the true shadow of selflessness standing in the void of heaven and earth slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, everything is turned into dust. Even heaven is no exception. Even the void has turned into the most primitive state of chaos, full of indescribable silence. At this moment, in the entire void battlefield, there are only more than a dozen immortals in front of the six-day realm portal and thousands of top repairers. Without exception, all of them were blind in their eyes, staring at the front blankly, as if they hadn't recovered from the scene just now. And the more than 400 Yinxian army had been completely broken into powder, not even a bit of the fairy source or even the bones, as if they had never appeared before. On the opposite side of Jian Wushuang, only a lonely figure remained. At this moment, only panic was left in his muddy eyes, as if it were the panic of the rest of his life. Both are dead? Old maid Dian murmured, and a ray of blood poured out from the corner of his mouth. He fled desperately, but in the end he was a step late and suffered the most serious damage. He no longer knows how many Huanyan hasn't tasted the taste of severe damage, and now he has tasted it truly. He even believed that if he hadn't escaped in time, the immortal body would have been shattered and the source of immortality would be gone. The power of a sword frightened him. At the same time, the old Dian was puzzled. This is like a sword of an emperor's anger. How could it be released by a small Zyro Yangxian? Slowly moving forward, Jian Wushuang, who stood holding his hand, finally came to him. The old Dian immortal raised his head, looked at him with a doubtful gaze, and finally said, I heard earlier that the sixth heavenly immortal used his own power to kill the nine heavenly immortal monarch Chang dueling that Yin Xian. Was it you? It's me. Jin Wushuang nodded and didn't intend to hide it, because the matter was already here. He would never let him leave alive. You killed Chang dueling's sword at the beginning. Is it the current sword intent? Yes. After getting this answer, old maid Dian changed his expression and finally said lonely, I thought the rumor was nonsense. Now it seems that Chang dueling was indeed beheaded by you. Able to die under that sword, he died unjustly. The last question, did you create this sword, or did you accept the inheritance of a certain emperor? He asked, only solemnity remained in his eyes. Jin Wushuang looked at him and said calmly, I created it and did not accept any inheritance. The old Tai Yinxian trembled, and his muddy pupils became a little bright at this moment. Chapter 49:14. He seemed to have entered a certain state, from panic to calm. You are only in the realm of Yinxian, but you can comprehend this sword, and even cross the border to kill Dianxian. I can no longer imagine where your future will go. If you don't participate in these disputes and live well, then I am afraid that you will disturb the entire Daisai domain, or the existence outside the Daisai domain. But you also need to know that if you are too stunning, you will definitely be killed. I can also predict your future. It must be too hard. If I can get a chance to survive today, I would like to see where you will go in the future, and whether you will completely overthrow this big division. Old maid Dian looked at him excitedly. You are very different. Jin Wushuang looked at him also, with an invisible sword condensed in his palm. In any case, the enemies who saw his sword could not leave alive, especially Dian Immortal. Jin Wushuang never thought that Jin Wuyang and the entire heavenly court were good people, so he was walking cautiously. If Dian Immortal goes to Tongtian court, I am afraid that all unfavorable factors will squeeze him. The Zhen Wuyang, who was able to sweep through nearly 10 emperors and establish the heavenly court, would be nothing more than just a fingertip once the killing intent was moved on him. Therefore, he must eliminate it from the source. The old Dian fairy must not leave alive. It seems you are not going to let me go, he asked. Jin Wushuang nodded, yes. In that case, I will fight this one last time. Old maid Dian seemed relieved, ready to let go. Under the previous sword, he has been wounded, and in this battle now, he has the belief that he must fall. Jin Wushuang also did not dare to underestimate him. Although he had already cut down the two Dian Immortals, he still did not dare to underestimate Dian Immortals. There is a fundamental difference between Yinxian and Dianxian, and Jin Wushuang might be hit hard if he doesn't pay attention. At the moment, the old Dian Immortal is in the third stage, which is much higher than the previous Yuyun, so he can't relax his guard. With one step out, his black robe surged, and thousands of chain-like powers circulated around him, full of shocking momentum. That is the general trend that belongs to Dianxian, which makes Yinxian tremble. Jin Wushuang was not afraid, holding an invisible sword in his hand and confronted him brazenly. At this moment, all the immortals and Dingxiu in the six-day realm were watching this scene solemnly. The battle between Yinxian and Dianxian, an extremely unequal and almost impossible scene, happened. This battle will deeply imprint every Dingxiu and every Yinxian deep in his heart. What even they don't know is how far-reaching the impact of this battle is. When I was young or middle-aged, I had never seen a shock like yours, and even that high-ranking existence was somewhat depressed by your appearance. Your sword is too domineering and terrifying, even I can't face it, but even so, I still need this battle. I want to see with my own eyes how surprised you will bring me. The old Dian fairy said slowly. His expression was already excited, as if he had returned to the old days. The corner of Jin Wushuang's mouth curled up, and his sword eyebrows sank quietly, and then 36,000 sword intent suddenly emerged from his back, twisting straight forward. Good come, he shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time all the Yanli chains covering his body rose up, strangling away like real dragons. 36,000 sword intents are all pinnacle swords, and Dian Immortal is not weak in dealing with it. The terrifying force burst out, and the already chaotic void battlefield was once again messed up. The Dark Yanli chain was rapidly shattering. In the end, both disappear at the same time. When the Yanli Huamong in front of him dissipated, Jian Wushuang's figure had quietly reached the face of the old Dian Xian. Facing such a Dian Immortal, Jian Wushuang's eyes were steady, and he held the invisible sword in his hand and slashed fiercely. The old Dian Immortal blocked him in time, and at the same time, an extremely dark shadow emerged from behind him and then madly swallowed Xiang Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the true shadow of selflessness that exudes the blue meaning blessed him. When the incomparably dark real shadow touched the non-self real shadow, a large amount of black smoke was directly emitted, and then it retracted into his body again. The appearance of this scene even surprised the old Dian Immortal. He who has tempered his spirit to the peak can't actually corrode Jian Wushuang? Could it be that he also tempered his spiritual mind? Jian Wushuang naturally wouldn't know his thoughts at the moment, and the original intention of blessing the true shadow of the selfless was not actually initiated by him. The selfless true shadow seems to have a certain sense of self. When the deity is invaded by external forces, it will automatically bless him, which also protects him from spiritual infringement. However, even if there is no automatic protection from the true shadow of the selflessness, the divine consciousness erosion released by the old Dian Immortal just now will definitely not erode him. As early as when Jian Wushuang was in the universe of divine power and ascended to the position of the universe, his divine consciousness had reached the state of perfect harmony and great perfection, and external forces could not intervene to influence his thoughts. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's fighting stance was very wanton. He swung his sword and opened and closed, slashing with one sword and one sword. Sparks overflowed. He seemed to be casting a sword, and the old Dian Xian was like a sword embryo, constantly being tempered. If there are bystanders closer, you can see the obvious changes. The sword has no double-faced color and is calm, and every sword dropped can easily break one side of the universe. And the Dian Immortal who endures the temper, his complexion gradually turns red, and he can't even resist, and can only bear it silently. This horrified scene was completely reflected in the eyes of all Yin Xian and Ding Xiao in the six-day realm, and everyone gasped. The most shocking of these is Gong Ziqian, with his eyes wide open, and he muttered innocently, "Well, what kind of thing is this guy? It's too scary." With the mere power of evolving the immortal, he almost crushed the immortal. Even though the son of Qin was the son of the emperor, he had never seen such a scene. As for Su Jin, who was alone, all eyes were on Jian Wushuang's body at this moment, and he was comprehending the sword style as much as possible. At the same time, he was also dreaming about when he could fight side by side with Jian Wushuang. Today's battle has left an indelible mark on the hearts of all Dingxiao and Yin Xian. With one's own power, turning the tide, such a back figure has already conquered many silent hearts. With the blessings of the true shadow of Wu Self, Jian Wushuang now has completely crushed the severely injured old maid Dian. Under this heavy blow again and again, wisps of divine blood poured out from the corner of his mouth again. Old maid Dian already knew that his ultimate destination was to die by the sword. Chapter 49:15. Even now, he regrets that he has not chosen a correct path. If it fell under the previous sword intent that shook the sky and the earth, it would still be dead and dignified. But now that this situation has fallen, I am afraid that it will become the laughing stock of all ages. As Dian Immortal at the veteran level in the Daisai domain, he could not accept this result. Junior Yuet? He was furious, struggling directly with the immortal body to be injured, and blasted Jian Wushuang far away. The invisible sword in his hand shattered. Jian Wushuang put his right hand behind him without any trace, and looked at him calmly. The right hand, which was behind him, was already dripping with blood, dripping wet in the clothes. He still underestimated the power of Dian Immortal. If he hadn't avoided it in time, he would have suffered even more serious injuries. Junior, you should despise the old man. "Although the old man has been injured, he may not have the power to fight," said the old man Dian angrily. Jian Wushuang ignored him, and when he lifted his palm, the chaos and the void shook, and 100,000 sword intent quietly emerged from behind him. Every sword intent carried a terrifying general trend, a total of 100,000 swords, all of which were the strongest blow. Looking at the 100,000 sword intent like a forest of swords, the old Mai Taiyan was also solemn. In the long and almost endless years till now, in the Wanggu era, he has seen too many immortals, even Dian immortals, but the only thing he has never seen before is Jian Xiu. The so-called sword repair is actually a very vague title, because after boarding the Yin Xian, few Yin Xian use foreign objects to improve themselves, but this is not absolute. Among them, Yin Xian opened up the sword and controlled the real sword, so as to break through the bottleneck. The result of this is two completely different results. The bad result is that it drags down one's own cultivation level, and the path of cultivation falls into chaos, making it difficult to progress in this lifetime. And the good result is that it far surpasses the immortal generation in the same realm, and becomes the existence of shocking Tianjiao. But this kind of stunning arrogance has never even seen the old Dian immortal who has experienced the most ancient. The only shocking heavenly arrogant he identified was the supreme being who walked out of the barren land, carried an unknown destiny, calmed the chaos with his own power, and finally became the emperor. But even the supreme being is purely cultivating itself, not foreign objects. Therefore, Jian Wushuang, who had cultivated his kendo to the extreme, brought the shock to the old Dian immortal, which was even the same as the shock he experienced when he saw the emperor for the first time. This is the second stunning arrogant that he agrees with, and the existence that is about to kill him. Jian Wushuang stood on the opposite side of him, then tapped his finger. In an instant, 100,000 sword intent swept up, facing the old Dian immortal stabbed fiercely. The shock wave erupted from the shining void made Yin Xian unable to gain a foothold. Jian Wushuang stood in the same place, calmly looking at the center of the sacrificial explosion. He didn't think this could kill a Dian immortal. As if to confirm his conjecture, the sword intent that was still venting wildly at this moment stopped completely. Then the void twisted for a while, and an enchantment circle appeared, like a black hole, directly swallowing all the sword intent that was still venting, abruptly changing the situation of the battle. When all the 100,000 sword intents dissipated, the old Mai Taiyan immortal, holding a pitch-black scepter, slowly appeared. The enchantment circle like a black hole was released from the scepter, evading the attack of the sword intent. That's the case, Jianni still heard him more or less. At this moment, the old Dianxian was no longer passive, but chose to attack first. He was holding a pitch-black scepter, his whole figure resembling a shadow of electricity, and he blasted forward. Jian Wushuang resisted, and was immediately knocked down and flew out by that unmatched force. At the same time, hundreds of Yanli chains like real dragons protruded from behind him, pouring down frantically and strangling. Even Jian Wushuang was struggling to resist under this wave of powerful offensives. The old maid Yin Xian swept away his previous old state, as if he was back in his youth, swinging a heavy punch that could easily tear the heavens, hitting his fairy body with punch after punch. 1,000,000 punches in a flash. But in just a few dozen breaths of time, they fought to a terrible point, and the chaotic void seemed to be squeezed to the extreme by Na Yin force. But Jian Wushuang felt that his fairy body seemed to be beginning to break, and there were already fine cracks in his chest. If this fight continues, he is very likely to lose. Jian Wushuang made a decisive decision and directly took the old Mai Dian immortal pose, thereby separating a certain distance. Forcibly resisting the sharp pain in the fairy body, the 7 galaxies between his eyebrows slowly circulated. Xian style, a little mountain and river. In this fairy style, all the rules of mountains and rivers are used by Jian Wushuang. As Jian Wushuang waved his hand, a divine peak suddenly grew out of the void, blocking the old maid Dian. Another water dragon was turned out, all roaring and rolling down. Seeing this scene, the old Dian immortal was shocked again. He originally thought Jian Wushuang was just perfecting kendo to the extreme, but he didn't expect to master even the immortal style. You must know that once Yin Xian masters the immortal style, it means that if there is no mistake, then he will surely ascend the place of Dianxian. He couldn't imagine how far a Jianxiu who achieved the position of Great Yin Immortal would go. Recovering from the shock, the old Dianxian still launched an offensive. With a punch, Shinfeng shattered and Tianhe stopped flowing. He stepped on the void and rushed straight ahead. Behind him, chains of Yanli came across the sky, trying to completely kill Jian Wushuang. Facing Dianxian's full blow, Jian Wushuang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and then released Wushuang Kendo again. Xinggehu Heijianyani, second style. River. The current rushes wildly, as if the Tianhe River hanging down from the sky is pouring down, with an unimaginable trend, tore through the chaos and flocked directly to the old Dian. This sword river is completely composed of countless sword intents, and it is the most powerful sword intent that establishes Xinggehu High Sword Intent. Standing on the tide of Jianhe, Jian Wushuang was no longer indifferent, his Jian eyebrows solemn. His sword would inevitably cause severe damage to the old Dian immortal before it was possible to kill him in the next time. This war has been going on for a long time and cannot wait any longer. But killing the old Dian immortal is the final end. At this moment, all the Dingxiu and Yin Xian in the six-day realm were extremely nervous. Can this sword kill Dian immortal? The chaotic void was instantly shaken by the huge force, and under that impact, it split and shattered again. The endless radiant power, radiant light, completely ignited the entire void battlefield, and the afterglow of radiant power flowed in the air like a tassel. Chapter 49:16. The mighty river-shaped sword was intent in the void, almost swallowing the entire void. The strength training released by the old Dian immortal could no longer support it, and was swallowed by the sword intent from all directions. Void and silent, only the Kendo River rushes. Win-win. Yu Dingxiu couldn't help but said excitedly. And young Master Qian, who had almost escaped from the dead, was the most excited at this moment. The hundreds of Yin Xian under his seat had all fallen, but he was still alive intact, and even his Yanli was not lost much. This was something he had not dared to think about before, and he had even considered serious injuries and being captured. But now, everything has settled. The sun humbly shouted in excitement. Fucking Jin Tianguan, unparalleled in the world. Just as the same stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, all Dingxiu and Yin Xian in the six-day realm all shouted spontaneously. Jin Tianguan, the world is unparalleled. Jin Tianguan, the world is unparalleled. The voice pierced the void. They won this battle. This is an unimaginable battle, with nearly 1,000 fairy gods and 2 big gods joining. However, the Six Heavens realm only had more than 100 immortals. Facing the impact of nearly 1,000 immortals, they actually kept the Six Heavens realm. This is an unimaginable and incredible battle. But every surviving immortal Yin and Dingxiu knew that without those two, there would be no such ending. All the voices they shout spontaneously are their truest thoughts. However, at this moment, only Di Qing looked at Jian Wushuang with solemn eyes, and at the void that the river vented that day. He had a hunch that that Dian immortal would never die so easily. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not relax. His eyes were still fixed on the center of Jianhe. It's good that this sword can kill it, but if it can't kill it, it will fight again. When Jianhe completely dissipated, an almost unsteady figure appeared. His immortal body was almost on the verge of breaking, and the dark power escaped from the body and then dissipated into the void. It can be seen that his fairy source is about to collapse. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fairy source collapsed. Even for Dian Immortal, it was an irreversible sign of death. The old Dian Immortal is about to die. Although he was about to stand unsteadily, he still straightened the immortal body and looked at Jian Wushuang fixedly. You are too far from my imagination. The old man is convinced of defeat. After saying this, he knelt and sat in the void, seeming to be waiting for the death. But old man, I still want to live. Jian Wushuang stepped forward slowly, and he didn't have much disgust at this old Dian immortal. and he was more calm. And the reason why he stepped forward was to make sure that he would not release his mind to escape. Just when Jin Wushuang was less than 1 foot away from the old Maidian immortal, who had closed his eyes and waited for his fall, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, at an unimaginable speed, he shot Jin Wushuang like a thunderstorm. This is really too fast, and even Jin Wushuang can't react. A black and extremely sharp scepter went into his heart fiercely. Old Maid Dian changed his previous decay, and his eyes were full of madness and pride. Junior, although you are very strong, you are still a bit too tender. Are you so sure that I don't even have a chance to fight back? Looking down at the jet-black scepter on his chest, Jin Wushuang's calm eyes fluctuated somewhat. Then he said quietly, "Idiot, you didn't get in?" The old Dian immortal was taken aback for a moment, and immediately looked into his hand subconsciously. Crack! Immediately afterwards, bursts of crystal cracking resounded. That black scepter was covered with cracks in an instant, and it shattered directly from the tip of the stick. No, it's impossible. How could my cane be like this? The old Diancian was shocked and couldn't imagine what happened. Do you think I don't have any defense? Jin Wushuang said quietly, and at the same time waved his hand to tear off the broken black robe, revealing a dark blue glow. Every piece of azure blue beetle is like alive, all in a regular rhythm, magnificent to the extreme. This is Chang Duoling's Jiutianishuan? The old Maidiancian was panicked, and he finally knew why his rod could not cause serious damage to Jin Wushuang. There are rumors in the entire Great Division that the Nine Heavens immortal monarch often orders a treasure that can resist all external forces and can even block the emperor's full blow. Rumor has it that the Nine Heavens Yishuan is only azure blue, composed of 99,000 beetle leaves, extremely magnificent. Right now, the blue armor on Jin Wushuang's body is not Chang Duoling's Jotian Ishian. The old Dian immortal only felt that the blood in his body was completely cold. He never expected that Jin Wushuang would wear a 9-day clothing Xian, thus resisting his blow. Jin Wushuang's eyes were joking, allowing the black scepter on his chest to be completely broken, and then he stretched out his hand to pinch the old Maidiancian's neck. Chang Duoling was killed by you. Is his Jutian Ishian also seized by you? There is no fighting spirit in his eyes, only despair is left. I didn't want to seize his Jutian Ishian. This armor was given to me at the last moment. Jin Wushuang said. Hearing this, he seemed to feel something. He suddenly grinned. Yes, also. Who is not in love when you are about to die? You and I don't have blood feuds. This battle doesn't have to happen, but since everything is irreversible, the old man will ask for something at the end. He looked at Jin Wushuang. The old man wants to decide on his own? No. Jin Wushuang refused without any hesitation, leaving no room for it. Originally, he still had some compassion for him, but the last attack killed. If Jin Wushuang hadn't put on Jutian Ishian in advance, I am afraid he would be hit hard, and even the fairy body would be broken. The old Diancian also knew the reason, and had no face to ask for others, so he could only close his eyes and die. Jin Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore. Thousands of sword and tint appeared directly in his right palm, and then blasted on his fairy body. The sword and tint surged, tearing the old Dian to pieces without any hindrance. The source of the fairy was destroyed. The fairy body turned into powder, scattered in the void. A Tier 3 Dian immortal fell into Jin Wu's hands. So far, the battle that almost included 5 emperors ended at the cost of losing more than 1,000 Yenxian. This battle was the most tragic one after Jin Wuyang opened up the Daisai domain. Countless heavens and countless creatures disappeared silently under this battle, and even Yenxian died without any value. Chapter 49:17. Not only did Yenxian die worthlessly, but even Diancian died. 9 heavens immortal monarch Chang Duoling, dead immortal Yu Yun, and the 3 Dian immortals of old Maidian all died in this battle, and they were all beheaded by Jin Wushuang. This can no longer be described by the battle between ordinary emperors and sons. If the extent of its destruction is let go, I am afraid that only the heavenly court where Jin Wuyang sits can control the situation. When this shocking battle finally ended, the originally silent void battlefield broke out again with a shocking cry. Jin Tianguan, the world is unparalleled. Jin Tianguan, the world is unparalleled. Jin Wushuang, whose back was facing the six heavens realm, suddenly paled a bit at this moment, and then a ray of divine blood poured out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto Jiutiani Xian, and was quickly absorbed. In the end, he underestimated the insidious and terrifying old age Dian. If he hadn't put on the nine heavens cloth profound in advance, only the final attack would be enough to make his fairy body instantly shattered. The full blow of the third-rank Dian immortal was still terrifying after all. Fortunately, he was not severely injured after wearing the Jiutiani Xian. At the same time, what made Jin Wushuang a little frightened was that Chang Duoling's Jiutian Yishuan had been pierced by a sword from his heart, breaking a gap, and if the old Dian immortal attacked and killed it, it would deviate. At 1 inch, Jin Wushuang couldn't escape the end of silence. The battlefield changes rapidly, and the ending may be reversed every moment. But there is only one ending right now. Jin Wushuang stands alone in the void, as if he is crushing the eternity. Jin Wushuang. The world is unparalleled. All Dingxiu and Yinxian rushed to Jin Wushuang spontaneously at this moment. Brother Sword. Brother Jin. Big Brother Sword. At this moment, Chuanxiu, Cuijing, Chenqing, Weiliujia, and Zhaoting all greeted them with sincere smiles on their faces. Even Diqing, who has always been calm and extremely arrogant, nodded to Jin Wushuang at this moment. Wushuang, what he did is very good. Looking at the faces after the battle, Jin Wushuang also smiled, and smiled from the bottom of his heart, and then he solemnly bowed his hands. Everyone, we won. All Dingxiu cheered, and the most humble Su Jin looked at Jin Wushuang from a distance. Her eyes flushed slightly. He didn't know when he would be able to catch up with Jin Wushuang. He didn't dare to hope. He could only watch from a distance. Maybe one day in the future, he will be qualified to stand by his side. If it weren't for the emptiness to be too chaotic and broken, Chen Qing and Feng Shan could not wait to raise Jin Wushuang to cheer. Immediately afterwards, the thin purple robe that hugged Xiao Dijuan came from the chaotic void, and both of them were soaked in divine blood, almost falling. Jin Wushuang saw this scene, and when he was about to speak, the last immortal formation that had been silent suddenly turned out of immortal patterns. 100,000 fairy patterns flowed, and the chaotic void was illuminated at this moment. At this moment, all Yinxian and Dingxiu looked solemn again. They all know that the circulation of the fairy formation indicates that there will be a large army arriving on the battlefield soon. The excitement on their faces has not even subsided, but is replaced by bitterness. The thin purple robe hugged Xiao Dijuan and came to Jin Wufang. His face was extremely old. Guardian Jintian, retreat. The only remaining forces can no longer suffer losses. Jin Wushuang was silent. Dingxiu and Yinxian behind him were silent, waiting for him to make the final decision. At this moment, a cold and disdainful voice resounded from the fairy array. Want to retreat? Dreaming. With this voice resounding through the void, huge and mighty immortals walked out of the immortal formation. Seeing this scene, even Jin Wushuang's heart sank. Hundreds of Yangxians came to the battlefield of the void. A whole 100 Yinxian with extremely abundant developmental power joined the battlefield, which was a crushing blow to the six-day realm and others who had almost no power to fight. Diqing has been severely injured, and Chuanxiu, Chenqing and other Yangxians have been severely injured more or less, and it is no longer difficult to fight. As for the top repair, for Yinxian, it is almost dispensable. In the entire six-day realm, there is still the power of a battle now. Only Jin Wushuang is left. The 100 evangelists who came out of the immortal formation quickly dispersed as soon as they appeared on the void battlefield, and surrounded them all, obviously not planning to let one go. When the immortal formation finally died out, a Yingwu Yinxian dressed in scarlet gold armor walked out of it. He surrounded the heavens, and even the heavens surrendered to him. The extremely heroic face is full of supreme majesty, terrifying to the extreme. Seeing his appearance, Jin Wushuang's eyes condensed. This Yingwu Yanxian wearing a red gold armor is no one else but the third emperor under the seat of Xinjiang, Gongziyu. He is the representative of arrogance and arrogance. As early as the battle for the peach in the heavenly court, he wanted to break through the ban on the fairy peach with his own power and enjoy the peach alone, and finally fell out of the game. In the former heavenly court of Lu Crow Emperor, he was severely defeated by Jian Wushuang and was almost beaten to death. Now, he has appeared on the battlefield of the void again, which has shown that he and the sun are on the same line. Although young Master Yu is arrogant, he has mastered the immortal style, which is not to be underestimated. Especially at the moment, the pressure he exudes is extremely strong. At this moment, even if you want to escape, it is a luxury. The young Master Yu, who stepped on the path of heaven and wore a red gold armor, could not help but smile coldly when Yinghui's gaze slowly swept over the remaining Yanxian and Dingxiu before the six-day realm. Especially when he saw the enraged little emperor, he could hardly help laughing. But soon he recovered his dignity again, squinted to Xiaodigen, then said in a deep voice, "Gong Ziyin, I have already found out the real culprit who made the fifth brother fall, and you are the real culprit who killed the fifth brother. Now I will capture you and hand it over to the emperor." Gong Ziyu directly pushed such a crime to Xiaodijuan, which was something Jian Wushuang hadn't expected. He was the person who witnessed the battle of killing the emperor. Under the hibiscus tree, Zheng Ying swung his sword and cut off the head of the fifth emperor's son, Sun Imo, and shattered his fairy source by the way, causing Sun Imo to completely die. But Jian Wushuang guessed that the extremely mysterious Zheng Ying was probably a mysterious immortal under the seat of the young Master Jiao, and it was definitely not sent by the little emperor. Therefore, when Gong Ziyu pushed down the charge, Jian Wushuang directly concluded that this was his random guess. Little emperor, who was already extremely weak, gave young Master Yu a sideways glance, then slowly turned around, looked at Jian Wushuang and whispered, "Brother Jian, you go. I will see if they dare to destroy me." Chapter 49:18. Now that there are only more than 10 eternal evangelists left, and no more than 1,000 top repairers, facing the eternal army who rejoined the void battlefield, there is no power at all. Even with Jian Wushuang, it is difficult to reverse the situation. But the current situation is not that they don't want to escape, but that they have no way to escape and can only fight against the trapped beast. Jian Wushuang quickly sorted out several ideas to escape in his mind, but they were all rejected by him in the end. Diqing, they were all more or less hit hard. If they left resolutely, they would be even more passive. After thinking for a while, Jian Wushuang's sound transmission reached Diqing and the others. "You will go first later, and I will leave it for you, don't worry." When they heard this, their faces were a little sad, but they all knew that this was the best plan, and if they continued to stay in the void battlefield, there would be no meaning. Wearing a red gold armor and stepping on the heavenly Tao, Gong Ziyu suddenly pulled out the real sword on his waist and pointed it directly at the sky. "Catch Gong Ziyin." In an instant, the evangelists distributed throughout the void battlefield all released their majestic evangelism training at this moment. A total of 100 Yanxian shots and 100 Yanli practitioners surrounded them from all directions and almost immediately trapped them completely. Each force training is a full blow of an immortal, and it is almost impossible to break. At this moment, even the void is illuminated. Gong Ziyu's eyes were full of pride and hatred. Obviously, he still remembered the last time he fought for the peach in the heavenly court, and now he can finally be ashamed. Facing this overwhelming blow, Jian Wushuang quietly closed his eyes. Numerous tassel-like divine patterns flowed quietly from his body, and then the true shadow of the selfless blessed his body, making his entire body exude a hazy brilliance. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly. Thunder and sword intent were entangled, and the true shadow of a giant sword condensed from pure sword intent emerged from behind him, standing upright in the void full of majesty that cannot be seen directly. The true shadow of the giant sword is as high as hundreds of millions of feet. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, his arms suddenly raised, as if he was holding a sword hilt, sinking and pressing down. In an instant, the heavens died, and the chaotic void shattered and collapsed again. The true shadow of the huge sword, which is full of billions of feet, tore through all obstacles and fell down. Under this sword, the encircling circle of the power of 100 immortals was broken directly. As if a disaster had come, all Yin-Xian watched this scene in shock and even forgot to avoid it. Under this sword, nearly 20 Yin-Xian had no time to escape and died on the spot, and the encircling circle was directly torn open. From this, the void was plowed into a crack of hundreds of millions of miles, and the mad wind of void raged. Leave soon. Jian Wushuang stood with his hands behind him, looking at them calmly. All Dingxiu gritted their teeth, and then rushed towards the boundless void with all their strength. Di Qing and Jian Wushuang glanced at each other, nodded silently, and then directly encased the Chuanxiu and others, and went straight to the void. So far, on the entire void battlefield, Dingxiu and Yin-Xian have been reduced by more than half. The Sun Yu guy was dumbfounded, and he hadn't recovered from the scene just now. The scene just now was too shocking. Not only Gong Ziyu, but even the Yin-Xian army was in shock. You leave too, they'll be here soon, Jian Wushuang said as he looked at the little emperor beside him. His voice is beyond doubt, but he just smiled weakly. If you are here, I can't leave alone. His Sun Yu wants my life, which has nothing to do with you. I stay here, and the worst is to leave you away to survive. Jian Wushuang was silent. He understood the meaning of his words, but before he could continue to speak, Xiao Dijuan straightened his clothes and took a step forward. His handsome and coquettish face is full of coldness at the moment. Gong Ziyu, my son Yin is here. You can handle it, but let them go. After recovering from the shock, Gong Ziyu's eyes flashed with a deep jealous color, and he naturally recognized Jian Wushuang, the mysterious person who had frustrated Gong Zizhen in the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Gong Ziyu directly stretched out his hand and waved, "Catch Gong Ziyin." In an instant, dozens of Yangxians came from all directions. In the next moment, the sudden change. The fastest Xian with a digital punch suddenly stopped in place, and then the Xian's body broke into countless pieces. Zhang dash, the fine sound of gold and iron strikes resounded in the void. Holding the invisible sword, Jian Wushuang, with the Xuanhe pattern flowing all over his body, walked forward slowly. He killed several Yin-Xian with a single sword, which was extremely terrifying. Gong Ziyu stepped back subconsciously, facing Jian Wushuang. He felt inexplicably lingering. Another Yin-Xian brazenly rushed towards Jian Wushuang, and Wubi's Yanli power crashed down. A sword cut horizontally. The sword intent was vertical and horizontal, instantly swallowing Na Yin-Xian, and smashed into pieces in a neat manner. Go, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice when he came to Xiaodijan's face. He didn't hesitate anymore. After a light nod, he was ready to leave. Seeing this scene, Gong Ziyu's eyes suddenly condensed. Wanna leave? Leave it to me. All the immortals listened to orders, trap them here regardless of the cost, and must not let them go. He shouted loudly. At this moment, there were more than 70 Yangxians left on the void battlefield. They looked at each other, and then they flew towards Jian Wushuang. The power of growth released by more than 70 Yangxians is still extremely shocking. Void trembles. Jian Wushuang's heart is slightly shocked. Facing so many encirclement of immortals, he still has tremendous pressure. After slaying the dead fairy Yu Yun, he kept fighting against the old Maidian immortal again, which had already overdrawn the power of his immortal body to the extreme. In this situation, he couldn't release the sword intent of the word lake at all. Jian Wushuang is already at the end of the battle, facing so many immortals. All he can do is to get Xiaodijan and Thin Zipeo out of danger. Ukanshu, calm thinking of this, he suddenly threw the invisible sword in his hand. The 10 or so Yangxians who had been surrounded in front saw this scene and hurriedly avoided a path. The invisible sword tore a crack directly in the void. Then Jian Wushuang waved his arm and pushed Xiao Dijuan and the thin purple robe out. 1,000,000 miles. You can't let the young man run away. Young master, Yu shouted anxiously, but soon he discovered that Jian Wushuang had actually rushed towards him. Unspeakable horror rushed to his heart. he immediately broke his strength and hurriedly ordered all Yanxian to come back for protection. The group of Yanxians who were still chasing the little emperor had to give up and returned back, came to Gongziyu, and manipulated Yanli to surround Jian Wushuang. Ask for monthly pass. Chapter 49:19. Seeing that his safety was guaranteed, Gong Ziyu took a sigh of relief and looked at him with a grin. It's so funny, instead of running away, you are throwing yourself into the net? Tell me what benefit the Sun Yin gave you, so that you can save him so desperately? Jian Wushuang heard the words, did not speak, obviously too lazy to reply to him. It seemed that he felt being underestimated, and young master you felt annoyed in his heart, but soon calmed down. No matter what benefits the Sun Yin gives you, I will give you more generous benefits, as long as you stay with me. How about? His Sun Yin is by no means a good person, even his own brother can kill. Do you think you will have a good end if you follow him? Instead of following him, it is better to follow me. I assure you that I will give you what you want. Gong Ziyu said slowly. A triumphant color flashed in his eyes. And the next moment, what responded to him was an extremely sharp sword intent. He was shocked and hurriedly changed his body shape, but he was still a step late. The sharp sword intent directly left a deep wound on his cheek. Divine blood dripped continuously, soaking his golden armor. Damn thing! You dare to hurt me? Young master Yu was furious to the extreme. Letting blood drip off his face, he suddenly raised his sword. All Yanxian will kill him at all costs. The overwhelming Yanxian crushed and arrived, and the mighty Yin power surged down. Jian Wushuang still stood still on the spot, leading the sword with his hand, fighting the exhaustion of his power. Once again released Wushuang Kendo. Wushuang Kendo, Xingyahu Heijianyani, the second style. River. The long river of swordsmanship, which started from nowhere, shattered the void and gushed out from every crack, and then gathered in a line, madly rushing towards every Yanxian. All Yanxians were shocked when they saw this scene, and they naturally felt the majestic momentum contained in this sword river. The foresight Yanxian retreated and walked close to 10,000 feet, but there were also Yanxian who planned to resist, but they were directly strangled into pieces by Jianhe, without even making a sound. Under this sword, nearly 20 Yanxian died. Only after these few encounters, there were only less than 50 immortals brought by Gong Ziyu. A wisp of cold sweat gushed from his temples, and he finally understood why the Yanxian who had been dispatched had disappeared cleanly. That Jian Wushuang is very strong. Although he was the peak of immortal relations, he easily obliterated the immortal relations without any effort. Could it be that he really killed Chang Duoling? Gong Ziyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he already regretted coming to this mess. Looking at the Kendo River that was still erupting, Yin Xian continued to die. Gong Ziyu's expression was uncertain, and in the end his heroic face showed a bit fierce. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand and wiped it on his waist, and a bronze bell the size of a wine cup appeared in his hand. With the appearance of this bronze bell, the energy of the surrounding millions of voids fell silent, showing a strange dark blue color. And around the bronze bell, dark blue crystals are condensing, as if there is life in rhythm. Seeing the bell exposed in the void, Gong Ziyu's eyes flashed with fleshy pain. Sangyu Zhong, this last time, I hope you can kill all the enemies in front of me for me, he murmured, then gritted his teeth and threw the bronze bell in his hand into the void. The next moment, that bronze bell rose against the storm, and almost instantly formed a terrifying tripod that could encompass thousands of heavens. This scene was too shocking. With the appearance of this bell ding, it seemed that even the boundless void was covered by it. This Wangu great bell named Sangyu Zhong appeared, causing all the eternal immortals to tremble, and the originally broken heavenly Tao could not withstand the pressure and was fragmented. Jian Wushuang, who was in the center, felt that a life-and-death crisis that had never been imagined was approaching, making him almost ready to escape without even thinking about it. But this Wangu Dazhong is too vast. The universe it encompasses is almost unimaginable. So Jian Wushuang has no possibility to escape. He was ready to escape desperately, only to feel that the strength of his body had become a dead concrete pool, directly imprisoning him in it, unable to move at all. A wisp of cold sweat flowed from Jian Wushuang's temples, and he could feel the breath that contained him. It was the way of heaven. It is a very old way of heaven. It is a way of heaven that does not belong to this era, and it is an extremely old and terrifying rule. Facing such a Tsangyu Bell with the ancient heavenly path, Jian Wushuang had nothing to do. He was completely restricted, and he couldn't even do it in the blink of an eye. This is a big ban. I am afraid that even the truth of the heyday cannot get out of the pressure of this Kangwu Zhong. And this Tsangyu clock seemed to be conscious. After binding Jian Wushuang, it quickly shrunk, and from the original supreme distance, a big clock of thousands of miles was formed in a flash. Within this big clock, Jian Wushuang was bound by the dark blue heavenly power, unable to move at all. At this moment, all Yangtzeans are surrounded by the clock, looking at the clock solemnly. Afterwards, young Master Yu moved slowly, his eyes filled with resentment. His Tsangyu Bell is the supreme immortal tool belonging to the Wanggu era. It was once the treasure in the hands of his Emperor Zhen Wuyang. It killed countless Dayan immortals, and the heavenly laws contained in it were irresistible. Even the Emperor will suffer. It's just that this Tsangyu clock is now dying, and its service life is only this last time. This Tsangyu Zhong, as the most powerful life-saving trump card of Gong Ziyu, was now used on Jian Wushuang. The thing wasted my last chance of Tsangyu Zhong. I swear, I will turn you into blood, and you will be lost. Gong Ziyu roared in anger. As his voice fell, Tsangyu Bell rang, and countless magnificent flowers bloomed from it, illuminating the boundless void. In the Tsangyu Bell, Jian Wushuang instantly spouted blood from Qiqiao. He only felt that his whole body was about to be shattered. The unimaginable ancient rules of heaven contain unknown unknowns that can't be said, making Jian Wushuang helpless. Could it be that I fell like this? Divine blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't break free at all. The dark blue heavenly rules were quickly devouring everything about him. The immortal body, transformed from an ultra-perfect chaotic creature, is rapidly shattering at this moment. However, Jian Wushuang had no way to break free. This was the first time he was truly helpless. That kind of irresistible force is too domineering. Gong Ziyu's hideous face was reflected in his eyes, and all Yangtzeans laughed at this moment. Chapter 49-20. A guy who can even kill Dayan immortal, even make all the immortals lower their eyebrows. Being besieged and suffering at this moment, and going to fall irreversibly, there is nothing more pleasant than this kind of thing. Gong Ziyu didn't even bother to wait and see. The terrible Tsangyu Bell couldn't even escape the Nineth-ranked Yanxian, let alone a little Yanxian. The immortal body is collapsing. The immortal body disintegrates like stars, never returning. At this moment, under the siege of the dark blue sky, Jian Wushuang's consciousness was blurred. The fairy body is inevitably declining. Even if he is still immortal, I am afraid it will be silent for endless years. Jian Wushuang wanted to contend against the Tao of that day, but found that everything was useless. It was a suppression that completely surpassed the realm, which was unimaginable. Even if he tried his best, he didn't have the slightest chance to destroy the Tsangyu Bell. Did I just fall like this? But I'm unwilling. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes red. The divine blood flowing on his body is quickly repairing the dilapidated immortal body, seeming to be contending against the heavens. Gong Ziyu's gaze condensed. He saw that his figure turned out to be against the heavens. How is this possible? He was shocked, knowing that even the 9th-ranked Dayan immortal could be convinced by this Tsangyu Bell. But soon, he relaxed again, with some palpitations, because Jian Wushuang only resisted for a moment, and then irresistibly decayed. When young Master Ziyu was feeling a little palpitating, it was unimaginable that a Yin Xian could compete with Tsangyu Bell. Just when Gong Ziyu was about to get to know Jian Wushuang in advance, two shaky figures walked from a distant void. The leader was Xiao Dijuan. His luxurious clothes had been damaged, and his exposed skin was full of wounds. But at this moment, his eyes are full of the majesty of the emperor. He glanced at Gong Ziyu, and then walked towards the rapidly shrinking Tsang Yubel. Upon seeing this, Gong Ziyu was overjoyed. He never thought that Xiao Dijuan would actually throw himself into the trap, saving him the trouble of searching. His Royal Highness, do you want us? Yu Yinxian asked. Gong Ziyu waved his hand with an arrogant expression. I want to see what he is doing back with this waste, and I will take him down later. All Yinxian promised. All looked at this scene with a smile. The long and slender palm covered with blood was attached to the outer wall of Tsang Yuzhong. Looking at Jin Wushuang, who was suffering in the clock, Xiao Dijuan knocked on the outer wall with his fingers. Wushuang, Wushuang. Bloody, Jin Wushuang, who was about to fall, opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at the figure outside Tsang Yuzhong. He sighed secretly. Listen to me, Xiao Dijuan affixed to the outside of Tsang Yubel, and said clearly, take out the golden jade ring I gave you earlier and open it. Jin Wushuang could hear his voice, but at this time, it would be difficult to move a finger, let alone take out the golden jade ring in his arms. The little emperor outside Tsang Yuzhong seemed to have known his difficulties, and began to feel at a loss. And young Master Yu, who was far away, heard something was wrong, and he hurriedly issued orders, hurry up, catch young Master Yin, don't let him speak. All Yinxian hurriedly set off to catch Xiaodigen. Seeing this scene, Jin Wushuang, who was about to die, struggled to break the fairy body and stretched his palm into his arms with all his strength. Even the ancient unknown heaven can't help but shake. The golden jade ring was taken out, and a unique color appeared in the palm of Jin Wushuang's white bones. Yeah, he roared. His fingers pushed away the jade ring in the center of the golden jade ring. In an instant, an even more remote and unknown aura of heaven burst out of it, turning into billions of tassels. The appearance of that kind of aura made Jin Wushuang loose, and the dark cyan heavenly Tao bound around him was directly broken. Immediately afterwards, a supreme true figure wearing a white shirt and looking like a star walked out of the golden jade ring. All Wang Gutian Dao and Tsang Yubel was crawling on the ground at this moment and shuddered. He seemed to be an ordinary person without any power, but there was a certain kind of authority in his eyes. And all the immortals who saw this true shadow were frightened, almost unable to stand still, and hurriedly knelt down in the void. The immortal bodies were shaking, including Jin Wushuang. They were all shocked. What he never expected was that in the golden jade ring that Xiaodigen gave him, there was a true shadow of Xinliang Emperor. Moreover, this true shadow actually belonged to the true shadow of Emperor Jin Wuyang in his peak period, full of the meaning of contemplation. The already stupid young master Yu never expected that a small Zyro Yangxian would actually hold a true shadow of his emperor in his hands. This is simply incredible and unimaginable. You know, there is no real shadow of the emperor in his hands. With the appearance of the true shadow of the Zhen Wuyang Emperor's peak and prosperous period, Tsang Yubel began to mourn, and it could not withstand the pressure of the emperor. The middle-aged Jin Wuyang Jinying, at this moment, seemed to have a faint doubt in the eyes of Wan Yu. He looked at the barrier of Tsang Yuzhong, and then casually brushed. This contains the Tsang Yubel of the Supreme Way, and it is directly broken. The residue was scattered in the void, and soon disappeared. Then, Jin Wuyang Jinying looked at Jin Wushuang, who was dying, and a bit of satisfaction and uncertainty flashed across his eyebrows. Finally, he said, Are you Yenner? Jin Wushuang, who had no strength to speak, couldn't even shake his head, so he could only look at him firmly. And that Jin Wuyang Jinying laughed. Yes, my son Yenner really has the posture of the emperor, even though he is so embarrassed, but it does not matter. There is a father. No one wants to hurt you. Jin Wushuang is completely speechless. It's just a fate. The true shadow of Jin Wuyang actually regards him as a son. Don't they know each other? Just as Jin Wushuang's spiritual thoughts were empty, Jin Wuyang, who was full of anger, already looked at the Yangxians who were all kneeling in the void. A group of ants, dare to hurt me, Yenner. The Sun Yu knelt directly into the void with a plop, and said in shock, The Emperor, it's me, Imuer. Your third son. Huh? The third son? Jin Weiyang's true shadow was immediately puzzled. Isn't I the only one Yenner? Why is there another third son? Gong Ziyu knew this was a terrible thing, and if he couldn't explain it clearly, he might not have a chance to leave here. So he acted decisively, cut his wrist directly, and spilled the blood in the meridian. If the emperor doesn't believe it, check the blood of the child. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.